for the finance minister. I mean, when she started, the longest serving finance minister in our country, when she started, the index was I think 25,000 or something. It's 80,000 today. That itself is a tribute to what a great job she's done in stewarding this country. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Tata, what are you taking away from all that you heard from the finance minister?
I think there's a long way to go and a long road ahead for the country. And I think everybody is in an optimistic mood for the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shangri. And thank you so much, Mr. Tata and Mr. Damani. If you can make your way to your seats. Now, before we end, and we've had a great evening, it's not over yet, because it is our privilege to felicitate Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Request Rahul to hand over the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Award to the Finance Minister.
It's a lovely trophy, and since she was so gracious in handing it out to all our winners and for making the special effort of coming to Mumbai after having worked a full week and for drawing this fabulous crowd over here, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, for your effort and for everything that you're doing for this country. Thank you very much. It's such a lovely trophy. I thought she must have one for herself for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you so much,
Minister.
ma'am.
The Finance Minister has agreed after the awards, and there's a group photograph happening, to come and spend some time with all of those who are here. So we'll do that once the group photograph gets over. Yes.
Thank you, Rahul. And as this phenomenal evening comes to an end, I would invite on stage Tamanna, Managing Editor, NDTV Profit, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. What an extraordinary evening it has been. On behalf of everyone at NDTV Profit, the NDTV family, thank you for being part of this celebration of excellence, enterprise, and leadership. Our heartfelt congratulations once again to every award recipient. Your achievements remind us that enduring success is built not merely through ambition, but through integrity, innovation, and purpose. Through your vision and leadership, you are creating businesses that generate opportunity, inspire confidence, and contribute to India's remarkable growth story. We are deeply honored by the presence of our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman. Ma'am, thank you for joining us and for sharing your invaluable insights. Through those conversations, we also learned how closely you're in touch with some of our winners today and how closely the government works with them. Our sincere gratitude also goes to our distinguished presenters, our esteemed jury, and our partners for lending their expertise, credibility, and support to these awards. Most importantly, we thank the leaders we have honored tonight. Your stories remind us that great companies are built not only on financial success, but on courage, resilience, and the willingness to create lasting value for society. As India charts its journey towards becoming a developed nation, it is leaders like you who will help shape a stronger, more confident, and more prosperous future. At NDTV Profit, we remain committed to telling stories that matter, stories of entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership that defines economic journey. Thank you once again for joining us this evening. We wish you a continued success, and we look forward to welcoming you again next year. We're just getting started. Please join us for a group photograph. Thank you.
Everybody make your way to the stage. The winners and the jury members, please.
If everyone else can keep seated, the Finance Minister is going to come up and meet with the people who are here in just a couple of minutes, soon after the group photograph gets over. Mr. Tata, please come. Can we have a warm round of applause? Mrs. Sinha, please come. come here. Come here. Don't go far away. Come closer. Sir, can we just squeeze in closer? Very big thank you to everyone who joined us here today. Can we have a warm round of applause for our fabulous presenters, Alex, Ayush, Vedika. They were superb. Thank you very much. And many, many congratulations. Thank you to our jury, Mr. Tata, Jayan Sinha, Mr. Damani, Mr. Sinha. All of you were fabulous, and for making this effort, thank you very much.
Thank
Madam
you, Rahul.
Finance Minister.
Thank you, Rahul. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards 2026. We would like to thank our partners, co-presented by AU Small Finance Bank, co-powered by Pernod Ricard India, Knowledge Partner PwC India, Industry Partner MIDC and Maitri, State Partner Government of Uttarakhand, Impact Partners Adani Power, Adani Ports and Logistics, Education Partner Atlas Skill Tech University, Out-of-Home Partner Laksha Media Group, and Gifting Partner Gumti, India's first curated living company. Please join us to raise a toast at the reception where we continue the celebrations with this year's winners and distinguished guests.
Have a wonderful evening and thank you for being with us today.
Good night and good luck.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings.
Bro, where's the hook?
Cross-platform. Digital first. Virality.
Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated.
That's it. That's what we're looking for.
The best campaigns,
The hottest trends.
the smartest brand moves on our new show.
But wait, what do we call it?
The hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. You're watching live from the NDTV Profit headquarters in Mumbai. This is India Market Open with Tamanna, Alex and Neeraj.
Very good morning. You're watching India Market Open. We're bringing it to you from the NDTV Suzlon studios, and what a morning it's going to be, because it seems like markets have gotten a breather. But we're still kicked about all of the excitement from last evening, aren't we, Alex?
Oh yeah, I mean, what an evening it was. It had the who's who, of course, of India Inc. as well as Dalal Street, and of course the finance minister out there to felicitate. I'm slipping up. I've said that too many times yesterday.
Alex has had a long evening on the stage, taking that entire event together. But you know, I was just thinking, if we calculated the net worth in that room at one point, I don't know, it's probably the GDP of a small country.
Yeah,
maybe.
no, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised for sure, or at least the market capitalization. All of that together. I mean, you had State Bank of India in the room. You had Mr. C.S. Setty, of course. You had Noel Tata in the room. You had
Dilip Shangvi,
of course.
You had the MD and CEO of BSE, Shriram Finance, Mazgaon Dock. Yeah, so it was quite a superlative event. And what is exciting is that, you know, we spoke so much about what's been happening around us. Gen Z, by the way, was the buzzword. The finance minister addressed the protesters and what was happening there. The one point is that NDTV Profit has always been clued into Gen Z. A lot of the people in our newsroom are Gen Z. The people who watch us, consumers, are Gen Z. And as far as we're concerned, Gen Z aren't just meme makers. They're also people who are very clued into their financial freedom and future. So
yeah, no, absolutely, and it was acknowledged up front. Because Rahul Kanwal had a conversation with the finance minister before the awards were presented.
So people who are very clued into their financial freedom and future. So
yeah, no, absolutely, and it was acknowledged up front. Because Rahul Kanwal had a conversation with the finance, and she acknowledged that the youth of the country have a voice, and she actually spoke about the fact that when she was much younger, she had done certain protests.
Yes,
and
she was from JNU,
Yeah.
which is JNU alumni. So all of the excitement of those awards and so many news points that have come out of it. Finance Minister, for example, has said that there is no deterioration in quality of expenses. The budget math need not be revisited right now. So that and so many news headlines have come out of this event. We'll take you through all of that through the day. But let's start with what's happening globally. Now, U.S. markets trade mixed in Friday's trade as geopolitical concerns have risen. We're moving to markets now, guys. Indices, let me just pull up the indices for you and what we were seeing in U.S. markets on Friday, though what's going to be more important than how the indices ended would be the futures. There you have it. You had the NASDAQ down about 0.64%. But let me pull up U.S. futures for you because you would see a vast improvement. In fact, the NASDAQ up 1% as far as the futures are concerned. Now, why is that? That's because of some kind of a relief between US and Iran and all of the tensions that have been rising there. Treasury yields have slid as oil prices fell. 10-year was at 4.68%. They're sliding. Oil prices are sliding on the reports of a pause in firings between US and Iran. Some reports saying that the US is, and that was the quote, run out of targets to fire at, and they're worried about the depletion of their arsenal. Statement from Iran, as per sources, saying that if the US stops firing, they will pause as well. The Brent is at 92. Remember, on Friday we had topped 100. Of course, there have been a slide in prices since then, but you've seen a sharp drop over the last couple of days in Brent prices. You're again down another 4% now at 92.99. Let's pull up Asian markets, and that's usually good news for most Asian and emerging markets. That's why you're seeing a pop of green there. And the India implied will also show you that you're probably going to open with a gap up. This is going to be a combination of a relief rally as well as some amount of short covering. Remember, you've had a tough week all of the last 5 trading sessions. Richard Redoglia, CEO of Matrix Global Energy, joins us this morning. Richard, very good morning to you from where we are. Just talk us through the kind of drop that we've seen in crude prices. The fact that crude prices have dropped about 92 a barrel doesn't belie that it could come back as easily if something changes, isn't it? What is the kind of range you see for crude right now?
Thank you for having me. It's a good question, and there's a widely traded instrument called 30-day crude volatility. It is the measure of where a market will be over the next 30 days, and it has been by far the best guide for us to look at as we try to analyze these markets. You know, we're dealing with geopolitical issues here, right? Headlines, news, what's going to happen next? What's the next statement? And so when you look at volatility, which is the measure of what a market's going to move in a period of time, the 30-day volatility is a good measure. And right now, the range that's implying over the next 30 days is a range between around $68 and $102. Now, this is for WTI. If you want to look at Brent, you probably need to add around $3 to $5 to that range. But let's look what happened here. This market, if we look at where it's been over the last, since the wars began, we're at the bottom end of the price range of all of March and April. And so while we've moved back up again, the prices you're seeing on the screen are currently, the range is below what the market had traded at for almost 3 months at the height of the war. Now, what is happening? A couple things are happening. And why did the market move up so sharply off of its lows? After the prior ceasefire, millions of barrels moved out of the Gulf. They were trapped because of the fear of attack, and those barrels were able to move out. What happened after that? Well, Iran decided that the only card that they really have to play is trying to be the controller of the Gulf, and so they attacked a couple ships, and the U.S. responded aggressively. They attacked them for over 13 days, destroying significant amounts of their infrastructure. But why did the market move up so sharply in the past day or so? The reason for that, there was a fear that the Houthis in the Red Sea were going to attack Saudi Arabian production. And why is that important? The reason that is important is that the UAE and Saudi Arabia, who are the largest exporters of crude out of the Persian Gulf, have been moving significant amount of their barrels away from the Gulf through pipelines that bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And so when you talk about volatility, we have to look at what we talked about 30-day volatility, but let's look at what's going on with the larger players. The larger players are learning to adapt. And that was one of the reasons, as soon as this discussion goes on about a ceasefire, the market moves sharply lower.
Richard, so then from that perspective, and thanks for that information that you just shared, but from India's perspective as a significant importer of oil and for companies that are dependent on energy, from the perspective of an investor looking at the sensitivity here, how would you judge it in FY27? Because we're still talking about projections for oil at around 80-85 for the entire financial year. Is that a viable consideration?
Excellent, very excellent question. It depends on what you're looking at. When you want to look at refiners are going to act differently than totally integrated oil companies, which have crude production. The point you just raised, the current price of crude is $85. The price 1 year forward is $71. And so there's a term called backwardation, which is the differential between the spot price and the forward price. What we believe, or at least what I believe, is the market is oversupplied for crude. And that while current hostilities are causing the market to move higher, the market itself believes in the future, with no hostilities, the flat price will move historically lower. And there's a good chart. Look at that chart. So you can see we're back up to where we were. The price, look where the price was in all of 25. $55, $60. It was only the war that caused this market to move so sharply higher. And one thing has happened dramatically during this war. The UAE, which is a member of OPEC for over 60 years, has decided to leave OPEC. That's significant. The reason that is significant means that UAE has excess production, which it's going to put back into the marketplace. And so you have to be very cautious of how you approach this from an investment perspective, depending on what you're looking at, on the type of energy company you're looking at. My guess is companies like Reliance and the other large refining companies are doing extremely well right now. But again, why are they doing extremely well? One of the reasons refiners are doing so well is the attacks on Russian refinery. We've lost almost 25 to 30% of Russian refined capacity. And while we have excess crude production in the world, we don't have excess refined capacity in the world. And so when you ask about an investment perspective, you have to differentiate between a refining company and a fully integrated oil company.
Interesting. Richard, a fabulous perspective that you shared with us this morning. Thank you so much for taking the time.
You're welcome.
All right, let's talk about what happened on Friday, as much as it's important to look at this morning, because quite a bit has changed, as we've just pointed out. So let's run through it. Foreign institutions net selling equity to the extent of about 3,900 crore rupees. Domestic institutions more than mopping up about 5,400 crore rupees. Equity markets declined across the board on Friday as crude oil remained elevated. In fact, at that time, you had Brent crude that was hovering around the $100 per barrel mark, and you had benchmarks that declined about 0.4%, with the Nifty 50 dipping below that level of 23,800. It had been a very significant support for quite a while. In fact, from the start of June, it was the bottom end of the band that was essentially 23,800 to 24,200. The ones that contributed on the downside were actually Bharti Airtel, Bajaj Finance and HDFC Bank. So 2 out of the 3 are not those that have recently contributed on the downside. The Nifty Bank outperforming, ending with gains of about 0.2%. Again, this is not something you've seen very often. And Nifty IT was one of the top performers. It gained as much as 0.8%. PSU banks gained as much as 0.8% as well, led by Bank of Maharashtra, BOB as well as Union Bank. Market breadth was largely even, but it was tilted towards the declines. And Neeraj, there were a lot of individual names that were reacting to earnings. I suspect that will be the case this morning as well.
Yeah. I mean, and it's such a bottom-up market these days that you got to bank on some of these specific names doing well, independent of what happens to the indices per se. So, I mean, frankly, the template is out there that the oil price trend effectively will determine what happens to the markets, and Near term, it seems like because the crude has cooled off, we'll have an uptick today, and that uptick might sustain as well. The other really interesting part amongst results as well, that the smaller banking results continue to deliver positively, which is a big plus. And bottom-up accumulation continues in the chemical and the pharma names. All through the weekend that we've spoken to people, even at yesterday's our business leadership awards, and it was, well, a slew of market men out there, and we spoke to them. And I think smaller chemical pharma names featuring out there very, very prominently. Now, as we have been doing every result season, we analyze what's happened to a certain set of or category of results every Monday. You get a chance to look at them over the weekend. So the criteria is companies over 1,000 crores market cap. So over 300 companies above 1,000 crores market cap have declared results. The median revenue growth has doubled YOY. This is the strength of this quarter, that the median revenue growth has doubled YOY. Median EBITDA growth is over 24%, highest in at least the last 8 quarters. And the median EPS growth is over 26%, highest in many, many quarters. And the reason I've chosen EPS and not the PAT growth, because a lot of companies have diluted capital. So maybe you look at EPS as opposed to just the profit after tax, but that median EPS growth too is 26%. This is over 300 companies above 1,000 crores market cap delivering over 26% median EPS growth. This is turning out to be a stellar quarter. Now, if this strength were to continue into quarter 2, it's great news, but for now, you take it a quarter as it comes. And this quarter, guys, if there is, I mean, people have been talking about how the SIP flows have helped keep the markets afloat. You can now argue that in this whole wake of geopolitics, it is the earnings which are keeping the markets afloat, because earnings are looking rock solid right now.
You know, and also the commentary is changing. We saw Sunil Kaul's commentary coming in. We've seen Mahesh Nandurkar's commentary coming in. So those who track the markets from a Jefferies or a Goldman Sachs are turning positive. We had at the Business Leadership Awards the top names, right? We spoke with Ramdev Agarwal, we spoke with Ramesh Damani, we heard from Vijay Kedia, Tahir Bacha. Everyone was there, and that commentary is now definitely turning positive. So more than anything else, that's important as well. Sentiment is following suit.
Yeah, kudos. So one just hopes quarter 2 doesn't turn out to be a bit of a bummer, but for now you take it as it comes. That one is right. But stellar quarter thus far.
Okay, so some of the factors that we're looking at, and of course the biggest one is going to be the drop in crude prices, and what a sharp drop that is. If I look at where crude was when markets closed in India, Friday close, and now, it's even more dramatic, right? You've gone from close to 100 to about a 93 for the dollars per barrel for Brent. So that could spur a strong opening, and that's what the implied is showing you as well, 150 points odd up there. There's also an element of short covering. Overall, the trend though does remain cautious. Q1 earnings will continue to drive stock-specific opportunities. On the downside, 23,600 is now the most important level. Holding above it could trigger a technical bounce, while a decisive break below it would strengthen the bearish outlook. A decisive breakdown below 23,600 could open doors towards 23,500 and 23,400 to 23,350. Supports at 23,650, 23,600, 23,515. Resistance at 23,815, 23,870, 23,950. For the bank Nifty, the near-term sentiment has stabilized, but broader short-term setup remains subdued below short-term exponential moving averages. So support levels there, 50 below short-term exponential moving averages. So support levels there, 56,210, 56,020, 55,710. Resistance at 56,825, 57,015, and 57,325. But we were telling you about what Jefferies is saying on the India equity strategy, and this is a note from Mahesh Nandurkar. He said an interaction with 50 plus investors suggests positive sentiment change towards India. AI trade reversal, MSCI Korea down 30%, token prices down 25% from peak are some of the reasons why. FPI flows have turned positive with net $3 billion inflows over the last 5 weeks, reversing prior outflows. India earnings outlook is positive. FY27 earnings are expected to be plus 4 PPT year-on-year to 14%. Nominal GDP growth is projected 12% plus, aiding domestic sectors like BFSI. IT sectors raised to neutral. This is important. They've added emphasis. IT sector has been down 25% year to date, and top 4 IT majors are trading at 13 to 17 times pre-low to mid-single digit revenue growth in FY26 to 28. So there's another positive view coming in. But I think what's going to also be important is specific stocks, isn't it? So much to cover over the weekend.
Yeah, it is. In fact,
Yes. You want to start off? Who wants to start off?
Okay, let me start off. All right, first on my list is Bank of India. I'm giving it a thumbs up. Net interest income is up 12.6% at 6,833 crores. Provisions at 964 crores versus 990 crores. So that's a good point as well. And if you look at profits, up 36%. Gross NPA is at 1.81% versus 1.98%. Net NPA has also come down from 0.56 to 0.51. Global NIMs are 2.52% in Q1. That's net interest margin. Morgan Stanley has maintained an underweight with a target price of 115. They're saying NII and core PPOP, that's operating profits, were a tad below estimates. So that might be the only downer. NIM has declined 6 basis points Q on Q. Management has acknowledged that the current environment is challenging for net interest margins and lowered its guidance. Higher other income and lower credit costs drove a PAT beat of 36%. Lodha is the second stock on my radar. It's a thumbs up. Revenues up 43.1% at 4,997 crores. EBITDA is up 95% at 1,922 crores. EBITDA margins at 38.5% versus 28.2%, and net profit has pretty much doubled. Pre-sales numbers, though, remember, a little weak. Jefferies has maintained a buy and has given a target price of 1,215 for the stock. They're saying Q1 was a beat 2 times of PAT year-on-year, driven by large data center land transactions. Pre-sales are up 4% year-on-year, but lagging 17% on the guidance. Only 1 project launched in the quarter. Customer collections are up 46% year-on-year. Net debt is down 8% quarter-on-quarter to 4,930. And data center realization is doubled year-on-year to 425 rupees per acre. Management sees 600 rupees per meter per acre as an achievable target. So Lodha is the other one which is looking fairly positive. Neogen Chemicals, the third on my radar, also a thumbs up. Net profit up 67% for the quarter. Revenues up 34%. EBITDA up 53%. And margins are also looking good. Gone up from 16.9% to 19.3%. They've also given an in-principle approval to raise funds up to 600 crores. It's a beat on estimates. Revenue growth is led by higher volumes for key product lines. Margin uptick led by cost pass-throughs and better product mix. Strong growth despite temporary Dahej plant shutdown, and battery chemicals achieved record quarterly revenues. That arm saw revenues of 19 crores versus 5 crores. So that's why Neogen is working out as well. But what's on your radar?
I've got Bank of Baroda up top, and it's not the best set of numbers. In fact, you had the PAT that declined on account of a one-time hit for that settlement of NMC's litigation. Asset quality also deteriorated as slippages increased. That slippages uptick was seasonal in nature, led by MSME and agri. This is something that you tend to see, but you also saw a moderation in margins as yields declined, though that was partially offset by lower deposit costs as well. Credit growth remained healthy, and that growth was led by rural, agri and MSME. This is something to watch for quite a few public sector banks. The NII growth stood at 9.5%. PAT has declined, as I pointed out. Operating profit also coming in at about 8,127 crore rupees, down just about 1%, so flat. Provisions have declined quite considerably, and GNPA has come in higher, 1.99%. This is something that the street will look at perhaps a little negatively, and the NIM coming in at 2.7%. Now, there's also outlook that you should bear in mind. The expected credit loss impact is estimated at 12,000 crore rupees. The existing floating provisions of 2,500 crore rupees have been retained. There's an incremental credit cost impact that could be around 15 to 20 basis points on account of the ECL norms. The management is expecting Q2, Q3 and Q4 ROA to remain, or return on assets to remain, above that 1% mark. It is also, and this is an important point to bear in mind for the large banks, the outlook on FCNR mop-up, that's expected for BOB to be around $5 billion. So that's quite considerable. They also expect that credit growth will be 12 to 14%, deposit growth at 10 to 12%, and the NIM is expected to be in the range of 2.75 to 2.95%. The slippage ratio at 1% to 1.25%, and the credit cost below the earlier guidance of 0.6%. So seasonal aspects to the credit quality in the first quarter, though that should settle according to the management in the remainder of the financial year. Credit Axis Grameen, a good set of numbers, because this particular company has been reporting improving asset quality for a little while now, and it seems like they've actually turned the corner. You've had high collection efficiency that has aided results along with the improved asset quality. The net profit has improved as credit costs have fallen. The PAT has risen as much as 8x compared with a year ago to 493 crore rupees. The portfolio at risk above 90 days, and this is how you track the asset quality, that has dropped to 1.5% compared with 2.3% as on the 31st of March. So just in a quarter, you've seen those metrics improve as well. The credit cost stood at 0.72% in Q1, not annualized, versus 1.2% in the fourth quarter. So all of those things look good, and what looks better, actually the guidance. So FY27, they see AUM growth at 20 to 25%. They see the net interest margin between 12.8 to 13.2%. There's a marginal dip, but if the company is focused on better quality assets, I don't think the street will complain too much. This is, at the end of the day, a lender, and if it's reporting 14.4% NIM, that's quite considerable when the standard bank is reporting less than 4%. Credit cost at 3 to 4% is the guidance for the next financial year, and return on assets between 4 and 4.8%. Now, let's talk about the last stock on my list, and this is where it's not a very good picture. In fact, Shakti Pumps is thumbs down. You have margins continuing to be affected in the first quarter. Margins impacted on account of lower realizations as well as higher input and logistics costs. The margin remained flat on a quarter-on-quarter basis, but it is in fact substantially lower on a year-on-year basis. One mitigating factor is that the PAT margins have improved on quarter, but compared with a year ago, they're actually pretty bad. And the order book as of the 22nd of July stands at 1,000 crore rupees. So just a few of those numbers stand out. Revenues increased, that's a positive, but you have the EBITDA that's declined as much as 42%, and the margins have contracted very sharply on a year-on-year basis. They haven't recovered at 9.7%. It's third quarter in a row of lower margins, and really the question is, when do they recover that? Of course, new capacity comes on stream for Shakti Pumps in the third quarter, so I wonder whether that will change anything for them.
Yeah, so even though Alex had 2 thumbs downs, right, the quarter per se is looking strong, and I'll enumerate that by 3 thumbs up.
Okay, you're balancing it out.
Balancing it out, if you will. Yeah, the first one is Tata Consumer, and FMCG names per se, I think Tamanna was making this point on Friday, if I'm not wrong. FMCG names per se have done really well this quarter. Look at Tata Consumer's numbers though. I mean, revenues up 11.9% at 5,349 crores, EBITDA up 19%, and EBITDA margins expanded from 12.7 to 13.5. Believe me, in this business, to expand margins the way they have is not a mean feat. It's a difficult one, right? And net profit up 27.8% at 427 crores versus 334 crores. Volume driven quarter, beat expectations on all counts. The acceleration in the growth businesses, which is about a 1/3 for them now, is probably the standout part of this piece. And the other interesting piece is that Tata Starbucks revenues grew 11% YOY. Is this an indication of what could happen to some of the other QSRs? Maybe, maybe not, but 11%. is actually a very strong number. Let's wait and watch if indeed this percolates into some of the other names as well. So keep an eye out for Tata Consumer. Could well have a good day today, field day today. DCB Bank is the other one. We're speaking about how mid-sized banks are actually revving up in terms of results. And DCB Bank, once again, NI up 17%, profit after tax up 35% at 213 crores versus 157. Provisions were down quarter on quarter. Gross NPAs at 2.43 versus 2.45 quarter on quarter, so fairly stable. But blockbuster numbers really. Let's wait and watch how this one does. Keep in mind, RBL had good numbers too. The stock actually corrected post that, but you could mingle in a bit of a geopolitical stress in the markets with that. Could this be different because the markets are looking strong? Very likely could be the case. And then Sterlite Tech. Well, the stock has really rallied, but I'll give some perspective about Sterlite Tech, right? One, of course, it was a record revenue quarter. The margins are at nearly 5-year highs. So what's happened? Revenues were up 87% at 1910 crores. Operating profit margins 710 basis points uptick at 20.8 versus 13.7, and profit after tax 197 crores versus 10 crores. The key is the next three lines. One, EBITDA margin guidance has been raised to 23%. They've clocked in about 20.8%. They are upping the guidance, and open order book is at an all-time high of 18,618 crores. Here's the fun, guys. Sterlite Tech's trailing 12 months PE is 123 times. You would argue that it is so expensive, right? On a market cap that it has right now. But if they just simply annualize the profit after tax numbers that they've done, and they are upping the margin guidance. So they've done 197 crores, so nearly 200 crores, let's say. If you annualize it, and if they manage to do 800 crores, they haven't given a formal guidance for the same, and just annualizing it, then the PE and current year PE falls from a trailing 12 months PE of 123 times to 30 times.
Wow. Okay, but so they obviously optic. So you can't optic, but optic fibers is the primary business,
yes,
right?
Supply to data centers. They won a 11,000 crore order as well. But just the point that they are upping the margin guidance to 23%, and therefore the tailwinds for a profit after tax growth remain very, very strong.
But so quick question on this: you look at multiple quarters data, right? So how chunky are their earnings?
No, they're starting to now become linear on a very higher base, because they've gotten a very large order book now.
So you could extrapolate that.
They've done a QIP at the current price. People are very bullish.
The run-up already
no
wonder. That's what I'm saying.
Is
123 TTM PE, but it could actually come down to 30 PE if they manage to do what they've done in quarter one for the rest of the year.
But the only problem is you get locked in upper circuit on the stock very, very quickly.
Yeah,
so it's all quite probable.
It's also come off from the highs. So that's the other thing. So this is not, I mean, we can't
not a recommendation, of course.
But just saying.
We look at the numbers as they are. We don't even talk to you about how the stock will move. That is for us to see and you to assess. All right, just coming back to the big statement, and I think this is also important, what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said last evening at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. She cautioned that geopolitical tensions and the threat of El Nino could fuel inflationary pressures, but said the government has made adequate provisions to deal with uncertainties. And here's what's important, says they see no need to revisit budget allocations.
This year, there is an El Nino factor. The rains are happening excessively in some parts, scarcely in some others, not at all in somewhere else. The catchment areas are not receiving adequate rain, so water for irrigation and drinking, crops, all of them are also going to pose a bit of a challenge. And inflation, therefore, cannot be just imported. It's also our own want of rain and the monsoon being less than normal can also add to the inflation. Budget numbers, I don't think I need to reconsider as of now, because there's been enough such funds created to meet with all these challenges which are happening, whether risk insurance premium going up, and we have to support our oil containers or shipping lines which come in these war zone. We've made a provision, there's some resource kept aside for it. Similarly, for oil, support for import at a higher price, for fertilizer for higher price import, but yet give it to the farmers at the same price since COVID. So all this, I have kept buffers which can take care of it, and therefore at this stage, I don't think I'll look at my budget number for readjusting.
A very significant statement that has been made by the finance minister, and likely something that the bond market will take note of. So watch out for that reaction, as well as when you take a look at where equities open. We've got lots to talk about on the other side of this very quick break, including what your trade strategy should be at the start of trade today. Stay tuned.
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Back with India Market Open right here on NDTV Profit. We are fresh from the success of a very successful Business Leadership Awards event, and the markets seem to be celebrating that and more. Sorry, I'm just being cocky here. But the markets are celebrating the fact that there seems to be a bit of a pause in the hostilities and crude prices have come off. Is this the uptick that we so desired? Kush Bora and Parag Thakkar with us. And Kush, today credit to both of us. Because I'm so happy that on Friday, we pointed out that bond yields at a particular level, the US tends to blink. Now, nobody knew this, but it happened this weekend, right? And therefore, kudos, because you are practicing and preaching trades, which is a very difficult thing to do, but you mentioned practicing and preaching trades, which is a very difficult thing to do, but you mentioned this, and it is now looking like turning out that way. What do you do, therefore, on open with the 150 point uptick expected?
First up, a very good morning. Thank you so much, but I think you deserve a little more credit for that than I do. You said the base, I only just saw what the data said, right? So Parag bhai na fundamentally trading calls dene lage, which you obviously call tactical calls, and Neeraj just started giving macro insights. I won't call them calls, right? But macro insights on how markets could perhaps react. So kudos to you as well. Actually, you set the base for that.
Thank you.
But did you guys see those magnificent awards that happened yesterday?
Which ones? Which ones? What are you talking
Business
about?
Leader Awards, where the royalty of the corporate world was there.
That's a good way
stunning.
to put it. That's a good way to put it, actually.
Stunning. I don't know if the viewers saw, they missed it. If they did, it's seriously a miss. You could still go back and see on the socials, I suppose.
Yes, of course.
But what an evening. What an evening. Kudos to the team who put together. Alex, I really enjoyed your and Ayush's camaraderie there. Amazing. But I'm so glad I was there. I'm so glad.
I'm glad that you were there as well. We had fun.
No, it was superb, and I think many more to come for NDTV Profit.
Looking forward.
This is just the start. More to come in terms of some positive news for markets, or will we just see a bit of a relief rally today?
Yeah, so that's the tricky one. First, let's start with what happened on Friday, right? Friday, we saw a lot of data points which clearly pointed that the markets were overstretched on the downside, right? PCR we said was close to oversold territories. FII shorts at 90 to 93% still remain a little overstretched. And then you obviously had the NSE 520 DMA stock. So I usually track the market breadth, especially on these extremes. That crossed the 350 zone, came very close to 400. Typically that is the range from where you see markets also reverse, and we saw that happening on Friday. Has that changed meaningfully? Not really, but this is just a rebound. I would have said go long on Nifty for targets of 24,000, 24,100. The only problem is if we do get this 150 point kind of a gap up, most of the trade will be lost in that, right? So if you have a long position with Friday's low on the Nifty, on the bank Nifty, you could well continue holding on to your long positions. But I think the tide for the market is turning. We could actually head towards 24,300, 24,500 as well, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself right now. So yeah, right now it's more of a hold. Once you cross 24,100 meaningfully, then you play for 24,500. So like I said, things are starting to turn. Take heart from the fact that one more thing that we discussed on Friday panned out is that the rebound on Reliance and to some degree on HDFC Bank, we said that these stocks were close to their long-term support levels. So yes, we're starting to see that meaningful rebound. I think this will turn into a rally where Nifty heads towards, like I said, 24,500. But let's take a day. Let's take every day as it comes.
Okay. So quick follow-up on that. Today we're likely to see a gap up, obviously, and we broke below that bottom end of the band that we've seen since the start of June. The question is, will you see short covering push the market significantly higher in trade today itself? Or do you expect the gains to be capped? 1, 2, what are the individual stocks you're looking at?
So Alex, we did see a flavor of that on Friday itself, and the rest of it will happen today. So around 24,000, there is a massive call congestion, and that is where you could see some resistance, that glass ceiling around the 24,000 mark, and hence, mild caution on giving a long on the index. Now, as far as stocks go, with the enthusiasm that's building, at least in my voice, maybe the business leader award effect is still there. But I am finally now going back to 3 calls, and all 3 of them on the long side. Now, today is a Monday, so obviously you have a weekly pick, and it's Krishna Foskem. I don't know how many. Yeah. Oh. Seriously? Okay, so let me just give you just very quick snippet of the last time the stock rallied was at the start of 2025. The price was 35 rupees. The rally actually halted at 125. Let's hope, for all the viewers and investors that, this happens once again. But that aside, we're only playing for small targets right now, just 5-10%, nothing big, right? So yeah, we're playing for those targets, 169, 178, these are your targets. 155 is where you keep that stop loss. Also, by the way, because there is a gap up, the stocks also had a good momentum. If it opens about 0.5% or 1% higher than these levels, don't initiate the trade, the risk reward will go for a toss. The next one is Exide Industries, 456, 474, these are your targets. 432 is where you keep that stop loss. And the third one is more of a reiteration of a call. Karnataka Bank we discussed. In all the volatility, the stock did not hit the stop loss, was consolidating in a band. I think that up move will start from here on. So to reiterate the targets, 289, 300, 272 is where you keep that stop loss.
Parag bhai, very good morning to you. I know you have been occupied this weekend with the floods in parts of Gujarat as well, in Vapi, and you have family over there.
So unfortunately I missed the event, but I saw it.
No, but the reason I'm also asking you is because there are a lot of listed companies there. It's going to impact business, it's going to impact people, and you've seen it firsthand. This was quite an impact over the weekend.
It was horrible. It happened in 2004 last flooding like this. It was 9 feet. The houses were under 9 feet under the water. So it was very, very bad.
I hope everyone's safe.
Safe.
Okay,
there's no problem.
Yeah.
But anyway, kudos to your entire team for this business efforts. It was very crisp, very nice event. I saw it. And I appreciate the efforts which went into it. I think you guys were busy since long for this.
Yes, we were. Thank you, Parag bhai. We always appreciate that as well coming from you. And I hope everyone who is in these flooded areas is doing okay. Just coming back to the markets today, we will see some kind of a relief and some kind of a bounce back. What would be top of mind for you?
So I think the results, oil is at 88.4 and US 10-year is also comfortable. So I feel that the results which have come good, for example, DCB, IDFC First Bank, even SBI Life on the call said very positive thing that VNB margin will only improve from here. So I would say that the results which the stronger result companies will do definitely well because it has combined with a decent macro setup. So I think those are the counters to watch out for today. Who have reported excellent numbers. Actually, by the way, IDFC First reporting PAT of about 1,000 crores, doing ROA of 1%. After having that episode of Haryana, the deposits grew by 17%, and CASA actually improved by 1% QOQ to 50%.
So a big turnaround there. IDFC now back on your radar?
Yeah, back on the radar 100%, because their cost to income ratio has fallen below 70%, and Mr. Vaidyanathan has said on the call that it will keep reducing by 450 to 500 bips every year, which means there's a huge operating leverage at play. And so I would say that you can expect about 25% earnings CAGR in this company if this happens. We'll have to ask him, but if this happens,
don't like companies which trying to grow at 25% CAGR because they are taking too many risks.
But 20%, this guy's grew at
25.
Earning growth. Loan book growth is 21%.
20%. Okay.
Loan book growth was 21%, and deposit growth was around 17.5. So I think even DCB, for example, 17% NII growth, 35% PAT growth. And what DCB always, I know on that Muhurat day also we argued with Rahul, right? Rahul is a good friend, but we argued that DCB can easily go to 200 because DCB book value today is 206. And it is doing such a great, and I think management is indicated on the call that their names can expand also.
Actually, all of these small, the other one is Shriram Finance.
Yeah, excellent.
And now it's held by MUFG, right? 20% shareholding by MUFG. So cost of funds, etc. will come down. They've guided to that as well. Mid-sized financials are really rocking it.
And that tells you the story of India, right? That at least in April, May, June quarter, we have done very well. Now let's see how things play out. We have to go by every day because every day the global situation changes. But I would say that April, May, June, I think numbers are coming phenomenally well.
Phenomenally well, yes indeed. As we said, viewers, 300 companies over 1,000 crores market cap. The median profit after tax growth is 26.4%. Stellar quarter. One company which exemplifies that is the one that we were talking about, Shriram Finance. And at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, I had an interesting chat with Mr. Parag Sharma, MD and CEO of Shriram Finance, on the landscape and the outlook after this stellar quarter one that they've given in. Listen into a small slice of that conversation.
What is your assessment of what kind of growth lies in front of us for your company and maybe for the space at large for FY27?
See, NBFCs generally have been growing well, 20-25% growth, and that is more to look at new to credit customers, more customers being added. We are in a niche vehicle financing space.
Of course.
And we will have close to around 25% market share when it comes to individual operators. We have the benefit of huge capital being put in now. We have to grow faster. We'll have to capture a larger market.
Right.
So we will look at easily 17 to 18% growth for us. We have been erstwhile growing at around 15. But forget Shriram. I'm saying otherwise also. If you look at NBFCs, looking at newer market, newer customer base to be attracted towards, they are growing at 20-25%. Private sector banks have been growing well. So overall, the retail segment, the retail sentiment seems to be very, very positive. So it doesn't seem to be any kind of concern when it comes to retail lending.
Okay.
And I think with the capital buffers being there, we should be able to capitalize better.
Well, and the whole interview will be on all of our social media handles. We'll play out later in the day as well. But keep in mind, Shriram Finance, very good quarter, very strong management commentary as well. So should be interesting to watch out for. In fact, brokerages are betting big on the company while maintaining a buy call. Sharad is here with the details of what the analyst community has to say on Shriram Finance. Sharad.
Well, yes, brokerages, we are seeing largely they have given a kind of a thumbs up going ahead for Shriram Finance, and of course the foreign broking houses, especially Jefferies, they have stated that the NIM jump that is there, that's almost a 90 basis points coming in from the MUFG equity fund infusion as well, and because of that a lot of important ratios have actually gone up as well. Apart from this, if you look at it, Overall, the AUM jump has also been decent enough. Almost a 17% EPS CAGR is expected coming in from Jefferies on this as well. UBS also, they have stated it's a stable quarter coming in, but the commentary, that is where the watchfulness comes in, and there's a continued momentum happening in the vehicle financing space. HSBC, on the other hand, they have cut the target price slightly, especially on the AUM growth differential. Some concern on the valuations because of the stock running up, but however they have increased the EPS, especially for the next 3 years, between 1 to 10%. So that's what we will be watching out for. And lastly, JP Morgan, you should have a look. They maintained overweight rating, target price unchanged 12.15, but the AUM growth which has come in this quarter is around 15%. That has lagged the 18 to 20% growth which was given by the management, and there needs to be an acceleration if there has to be a re-rating from these levels. Medium term, it's constructive, being the rating upgrade, the improvement in the liability profile, and the earnings CAGR of 19%. So yes, a little bit of concern, especially on the valuation, but overall on the earnings, it's a positive view coming in from the brokerages.
Much, Sharad, for that. So quite a bit of chop and churn in this company. You generally see that this counter has a high beta. So whenever the market's moving up, you will generally see this at the top of the list, but equally you will see it at the bottom of the list when the market is going down. But having said that, now that the tide seems to have turned, the sentiment may be turning positive, is it a good time to look at Shriram Finance?
You know, actually, Alex, this is a good time to enter into Shriram Finance, because for the last 4 or 5 months, this has gone into consolidation. Even though on a day-to-day basis, it seems like high beta, on the calendar to year, calendar to date basis, year to date, basis on the calendar, this is consolidating. I think a major breakout will come beyond 1100, and with the kind of primary trend that still remains bullish, I think that will be breached, in times to come. So this is a good time when the stock is consolidating. Is when you want to go out and buy. Medium-term, long-term support on this one comes in at just under 900, so 875. So this is a positional bet on Shriram Finance. You should well consider it. Like I said, consolidating right now, but 1100 and above, very likely.
Okay, what about IDFC First? We spoke about it earlier on the fundamentals. What about on the charts?
I'll add a DCB there too, if you don't mind. Yeah, that should buy small banking names.
So IDFC
इतना ऐसा क्या हो गया कुछ?
इतना पॉजिटिविटी के बाद ना फिर मैं कुछ
No, excuse me.
I know.
First responsibility is to the viewers. We are not a cozy club who has to agree with each other. We are here for our viewers.
Correct. Okay, so my view would be, अगर आपको IDFC First Bank buy करना है तो 60 रुपए के आसपास buy करना. This is a bank which for the most part has a positive primary trend, but is very, very, very volatile. 30-40% kind of a drawdown on this is not a big deal. Anyway, it's close to the resistance of 85, 87, right? So यहाँ तो मुझे, but is very, very, very volatile. 30-40% kind of a drawdown on this is not a big deal. Anyway, it's close to the resistance of 85, 87, right? तो यहाँ तो मुझे buy करना नहीं समझ में आता. अगर ये आपको 60 के range में मिले, close to those levels, that's the long-term rising trend line support zone. Buy, and I know right now 60 sounds too deep. Very good idea. My only thing is that in years, in the last 5 years, 6 years since COVID, this has happened multiple times where it goes out, hits fresh high, and you see a drawdown of 30-40%. Okay. Again hits a new high, sees a drawdown of 30-40%.
So you needn't have hesitated so much. I don't think Parag Bhai minds at all that you have a different view from
No, of course.
We all believe in freedom of expression over here. That's fine.
Yeah, that I can vouch for. We do here on this table. And just to round off that conversation on DCB Bank, right now it's seeing momentum, but I don't think there is a massive upside beyond 200 on this one. There will be selling pressure that you'll see come at these levels. So yes, if you bought it from lower levels, please by all means be my guest, continue to hold till about 200, 205 and keep your stop losses at 165, 170 zones. Beyond that, not now.
Okay, all right. So we've talked about a few of the smaller financial names, relatively speaking, of course. We will speak about the rest, I'm sure. But before we do, let's go across to my colleague Soumit Sarkar, who's joining in to tell you what he's hearing in the dealing room chatter. And I'm quite excited to find out what is on the list this morning, because things are looking better, Soumit, this morning, aren't they?
Yes, Alex, relatively they're looking much better after the last week that we had, where we had seen a steep decline overall in the market. Crude has also cooled off. So, yes, we should open in green, but we need to see whether those gains sustain or not during the market. But few stock-specific action that dealers have highlighted. Firstly, is Diamond Power. The QIP has opened for the company, and the dealers are indicating that there is quite a strong demand coming in for this QIP. Nearly 5x demand is what dealers have highlighted. ICICI Pru, SBI, Motilal, White Oak among prominent buyers in this QIP. For Zydus Life, the stock has been on a downtrend. Dealers are indicating that there are sell flows on the FII desk and delivery volumes are also on the higher side. For three other names, that is Arvind, Piramal Finance and Apar Industries, dealers indicate that Zydus Life, the stock has been on a downtrend. Dealers are indicating that there are sell flows on the FII desk and delivery volumes are also on the higher side. For three other names, that is Arvind, Piramal Finance and Apar Industries, dealers indicate that QIP is likely to open very soon in all these three names. For Suven Life, a large prominent HNI has been buying this counter in trade and dealers are expecting some positive news flow related to one of its key drug. And lastly, when it comes to M&M, there are buy flows on the large HNI and PMS desk. Dealers are expecting strong Q1 numbers from Mahindra & Mahindra.
Got it. Okay. All right. So Mahindra & Mahindra, certainly something to watch. Shah as well. He was the recipient of the CEO of the year. And well, it was quite the evening. Having said that, Parag Bhai, on M&M, and I know that you've spoken about certain other automotive companies, even the finance minister yesterday acknowledged the possibility that there could be an El Nino effect, and Super El Nino, the IMD is talking about it building up right now. So from that perspective, one huge section of their business, farm equipment, right, gets affected, let's face it. So therefore, from that perspective, would you be cautious on M&M?
So basically, we have 1.5% weight in Mahindra & Mahindra against Bajaj Auto, which we have 6.5%. We love Mahindra & Mahindra, of course, and deservingly so. That award was given to him. But this is the only worry, right? That if farm equipment starts to struggle for at least next six months, you might get a lower price in M&M. But it's a great company to own, so on every dip will be a buyer.
So correct me if I'm wrong, it's close to a half and half split between farm equipment and automotive, right?
Yes. From the standalone business perspective, then there are of course so many subsidiaries.
And generally you have one of the two at least that is firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. And auto, they have been doing phenomenally well. Phenomenal new launches, all their SUVs are doing very well. So auto part is sorted now. Tractors, of course, is something which is external, right? If monsoon is not that great, then there'll be a problem.
Kush, you want to weigh in on M&M on the technicals?
Yeah, so on Friday we gave a call on M&M, if you'll recall, but the idea there largely was margin of safety given everything that's happening in the world right now. 33, 30, 34, 50, these were the targets, 31, 30 was the stop loss, missed it by a whisker. Momentum is missing, but in a market like this, if you want to accumulate a quality stock, I think M&M is something that you can still consider. It's going through a positive biased consolidation phase, mind you, but you want to accumulate stocks like these from a positional standpoint during times like these. So I remain constructive on M&M.
Okay. And by the way, Mahindra & Mahindra is available at a PE multiple which is lower than the 10-year average PE multiple. I mean, that's quite something. It probably also shows the pain in the large cap space, and something that I think Atul Suri was making a point on Friday, that the Nifty 50 may be in a bit of a coma, but the Nifty Next 50, which is also large caps, is actually doing really well. So it's just that some heavyweights in the Nifty 50, the top 50 companies are having an issue, otherwise not so much. Okay.
Sorry, I just want to find out what is the general earnings that you've seen that M&M has generated over on a year-on-year basis that you've seen? So
in terms of
earnings growth.
So Mahindra & Mahindra standalone basis earning growth has been about 18-19%. ROE is around 18%. Right? It's a phenomenal company by all means. And after Mr. Anish has come, he has taken a decision to sell off whatever was a problem, like SsangYong, which was a Korean business. They sold at a loss, but all the problems are removed now.
Only reason I was pointing that out, it's available at less than 23 times trailing right now.
Should we hear from the man we've been talking about for the last, I think, 7 to 8 minutes? Since we've been speaking about M&M non-stop, we have the man himself who spoke to us on the sidelines of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Remember, Dr. Anish Shah won for CEO of the Year.
It's been a very transformational journey for Mahindra & Mahindra as a whole. From FY21, when you stepped in, the last 5 years, we've seen a stellar growth for the business, for the company. What has been one of the biggest takeaways for you over the last 5 years in terms of the leadership that you brought into the company?
The biggest takeaway actually has been the strength of the values and purpose of the Mahindra Group. That is what has been the foundation of our growth. And the growth has been driven by this foundation that has been laid by leaders across many decades, not just over the last 5 years. The most important aspect for us was to ensure continuity and change. And that continuity is what has helped us. Our teams are the ones who really delivered value for us, and they deserve all the credit.
The other one that, as a business leader, we've seen multiple key challenges over the last few years, especially since the pandemic. You have now recently the West Asia crisis. Overall, there have been multiple those initiatives and challenges over the last 5 years. What has been the biggest one for you, and how have you overcome it?
The biggest one has been having all of them come in such a short time. It's literally every 3 or 4 months we find a new challenge. And in some ways that has made us stronger. That has built the resilience. It started with COVID. And the actions we had to take in COVID are the ones that are helping us today in terms of driving that resilience. Resilience in terms of mindset is most important. And beyond that, in terms of the action plans and the plan B, C and D that we have all helped us navigate these tough times.
Okay. So that was Dr. Anisha. But remember, we had the who's who yesterday, and we spoke to them, of course, on winning the Business Leadership Awards, but also we got a lot of headlines out of it. Listen to this conversation with SBI Chairman C.S. Setty. I spoke to him about the strong traction of FCNR deposits. He also speaks about El Nino and the impact he sees. But listen in to what he's saying on FCNR deposits.
There's a good response across the geographies, and we have the largest NRI customer base, and we also have the largest physical presence outside the country. So it is helping us to mobilize. I'm sure that the numbers which were put out by RBI indicates the trajectory of the FCNRB scheme.
It's fair to say quite a big share is with State Bank of India of that number.
We would definitely be not less than our market share. I can assure you on that. But it's not about the market share or the numbers. We believe that at this moment, we all are working together to make this scheme very successful one.
Okay, we have Kunal Rambia with us also this morning, who's going to be giving us technical calls. Kunal, very good morning to you. Do you have a quick Nifty call?
Good morning. Thanks for having me on the show. So yeah, as far as Nifty is concerned, as Alex mentioned on Thursday and Friday shows also, I think this 23,800 is the ballpark figure which one needs to keep in mind. Though we had gap down opening on Friday, but again we reclaimed that level. So until the Nifty remains about 23,800, this 23,800 to 950 should be seen as a range for today and even for tomorrow. So yeah, overall bullish on the index from the short-term point of view. That is for the Nifty and Bank Nifty both.
Counters, Kunal, that you're liking this morning? Good morning.
So, Alex, the first counter is Indus Tower. The kind of volumes which we saw on Friday are very, very strong, and the way the counter has reclaimed the lost ground looks very promising. So, with the stop loss of 385, one can go long on this counter, and the target can be 415. The second is Action Construction Equipment. Now, again, this counter literally had significant volumes on the daily chart, and even it showed the breakout on the weekly chart. So, looks very promising to me. With the stop loss of 1,000, one can go long on this counter with the target of 1,200. Mind you, this counter is for the longer term. Indus Tower is the call for the short term.
Okay, let us start talking a bit about results now. Dr. Lal PathLabs has delivered its strongest quarterly growth in 4 years with robust sample volumes, expanding margins and a more optimistic FY27 outlook backed by network expansion and improving realizations. Ved Goyal, Group CFO and CEO International Business of Dr. Lal PathLabs, joins us with more insights on what the outlook looks like now. Mr. Goyal, thank you so much for speaking with us this morning on NDTV Profit as we talk about your quarterly numbers, and the numbers are really looking robust. I want to talk about this margin number of 31%, highest after Q1 FY22. What is the sustainability that you're seeing of growth that you've clocked this quarter?
Good morning and thank you for having me here. Margin is exceeded our expectation this time, and generally, first half our margin is better than second half. So as we mentioned that full year margin will be slightly better than last year. Last year we did about 29%. So this year we are hoping that's slightly better for the year. But quarterly, of course, it is little higher relatively as we have seen in the past.
So what are the primary factors that you've seen this quarterly bump? That's what we're trying to understand. And will that now sustain, or was this sort of a one-off?
No, I think this quarter we have highest growth 19.1%, and that is led to this higher margin as well, because operating leverage is very high in our business. So going forward, I think we are, as we are mentioning, that we are able to maintain kind of mid-teens kind of growth, and I'm very confident and hopeful that margins will be staying around this. So yes, it is not one-off, but yes, we are getting some benefit of which is operating leverage is playing here.
Reading leverage, and good morning, Mr. Goel. I just want to find out, there's also your growth in Delhi NCR, and that market is seeing double-digit growth as well. The understanding is that the premium geography is helping with the higher realizations. Is that the right way to look at it, to say that the mix geographically is contributing to the improvement in the margins?
Yeah, both. I would say product and geographic mix. You are right, Delhi NCR is growing faster than earlier, and it is helping because realization per patient is highest in Delhi NCR. But having said that, along with this, our portfolio mix has also been, increasing, where specialized test has increased, and that is also helping in increasing the realization per share. In this quarter, I just want to mention that we are getting some benefit from price increase by CGHS and ECHS. That benefit is also coming to us. So along, Delhi NCR as well as, product and some bit of price increase by CGHS, yes.
So as I understand it, that CGHS revenue impact or benefit is to the extent of 2 to 3%. Is that likely to stay the same for how many quarters, and do you anticipate that that will go up at all?
I think it will stay for a couple of quarters, and I don't think it will go up high from here, but it will continue for next 2-3 quarters. Yeah.
And then maybe you'll reinvest in business. The other thing is, talking about investments, Mr. Goel, good morning, Neeraj here. This large kitty of cash, and you've said that you might use it for a slightly larger asset. Is it already identified? What's the size of the asset potentially that you're looking at? Which geography that you might be looking at? Any thoughts?
Good morning, Neeraj. Yes. So we are keeping this cash as our strategy, where we are looking some opportunities, especially in South and West, and we are hopeful that we will do something. Right now, I don't have anything which I can tell you, but we are in the market and looking for some good opportunities, especially in South.
Slightly, okay, of course, when you're an acquisition point, you wouldn't want to spill the beans, but broadly the size that you might be looking at?
I think more than size, for us, it is important that strategically it should fit in our business.
Of course.
Where we want any platform where we can ride and make it big. So we are looking at a platform rather than a size, where if there is any asset which is good, we know that we can scale it up. And that is where we are looking. Obviously, we are not looking very small, a sizable mid-size, asset. But more than that, it is strategically should be fitting where we can scale it up from there.
And just one more question from my end is that on all parameters, you've delivered a very strong quarter one. You're sounding, how do I say, slightly less enthusiastic about the rest of the year, because I think even on volume guidance stance, you mentioned that while you've done 8.2%, you're guiding 6 to 7%. On margins, you're saying it'll last for 1-2 quarters and then it'll come off. So what's happening here? What are you guiding for the rest of the year? And are you looking to under-promise and over-deliver?
I think it's always better to, be,
No, but are you consciously doing that, Mr. Goel?
I'm saying, having said that, quarter in our business, one quarter can't determine the whole year.
Sure.
So for that, maybe we have to wait till next quarter. After next quarter, we will be in a better position to tell about the year. But having said that, this growth, which is 19.1%, is highest in last 4 years. which is giving confidence, and we have seen some traction on ground, and there are drivers which are contributing this. One is where we have invested in infra for last 2 years, whether it is lab, whether it is collection center. We have launched new products in terms of new tests. We have introduced more than 100 new tests and few first in India. And then obviously geography, which is Delhi, our core geography, is also firing. So all these factors are contributing this kind of growth. And that's why we have, increased our confidence, where we are saying at least mid-teen kind of growth. We are confident in this year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal, for speaking with us this morning. He's a Group CFO and CEO International for Dr. Lal PathLab. The numbers have been very, very strong this quarter. He says it's sustainable. The stock up 1% right now in the pre-open session. Just let's take a quick look at what's happening in the pre-open session before we get you the big brokerage call of this morning. IDFC First Bank in focus. That's actually the star of the show, maybe. Will end up being 6.5% up right now as I see it. Wellspun Corp. So a lot of result impact that you can spot today. Credit Access Grameen is the other one that comes to mind. I want to see how a Tata Consumer is doing. Let's see how on the other side of things, the Shakti Pump and Zen Technology is doing as well, because all of them have reported. Zen Tech is looking like it's going to have a tough morning, about 10%, 9.5% down. But IDFC First Bank, good numbers, and also a big brokerage call this morning. Sharad Dubey joining us. What is CLSA saying, Sharad?
Well, yes, a very strong set of numbers coming in from IDFC First Bank, and interestingly, CLSA has come out with a good upgrade also. Now they have upgraded it to outperform from hold, and the target price also been hiked from 73 rupees to a significant hike to 95 rupees per share. And looking at the numbers, the lower credit cost guidance has boosted the ROA, which is nothing but return on assets outlook, a healthy operating performance, and the management targeting that 1% ROA mark in FY27. Also, a steady loan and deposit growth was announced by the company, and the CASA ratio is remaining best in the class amongst peers, and that is why the bullishness is coming in this counter. And a big surprise was the asset quality. That is where we could see a good improvement coming in this counter, and the upgrade is also coming on a better long-term ROE outlook. And of course, there was a bigger corrections earlier, so now we are seeing some good buying happening as well.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for that. 6% higher for IDFC First. So closer to that resistance zone that we spoke about so much in the morning. Let's see what it does. DCB is the other one. Shriram Finance is the other one. The three financial names that we should just very quickly mark. 3% higher for DCB Bank as well, and Shriram Finance 1.5% higher. So good going for the financial names, guys.
I'm curious to know what Kunal Rambia says on IDFC First on charts, because we had a positive view from Parag Thakkar fundamentally. Kush is a little cautious on technicals. Kunal, how are you looking at IDFC First?
So if you look at the overall formation on IDFC First for last 10 years, this counter has consistently faced the resistance at around 85, excluding July 23 to Jan 24. That was the era where the counter went up, but the volumes were again pretty much dried up. So I'll be cautious to watch this counter closing above 88 zone or 89 to be precise. And if that counter remains above that level for 2 to 3 days, it can begin the new rally. But otherwise, this level is certainly worth turning cautious as of.
Just quickly want to look at Zentech and tell you why that stock is showing this kind of weakness this morning. In case you missed it, revenues for the quarter are down about 10.5%. EBITDA is down 39%, and margins have slipped from 40% to 27.3%. PAT is also down from 29% or 28%. About 28% actually, from 47 points, slipped from 40% to 27.3%. PAT is also down from 29% or 28, about 28% actually, from 47 point. Full of tough quarters really. And I just want to pull up the 1 year chart, because it directionally moves in one way for a bit and then comes off. It's quite a volatile one as well. Last 12 months has seen about a 9.5% downtick if you look at it on average. In the defense play, how would you look at a Zentech?
So in the defense play, I only play it through BEL. That is no
the
other
start
stock.
and finish of your defense
because see in this the trailing P is 87, right? And
for Zentech.
And the point is that the business is totally unpredictable. You cannot predict it by quarter after quarter. So when they execute a higher margin business, the stock goes up. But again, when there is a dull quarter, stock will go down. So we don't want that kind of volatility in our portfolio.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zentech, it traveled all the way to 2400, 2500 and has come off. And you just try and look at contrasting fortunes for a Zentech into drones versus a Paras Defense into drones, and there's such a wide chasm of performance, unfortunately. So yeah, a bit of a case of sour grapes when it comes to Zentech in terms of investing. But great management. We urge Mr. Atluri to come and talk to us on this. By the way, the other one which has actually had a really good set of numbers is Tata Consumer, large cap name delivering strong numbers. Starbucks has done well. Parag bhai, any thoughts here?
Yeah. So I continue to like this name. Basically, their Sampanna portfolio and Starbucks, as you rightly said, both are delivering phenomenally well. Tea and salt, of course, they are staples, so they will not grow too much. But company continues to do well under Mr. Sunil D'Souza. Management is fantastic. So I'll think they'll think about future and they'll bring futuristic products also, in my view. And so that is why the premium multiple is also justified.
Yeah, the point is you've been making this point about FMCG by and large in this quarter. I think Marico too delivered Marico, decent.
Yes.
So what is your favorite amongst here?
So actually I love all. So but lever, for example, ITC for example at 280 and result is very nearby. Today is I think Godfrey Phillips result. So I would like to keep a very close watch on, because this will be the worst quarter for cigarette business, and ITC is giving 5% dividend yield to you. So I think, and FMCG business is doing very well. So I would say that entire pack actually looks interesting. Of course, they are going to be badly impacted by monsoon to some extent. So, for example, a company like Dabur, which has very high rural presence, will not be able to show such strong numbers if really the monsoon is not that great. But I would say that Marico continues to do well phenomenally. Tata Consumer, HUL also I think will do well. ITC at this price, of course, this quarter is going to be worst quarter. And so some of the large...
For HUL?
For ITC.
For ITC.
Yeah. This is going to be a worst quarter for ITC. From here things will gradually improve only.
Okay. In terms of, some of the others, Credit Access, Grameen, I don't know if you looked at that. Yes. Very, very strong numbers. The stock is looking good. I can see Kush nodding, so he's happy on the charts as well. But a quick look at Credit Access, Grameen. Parag bhai?
Yeah. So microfinance has clearly turned the corner, right? So microfinance, Ujjivan for example, Ujjivan has also upgraded their guidance, ROA guidance. So I would say that all in all, leaving aside few, the financial sector is doing phenomenally well. And if this oil doesn't spike too much or bond yields don't go up too much, I think that will be the sector to watch.
Okay, just looking at AU Small Finance Bank very quickly, JP Morgan has maintained an overweight on the stock with a target price of 1,230. On their Q1, they say it's a strong operating performance. Lower provisions have driven the PAT beat. Balance sheet growth continues to accelerate and asset quality trend remains healthy. Morgan Stanley has also maintained an overweight with a target price of 1,205. They're saying net interest income, fees, core PPOP and credit costs have all beaten estimates, driving an overall beat. Stock is in a good compounding phase. One of the few Indian private banks with a mid-high teen ROE profile, attractive for both long and short-term investors. Any view on AU Small Finance Bank?
Yeah. So this is also, the great bank continues to do well. They have a fantastic wheels portfolio. They finance trucks and CVs and all, and they are market leaders in Rajasthan in that. Good growth, about 25% growth company. My only point is that they're slightly expensive portfolio. They finance trucks and CVs and all, and they are market leaders in Rajasthan in that. Good growth, about 25% growth company. My only point is that they're slightly expensive because compared to their ROAs which they make. But otherwise a great franchise.
Okay. Kunal, what are you spotting as a top call after the pre-open session right now?
So I'll still stick with Action Construction Equipment. I think this counter is gap up opening by 10-15 rupees, and the breakout I think holds for the day. So with the stop of 1,000, one can certainly buy Action Construction, and even one can think of buying near 1,030 by any chance if we get that chance.
What do you make of a Bank of Baroda, Kunal?
See, overall, this Bank of Baroda, we were tracking very closely. Counter has made the somewhat consolidation bottom near 240 levels. The Friday closing was really good, but I'm still, watching out for the some kind of higher top, higher bottom formation, which is still missing. So, by any chance, if the counter manages to close about 252, one can certainly buy with the stop of 240. But for now, I'll avoid this counter.
Okay. Okay, well, maybe we'll take in the top idea from Kushbora after the markets open, because the markets are about to start. And boy, do we expect a start in the green? Yes. Can it build on from there if crude prices stay lower and if Truth Social posts stay normal? Then for sure. Here's how we're starting off. 175 points in the green. Banks are giving big support, and I reckon part of it is also got to do with the sentiment and the results, but the market breadth is looking positive. So mid caps and small caps are doing well. 0.87% for the mid cap index, 0.78, okay, and the small caps about 0.73, so not a bad start. For now, it seems you are holding out. Let's wait and watch how this shapes up. Let's get the heat map up on the screen and show you what is moving and what is not. A lot of green, very little red. So pointless to talk about the red because a big loser is ONGC, 0.5% lower. Look at the gainers. Interglobe Aviation, crude prices fall, Indigo bounces, well, 3% higher. Tata Consumer on good results, up 2.75%. Bajaj Finance bounces. Eternal continues from where it left off. Asian Paints has almost become an Indigo in terms of reaction to crude price rise and falls. Infosys, top call from Jeffries in their note, up about 1.68%. HUL, Maruti, Bajaj Finance. Interestingly, I don't see a Shriram Finance in the top 10 names, despite what seemed like good results and usually a high beta performance. But good solid start with almost everything participating. So that's the start and that's the story. I think a lot of specific reactions would be at the broader end of the spectrum, Tamanna, but can't fault for this very, very strong start. Let's hope this builds on.
Yeah, I wonder if 24,000 turns out to be that resistance that Kushbora was talking about today as well. We're getting pretty close, but that's going to be the sign. I'm hoping my red jacket is a contra indicator right now, and only for the India VIX. Pull up the India VIX. India VIX has cooled off, and as it should, but the fact is no one trusts that this will last. Here's what's happened. America has stopped firing at Iran, saying that we've run out of targets to fire at, and we're worried that our supplies are dwindling. Iran is saying, okay, we'll think about talking. Reuters is quoting 3 sources saying that Pakistan is trying to reopen talks. Does anyone believe this is going to solve the problem? Not really. Having said that, VIX under 14 is not bad. Advanced decline ratio is looking beautiful today, almost 1:10. I want to pull up the small cap and the mid cap index because, a short while ago, a dear colleague of mine described the Nifty as being in a coma, but there's no problem over here at all. 1% up on the Nifty mid cap, 150, and the small cap also zooming this morning. Let's pull up the sectoral heat map and see if we have a full green screen when we look at all of the sectoral heat maps as well. Yes, we do have a full green screen. Nifty IT on top of it, 1.5%. I mean, the fact that Jeffries has changed its stance and improved its stance on IT is definitely a shot in the arm. Nifty FMCG also doing very well, and this despite all the El Nino concerns, but crude softening is good news for them. Although crude at 92 is also painful for India, keep that in mind. Bank Nifty, all of the results are showing some positivity there. Nifty CPSE and defense right at the bottom, probably a Zentech pulling the Nifty India defense that low. I want to look at individual stocks because this is looking like a good picture, but the devil is in the details. IDFC first, possibly one of the winners this morning with what is looking like a turnaround quarter despite issues of some fraud in some accounts in Haryana, etc. 9.5% up on an IDFC first. Lodha, strong quarter, pre-sales quarter on quarter have slipped, and that's maybe why the impact is muted. It's positive but not that great. Shriram Finance, actually a good set of numbers, but maybe valuation questions are coming in at this point. I want to look at AU Small Finance Bank, DCB, Tata Consumer, all of them in focus. DCB 8.5% up. Tata Consumer going strong this morning. Let's look at Zentech, Shakti Pumps. These are all companies that have reported not so great results coming in from Zentech and Shakti Pumps this morning. Let's look at Bank Bank of India, Bank of Baroda and see how they're faring. Bank of India is okay, flat, so is Bank of Baroda right now. Crude price relief is the big one, right? So I want to just look at some of those crude sensitives. And Asian Paints 2.5% up, Interglobe Aviation 3% up, CR also doing okay, JK Tires. Let's look at JK Tires and some of the other oil marketing companies. Good news for them, 2.5% up on an HPCL. BPCL is also fine. Let's look at ONGC. You could expect ONGC to be down. High crude prices is good news for ONGC. IOC is about 1.5% up as well. So Neeraj, the start's looking good. The question is sustainability. This is the question we ask every management when they have a good quarter. Can you sustain? That's the question for the markets as well.
Yeah, Mr. Market, will you do that? I think that's a key question. Well, let's ask our experts whether they believe this can sustain or not. Kush Bora, opening question to you. First thoughts on how we've started off, just cooled off a little bit, but maybe that's not too bad a sign as well. What do you make of the start and what's the top call for the morning?
Yeah, so I'd wait to create any fresh long position. This is very much an expected line, right? Exactly what the GIFT Nifty was indicating, and we did say that 24,000 will perhaps prove to be that near-term resistance. If you see the call option build up in the just first 5 minutes, that is also suggesting that you might hit that glass ceiling from a near-term perspective. So remain a little cautious. If you have a long position, you could well continue to hold 23,800, 850. That could be your trailing stop loss now if you did carry any positions from Friday. But like I said, for now, I think the action's gone more stock specific. Krishna Foskam, the stock that we spoke of, mildly in the red, and I'll take that because rather than a 2, 3, 4% kind of a gap up, this is a good opportunity to accumulate. Also, Karnataka Bank is now starting to get into that momentum groove where the 285 resistance is being taken out. So watch out for this one as well.
Okay. By the way, Laurus Labs is also piling on some gains after the results and the commentary thereof. Large cap name now, but up about 3.5%, trending higher. Kunal Rambia, opening thoughts, any specific stocks that stands out?
So Neeraj, I'll continue with Indus Tower. I think this counter is showing exceptional volume today. So that's the counter to watch out for. Second, which we have not discussed, but I think it's looking good as of now to me, is Vintage Coffee. Now, after a broader consolidation, this counter has given a breakout today morning itself. So with the stop of 155, one can definitely look at this small company. I think the targets can be 170 plus levels. So yeah, these are a few names to watch out for the day.
Parag bhai, pharma is turning out a bit of a show this quarter around, right? I can barely think of names which haven't delivered. Everything is delivered. Large cap, mid cap, small cap. Laurus a case in point today, but everything else too. What do you make and what is the favorite out there? We don't normally hear you speak about pharma names.
No, generally. So basically, I have always spoken that I like this companies like Torrent Pharma. Of course, not at this valuations. Yeah. Domestic branded formulation, chronic focus. This is my therapy for pharma, if you will. So Mankind, Ipcas of the world, those kind of companies.
I remember the first conversation we had with Parag Thakkar was when Torrent Pharma was at 3,900.
No, it was much lesser, I think.
Much lesser, right? Yeah, it's at 4,994, quite something. Okay, well, specific names looking at. But Kush Bora, any pharma stocks on the chart, particularly Laurus?
You know what, before that, I'm going to give a +1 on something that Kunal mentioned right now, which is Vintage Coffee.
Okay.
Very interesting name, has been on my radar for a while. It's just that it's not picked up enough steam for me to put this out as a call. But mind you, definitely something that you should keep on your radar. So kudos to Kunal as well.
So what levels will you buy it?
Actually, you see, I'm comfortable buying it at these levels from 155 to about 165 from a positional standpoint. Like I said, I typically prefer momentum, and because it's not really picked up momentum yet, it's not turned into a call. But if you're looking at a positional bet, 12, 18 months out, I think 155, 165, this is a good range to get into Vintage Coffee. So yeah, that's a good stock that, Kunal identified. So just to round that conversation off, Laurus Labs, niche nahi aata. Hum wait kar rahe, buy on dip, ye to dip deta hi nahi hai. So yeah, I mean, if you have, you should continue to hold with trailing stop losses. Fresh long positions become a little tricky because it always trades close to those overheated territories. So maybe if you do get any kind of 2-3% kind of dips, you should buy. For now, Laurus Labs is a hold.
Okay, so even as we're talking about what stocks could benefit today, I wonder if one of the reason IT stocks are also up is the decision that the Prime Minister has made yesterday. He put out a reel. This is how the Prime Minister now communicates with everyone. I love it. It's very cool. So he's put out a reel where he said a new task force has been formed for NTA reforms. Okay, the National Testing Agency, which has to look over paper leaks, and there were these huge protests. But what's important is that this is going to be formed a powerful task force under Mr. Nandan Nilekani. So they are going to recommend leak-proof, transparent, technology-led exam systems. Nandan Nilekani to chair the examination reforms panel and recommendations to cover structural and technology-driven reforms. This will include the former ISRO chief, IIT Madras director, ex-IB chief. These are some of the members. So Nandan Nilekani, of course, S. Somanath, Tapan Deka, who's a former IB director. You have the director of IIT Madras and the former Education Secretary Anita Karwal also there, and senior bureaucrats. Now, why am I linking this with IT stocks? Because the first thing Mr. Nilekani will do is make sure everything is on a public system and a digital driven system which can have no leaks linked to your identity. We've seen him doing it with Aadhaar as well. This is why IT stocks in focus. Before we discuss which IT stocks can benefit us, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said.
फ्रेंड्स, विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के लिए भारत सरकार लगातार अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। अनेकविध कदम उठा रही है। जिन लोगों ने विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया, वे जेलों में सड़ रहे हैं। हमने फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट बना चुके हैं। हम कल पार्लियामेंट के प्रावधान के साथ नया कानून बनाने की दिशा में भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लेकिन हमें भविष्य के लिए सोचना है। हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति विश्वस्त हो, हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, हमारी परीक्षा पद्धति में सबसे ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हो। इन सारी बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए विश्व प्रसिद्ध टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट श्रीमान नंदन नीलेकनी जी के नेतृत्व में एक हाई पावर टास्क फोर्स बनाने का निर्णय किया है, जो एग्जामिनेशन रिफॉर्म की तरफ फोकस करेगा और जल्द से जल्द आने वाली परीक्षाओं की विश्वसनीयता को सुनिश्चित करने का काम इसके रिपोर्ट के आधार पर कर दिया जाएगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Okay. So what are the stocks in focus? Since that is what we report on largely, and we always look at those connections. So think about it. TCS, ION, and look at what TCS is doing today, about 1.5% up, has existing CBT technology partner, which is a biometric authentication firms. Those also may attract attention. Cyber security firms could emerge as second order beneficiaries. No tender, budget or implementation timeline is announced yet, so remember that. Any stock reaction could be speculative at this stage. But as a opportunity, Parag Thakkar, how do you look at this? Because eventually, to really clean up this system, and under the aegis of Nandan Nilekani, we've seen him come to the rescue many times when something like this happens. Correct. You know, there was one of the memes that I saw. There was a picture of Nandan Nilekani under that fire alarm glass and said, "Break in case of emergency," with him behind. So he's always brought out to sort these things. Right. There's an opportunity for IT companies.
So basically, Tavan, I will say that, see, this is a welcome step, and who better than Mr. Nandan Nilekani can address this issue, right? Because Aadhaar card and all, everything has been done under him. So I would say that yes, it's a great step from government, most welcome move, and a very right person they have selected to do this. But today's IT move, I would say, is attributable to Friday evening's move in US. If you see all Accentures of the world, even Infosys ADR, after Infosys very I would say, muted guidance was up 3.5%. So IT move was pending, and that is coming up. So that is more linked to.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. This might be an opportunity in the future. We thought we'll highlight this because there is a clear connection here, and that over time will come to the fore about which companies get that opportunity.
Absolutely.
As we have been seeing. Thank you so much, Parag Thakur, for speaking with us today. Kushpora, thank you so much. Kunal Rambia, thanks for joining us as well. But I hand over to Hiral, who's focusing on Bank of Baroda.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Tamanna, to look at a Bank of Baroda, because the key overhang when it comes to the NMC account, that is now left behind. That's the number that has actually hit the profitability this time around as well. If you see in terms of the numbers, if you talk about the key numbers, credit growth 12 to 14%, deposit growth around 12 to 14% is the guidance that they've given as well. So strong loan growth, healthy NII growth, the deposit momentum has remained pretty strong. And if you have to look at the PSU banks as well, Bank of Baroda has the best asset quality as we go. A 72% decline in profitability is what you've seen in terms of Bank of Baroda. That number has come in at 1,278 crores. However, this was entirely on the back of a one-time exceptional charge of 5,680 odd crores that was related to the settlement with NMC. Joining us to discuss more is DBY Debadatta Chand, core operational, joining in. Mr. Chand, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. My question to you is, if I have to look at the operational numbers, momentum remains strong. We've seen a 9.5% year-on-year increase in terms of the NII. The headline PAT, there has been a one-time 5,680 crore charge that has been taken against the NMC litigation settlement charge. Now, the question is this overhang entirely over, or is there any residual impact remaining?
So you said right, as far as the cases both in the Abu Dhabi global market and also the UK court, and this is full and final settlement vis-a-vis the NMC case. So in terms of the overhang vis-a-vis this case, it's full and final and it's over. And as you said, right, the bank's co-operating parameters are quite strong. The business growth is one of the strongest quarter, rather better than the last full year itself. At the same time, the NII growth has been at 9.5%, which is quite positive. So in that way, I believe, the overhang of this particular exceptional case is over, and the bank is going to post a better outcome in the coming quarters.
Got it. So no overhang from here on. Now, as we spoke about the core strength, how do you foresee normalization in terms of ROEs? Because your target is 15 to 16%. Is that intact, or do you think there could be an upgrade coming in there?
No, on a full year basis, we'll going to outline maybe after next quarter. But as far as the Q2, Q3 and Q4 are concerned, we said both in terms of ROA in excess of 1 and the ROE in excess of 15, we are going to achieve that. But obviously, this quarter it is lower because of the exceptional item. So slightly we'll get a more clarity with regard to, because we are also expecting a couple of one-off in terms of upside in the coming quarters. So having, those kind of clarity possibly on the full year will better outline in the next quarter. But as far as the quarter to quarter is concerned, Q2, Q3 and Q4, both in terms of our earlier guidance on the ROA and ROE, we'll be in a position to achieve those numbers.
Okay, so that's with regards to the returns as well. Now, there has been a compression that we've seen in terms of the net interest margins, Mr. Chand, and that's pretty marginal. However, it is well within what you've guided for FY27. Are you seeing any further pressure in any of the quarters, or do you think the momentum is towards achieving what you have guided for?
I don't think so, because if you look at there are two factors that you have to account what happened in this quarter. Look, our NII growth is 9.5%, whereas the asset obviously has grown higher than that compressing the margin, but that is within our guidance of 2.75 to 2.95. There are two things that we are looking at this point of time when we talk about the Q2. One is a case where the non-MCLR book in the corporate is slightly seeing a upward repricing, obviously because of the elevated deposit cost structure. At the same time, the wholesale deposit, because of the post the FCNRB announcement, we have seen a bit of moderation there. So with both the factors, I think, the guidance of 2.75, the bank would continue in that particular range. And at least for Q2, I think it would be in the same range, but I think there is an upside there in the margin.
And what about the advances and the credit growth? Because global advances, 17.5% growth is what we've seen, Mr. Chan. Now, your credit growth guidance is in that range of 12 to 14%. So, how do you actually plan to sustain the outperformance that you've given in this quarter?
See, there are two things. For the full year FY26, my credit growth was 16.2%. This quarter, it is at 17.4% of global advance. So this is way ahead of our guidance of 12 to 14%. But full year guidance we are not changing because there are two factors also you have to account for when you give a full year guidance. One is the geopolitical overhang still continue in the market life. So as on today, there is the Indian economy is resilient, so is the bank's book, so there is no impact as on today. But if the geopolitical continues to be at a aggravated scale, then possibly there can be impact there. And secondly, we are tracking the monsoon also very closely. So based on that, we are not revising our guidance of the advances 12 to 14%. Rather, I prefer to outperform that guidance going forward. After looking at the Q2 outcome, possibly we may think of upsizing this guidance in case the growth momentum continues as it is, what it is today.
That's very interesting because then the investors are going to now watch out for the second quarter where there is a potential of an upsizing of the advanced growth guidance that could be coming in as well. The other question I have for you is in terms of asset quality. Optically when we see there is little bit of deterioration that has come in. Are you seeing any stress emerging over there? What's the plan to manage it?
No, slightly I'll update you. If you look at the asset quality in terms of slippage ratio, in terms of credit cost, in terms of the CRILIC data of SMA 1 and 2, these are much lower as compared to March and also the last quarter. On the GNPA net NPA ratio, these are the ratios. What has happened vis-a-vis March is a case where the denominator there is bit of the denominator has gone down because the June RWA has been lower than that of the March one. The base has gone down. Secondly, we have made a conservative write-off in this quarter as compared to the earlier quarters. Like the write-off is 650 crore as compared to more than 2000 crore that happened in June 2025. Had the write-off would have been at that level, the NPA level would have been much lower. But we have made a conservative write-off. Otherwise, the asset quality front, the bank has done exceedingly well in terms of the quality of asset. The collection efficiency is all-time high in excess of 99%. CRILIC data of SMA 1 and 2 has been at 0.07 as compared to 0.18 in March and 0.40 in June of the last year. The slippage, ratio is lower than that of last year. So I don't think any stress, anything on the asset quality front. This is much better, benign in nature, and the story continues in terms of a good asset quality. The GNPA and net NPA numbers are basically a base effect rather than the absolute which can define a level of stress therein.
Okay, so that's with regards to asset quality where you're not seeing any stress. Now let's talk about the Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme, which is the ECLGS. What is the quantum of loans that have been disbursed under ECLGS, and what are you targeting if you have to look at FY27 as a year?
See, the agri, MSME and retail would continue to grow 18 to 20%, which we have been doing for last many quarters now. The corporate growth, which is at 15.4, actually full year we are giving a guidance of 11 to 12%. ECLGS, we targeted 12,000 crore, but as on today we have given sanction of in excess of 11,000. This was 7,500 crore. We have a proposal in hands to the worth of 3,600 crore. So in that way, I think the traction on the growth momentum on the advances continues to be the same. Full year basis again, I think will be better than the guidance that you had given of 12 to 14%.
Okay, so the loans that you've given out is better than the guidance. Now, let's talk about the provisioning. How much is made and what quantum is needed further if you have to talk about the ECL related provisions?
ECL, as far as the migration is concerned, we are holding a floating provision of 2,500 crore. And when we, compute the impact as on 1st April 2027, the ECL impact is almost like on the CRAR going to be 110 BPS, which can be spread over, right? So per year impact can be around 20-22 BPS. which my current CET is almost 13.9. I mean, we are highly capitalized at this point of time. And the impact of the ECL on the credit cost can be around 15 to 20 BPS therein. So in that way, the bank is quite well positioned to do the migration. Currently, we are configuring the system, application, processes, policy, so that we can have a seamless migration as on 1st April 2027.
Okay, my last question coming to you is, if you have to actually look like at, in terms of FCNR B mobilization as well, the target is tall. What quantity have you mobilized so far, and what's the target? Do you think you'll be able to achieve that or outmaster that?
See, in terms of the initial target of 4 to 5 billion, as on today, we have mobilized almost to the 700 million on the FCNR B. Saying so, I mean, we'll be crossing almost 1 billion based on the already contracted, FCNR B. We'll be crossing 1 billion as on end of this month. So out of the FCNR, for initial estimate is that we'll be crossing 2 billion on the FCNR B itself, including the leverage that you are referring. Secondly, on the ECB route, which is a bond issuance, and also on the OFCB, we are targeting 1 billion each. We are already in the market, but waiting for a right time and the pricing to raise those resources. So overall basis, we'll be crossing around 4 to 5 billion. If the flows continues to be strong, possibly we can upsize our 5 billion also, which seems so as on today. In terms of leverage that we referred, actually we have offered those to the customer through our GIFT City branch, and we are getting good traction on that.
Okay, so everything said and done, Mr. Chand, now the war is something that everyone is eyeing, right? What's happening? There are global tailwinds, there are headwinds as well in that format. What should actually one watch out for if there has to be a miss in terms of the guidance? Okay, so everything said and done, Mr. Chand, now the war is something that everyone is eyeing, right? What's happening? There are global tailwinds, there are headwinds as well in that format. What should that you've given?
You're absolutely right. The India story is still intact. Actually, globally, when we see and operate, interact with players outside, the India story is intact. The GDP growth is still very strong. We expect the GDP to grow at 6.6 to 6.8%. Indian market demand is strong. If you look at all the data, PMI, the capex, everything, these are all strong. Banks book are growing very strongly. Not only Bank of Baroda, all the banks' credit book is growing strongly. So there is a strong demand within the economy, and the Indian economy is resilient. That's the first point. Secondly, obviously, any market there would be always tailwinds and also headwinds. So currently, two things we need to watch out for, and based on that, possibly we can define a full year guidance. One is a geopolitical issue. Currently, the impact of the geopolitical on the Indian market is first order. So, things are as usual, business as usual. The only scheme that we rolled out is the ECLGS for the MSME. But if the geopolitical continues for a longer time and impacting the second order impact on the market, obviously we need to watch out on the impact consequent on the Indian economy, and so is the bank's book. And this is not going to happen only for India. This is going to happen for globally. So it will all depend upon the global economy and so as to consequent impact. But as far as we are concerned, the economy is resilient. For us, the impact as on today is first order. The bank's books are going very strongly. Not only Bank of Baroda growth, you would have seen all the banks, the growth has been quite significant. And but then we need to be mindful of the impact of geopolitical going forward. At the same time, we also need to carefully watch the monsoon. Although monsoon has been very strong, but June there was deficit. So we have to see the monsoon impact for the full monsoon season. So these are the two factors, I think, while we articulate a very strong domestic demand, banks growth, but we need to watch out for the second order impact due to geopolitical and the monsoon.
Right, so I think lots to watch out for as well. Thank you, Mr. Chand, for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you as well. So, Tamanna, it's very interesting where the management is indicating that overall in terms of FY27, it is going to be a very strong year. Yes, El Nino is what they are tracking, but there is a potential where in the second quarter, couple of parameters, they might up the guidance as well.
Okay, so that we'll have to wait and watch for. So far, the Bank of Baroda stock pretty flat. AU Small Finance Bank also in focus and on the sidelines of the business leadership.
In the second quarter, couple of parameters, they might up the guidance as well.
Okay, so that we'll have to wait and watch for. So far, the Bank of Baroda stock pretty flat. AU Small Finance Bank also in focus and on the sidelines of in one of the strongest first quarters in the last 10 years. That stock up 3.5% up. We have this exclusive conversation with him. Listen in.
Quarter 1 of this year has been one of the fantastic quarter, of last 10 years. Because generally we do 16-70% business in first quarter. This time we have done 20%.
And this is a seasonally weak quarter otherwise.
But this time it remains so strong. So I'm saying sometime, I'm not able to understand कि हो कैसे रहा है यार. मतलब हर जगह तो अपन बोल रहे हैं ये मत खरीदो, तेल के भाव बढ़े हुए हैं ये वो, but suddenly the numbers are very different, right? So that's why I'm said that, if you see the business in 10-year horizon, you look very happy and satisfied. And if you want to look business quarter to quarter, which most of the people see, then things are very difficult.
All right. So that was Sanjay Agarwal there. He's spoken a lot about succession as well. And I think that's the other one to keep an eye out on, where he says, and this was interesting for me in the conversation because they've just nominated another deputy CEO. And I asked him, what is going to be your biggest challenge in your 30-year-old journey with this institution? He's like, when I have to give up the CEO post, that's going to be tough. Which will happen eventually, either in 3 years or 6 years if he gets an extension. But he's like, I have to, if I have to build a brand beyond me.
What an institution he's built, right?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. We spoke to so many veterans at the Business Leadership Award, and through the day on NDTV Profit, you will see that. If you don't have the patience to see it on our channel, please, or our news channel, you can go to any of our timelines on our social media platforms and see all of those conversations. But focus on Laurus Labs.
Yeah, I mean, the stock is reacting duly to what has been a fairly strong quarter and fairly strong commentary as well in the con call. So, strongest quarter yet, reporting record revenue and a sharp improvement in profitability, driven by the CDMO business. Dr. Satyanarayan Chava, founder and CEO of Laurus Labs, joins us right now on the show. Dr. Chava, good having you. Thanks for joining in. Let's talk about the quarter 1 as it went by. What was the standout and what does this mean for the year ahead?
For any pharmaceutical company in this space, ideally success is written 3, 4, 5 years back. It is very difficult to identify a product or identify a customer, develop, validate, start supplies, go commercial. That will happen over a period of 3, 4, 5 years. 3 when you are lucky, 4 you are more moderate, and 5 sometimes it takes even longer as well. So our investments what we made during the challenging period, that's FY 24-25, I would say those are the biggest contributors for the growth what we are enjoying right. And that is the time when we just executed a largest CDMO order, and we realized having capacity is the one of the biggest success criteria for a CDMO. And that's the time when geographical challenges favoring CDMO business here. And we sensed that opportunity, started investing in people, started investing in technologies, and also started investing in capacity expansions. Those are the things helped us to get to this stage. And this quarter is a result of our last several years of dedication and hard work.
Dr. Chava, CDMO, which has been the standout, the revenue has grown, the contribution to 43%. Is this the new normal? Do you expect it to go higher? Because that is also a contributor to higher margins.
I gave some indications earlier that by FY30, revenue contribution from CDMO will be 50%. And it's quite visible. So we are still at 30% and we still say 50% by 2030. It's difficult to go there. We're already at over 40% right now. And our indication of 50% by FY30 is going to happen certainly. Yeah. Will it happen earlier? We don't want to comment right now, but we're in the direction comfortably to achieve that. And there is another important thing to remind ourselves. The ARV business is our bread and butter. It made the company, and we still have 2,600-700 crores of. One thing to remind ourselves is ARV's business made this company, and that's still our bread and butter. We still respect that business, and we continue to lead that business. We don't follow. We have the largest capacities in ARV APIs, and still we serve 40% of the world HIV patients by supplies of APIs or by supplies of finished dosage forms to partners. That business, now this quarter we have seen, it is only 1/3 of our revenue. It used to be majority driver for us. It used to be 70%, it is 50%, it is 40%, now it is 1/3. We expect, because of other businesses are growing, this ARV contribution will remain around 30%. Maybe eventually it may go down below 30%, but quantum of business will remain at the levels of 2,600, 2,700 plus or minus 200. We expect some growth, but not significant growth. But we still continue to lead that division, lead that tariff.
Dr. Chava, in Q4, you had said that you are very confident of maintaining or improving the EBITDA margin in FY27. You had clocked in some at 26%. You're now at 31%. Now, my question to you is, for the remainder of the year, do you think you can maintain this 30% EBITDA margin, or will it cool off?
If you look at our Q4 numbers, that's the time where a couple of months impacted because of supply chain challenges. We were close to 60% gross margin. And this quarter, Q1, which is under discussion, the CDMO revenues grew significantly. Generics also did very well. And our gross margins went up, and it's close to 62%. And we expect to continue that. And then for the entire year, 60+% of gross margin, 30+%.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Sorry, I lost that audio there, Dr. Chava. But okay, so 30% maintained for the year. Great. The last one that I have for you is CapEx, because it's a big number, right? It was 3,000 crores over 2 years, but now you are saying that you will do 2,000 crores in FY27 itself. What gives you this confidence?
There are few factors. Some of our fungible capacity for small molecules was diverted to CDMO. Whenever the project comes, we used to divert some fungible capacity which was available, or modify that fungible capacity to CDMO. And we haven't validated many generic APIs in this period. So there is a demand for our contract manufacturing opportunities for affordable medicines as well. And some of the APIs we supplied in the NCE space, they are at the beginning of the life, patent life. They were launched 1 year before, or just launched in this year. So what we expect, the volumes will continue to grow. And we need to build capacities for the starting materials and intermediate fabric. And second, some of the programs, what we are supplying, we are supplying advanced intermediates, but there was opportunities for us to do forward integrated APIs, make some other intermediates in the same program. And we're also working on opportunities to forward integrate further into drug product also in the NCE space. So these opportunities were very similar to what we had in 23-24. Unless we create capacity, nobody will believe us that we'll be able to meet or deliver there. So we're investing with very, I would say, absolute visibility, very good visibility we have for the capex what we are doing. Today, we anticipate that the capex what we are doing is just enough. We are not overboard in investing this much of capex, expecting that a lot of spare capacity. We don't expect. So we expect to invest further. It's not that after investing this 2,000 crores, our capex is done. No. So we continue to invest further. Yeah. But we are confident, and all our investors also should have some confidence that these investments are not done like crazy what we have done here. These are done purposefully for a customer, for a product, for a technology.
Dr. Chava, we'll leave it at that, but look forward to more conversations with you. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us that perspective. That's Laurus Labs, and guys, they did 26% EBITDA margin as an average for FY26. He's done 31% in first quarter, and he's saying the average for FY27 could be 30%.
30 plus, right.
So that's the fillip to the bottom line.
No wonder that stock is up and about and firing even as that conversation was on. But you know, today we are blessed with bounty of conversations, I would say, and in no less part thanks to the Business Leadership Awards, because what a conversation you had with Parag Shah of Shriram Finance.
Yeah.
That's a rare catch.
It's a rare catch, and you know, it's lovely. We just paid a small sliver of that conversation pre-market, but like Tamanna said, on the sidelines of these leadership awards, this very interesting conversation with Parag Sharma, who's the MD and CEO of Shriram Finance, on the landscape and the outlook for Shriram Finance going ahead after the fund infusion by MUFG. Listen in. We've been talking to everybody about the vibe of what the event is like, etc. The second is the vibe that India Inc. is showing, and therefore the belief of the lending community about how things are shaping up in what has been a tumultuous last 3-4 months. What would your thoughts be?
I think yes, the Indian economy has been doing very well, and confidence among the investors to focus on India is very much there. At Shriram, we have been a 50-year-old company focusing upon retail customers and have been growing well. MUFG, which is one of the largest bank in the world, has shown huge confidence by taking 20% equity stake amounting to 40,000 crore. That shows the confidence among banks, among investors on how India is going to shape up. Big time investment, and really helps us, really helps the economy.
Yeah, it does. And I'm going to come to that also because I think we're seeing this spate of global large financial institutions having an interest in the Indian mid-size, small-size lenders of all sorts, banks, NBFCs, etc. Right? So you and some of your smaller peers as well. But just before we get there, what is your understanding of how is the stress situation in India, if at all? Because Q1, much to the surprise of many people, India Inc. is coming up smelling like roses, if you will. So is it that the stress has been pushed into Q2 and the proof of the pudding will be when Q2 numbers start coming out? Or is it that genuinely the stress is a lot more in the minds of the people than actually is on the street?
I think everyone will have to wait and watch. The vehicle sales in the first quarter, April, May, June, tends to be slow. This time around is around 20% growth.
Exactly.
That shows the sentiment at the ground level is very, very positive. Rain is one of the dampener which we'll have to see how it is, how is the spread throughout the country will wait and watch.
True.
That only can have Q2 impact. Other than that, we are not looking at any kind of stress. GST collections are good. Steel and cement production is up. Vehicle demand continues to be strong. All parameters otherwise are sounding very, very positive. We are not also witnessing any kind of stress when it comes to customer repayment. That also continues to be good. We'll have to wait and watch. I think we have undermined the retail sentiment, saying that can be very negative, looks very positive till now.
That's the headline for me from this, or maybe more others will come. So therefore, if that is indeed the belief that you have, and with this belief, you might be able to lend a bit more aggressively than what you would if the situation would be stressed, I presume here. What is your assessment of what kind of growth lies in front of us for your company and maybe for the space at large for FY27?
See, NBFCs generally have been growing well, 20-25% growth, and that is more to look at new to credit customers, more customers being added. We are in a niche vehicle financing space.
Of course.
And we will have close to around 25% market share when it comes to individual operators. We have the benefit of huge capital being put in now. We have to grow faster. We'll have to capture a larger market.
Right.
We will look at easily 17 to 18% growth for us. We have been erstwhile growing at around 15. But forget Shriram, I'm saying otherwise also. If you look at NBFCs, looking at newer market, newer customer base to be attracted towards, they are growing at 20-25%. Private sector banks have been growing well. So overall, the retail segment, the retail sentiment seems to be very, very positive. So it doesn't seem to be any kind of concern when it comes to retail lending.
Okay.
And I think with the capital buffers being there, we should be able to capitalize better.
So I'm guessing you're under promising me and probably will over deliver. I would presume, I mean, that's your DNA per se for the group as well, Raj. My last question, Mr. Sharma, is with this MUFG partnership, I'm loosely calling it that, right, per se, but they are stakeholders, of course. One is the effect that it has on cost of funds, etc. But just purely from a before and after event, if I would want to get your views, what do you think the trajectory of growth and because of cost of funds, maybe even the margins, if you will, is in store for Shriram Finance from the time of the event till, let's say, a 5-year horizon or a 7-year horizon versus what it has been in the preceding 5 or 7 years?
I think first time in a journey of 50 odd years, we have seen a rating of AAA, which has happened post equity investment. That will definitely have a huge liability side advantage for us. Cost of fund will be down, and that will give us the benefit to not only pass on the reduced liability cost to our prospective or new customers, but even retain when customers upgrading. We are largely into small customers, used vehicle segment, which is close to 50% of our assets. The customers, every customer aspire to own a new vehicle.
Of course.
And they used to move on to peers, move on to banks. We can retain those customers. So that is the big advantage we are looking at because of the collaboration with MUFG. MUFG collaboration also helps us to look at certain new avenues, supply chain financing, which is short-term in nature. We have discussed at length with them regarding our foray into MSME lending. We are already there. Around 15% of our book is regarding our foray into MSME lending. We are already there. Around 15% of our book is into MSME. We see that as a big potential to grow much faster. That can definitely look at around 20% growth. That is what we aspire to achieve. That is what we aspire to achieve in MSME larger growth. The credit demand, as per some of the estimates, is huge, unmet demand, which is close to around 20-25 lakh crore. So even if a fraction of that comes to us, we will be able to achieve the growth targets, whatever we set for ourselves. Exciting time because of the capital buffer. And MUFG is not asking us to look at anything new. Keep doing the areas we have strength and keep growing fast.
Shriram Finance, the management speaking exclusively to NDTV Profit. And there are several others that have also spoken to us. We'll get you a few of those conversations after this very quick break. But then, of course, you can find all of that on our social media platforms. So in case you don't want to wait for that, you can check that out. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamara.
You know, one of my favorite moments from yesterday was when Tamanna was speaking to the head of AU Small Finance Bank, and she happened to just call Ramdev Agarwal on stage and said, "Why don't you speak to this gentleman who is speaking about you?" So obviously what he said was that he looked at the guy and he said, "I know this guy is going to make money." Does it work that way?
No, so the backstory is Ramdev Agarwal was one of the early backers of AU Small Finance Bank, and this is what is cool about having all of these people in one room, right? Because Sanjay Agarwal walked up to him and said boss and decided to just sit next to Ramdev Agarwal, spoke about his contribution in the journey of the bank. So we did this last minute pull on stage of Mr. Agarwal, who talked about how the moment he saw Sanjay Agarwal's face, he knew he would make money. Now, I don't know कि शक्ल पे ऐसे क्या लिखा होता है, but the interesting thing is that we did catch up with Ramdev Agarwal. That clip we'll show you in a bit that Alex is describing. But Mahima caught up with Ramdev Agarwal and asked him everything about markets that you'd want to know. Listen in.
सर आई थिंक सबको ये जानना है कि FIs कब वापस आएंगे एंड आई थिंक माय क्वेश्चन टू यू विल बी कि व्हाट विल बी दैट वन ट्रिगर दैट यू थिंक दैट FIs विल कम बैक टू इंडिया दैट विल bring them back to India.
Yeah, I think I mean you need to ask them what will bring them, but my sense is the stable currency. Once the currency stability comes, I think they have sold quite a bit. Now they would definitely like to reverse their situation. So because economy is growing very well, 7.5%, 8%. There's a nice credit growth. You see the corporate profit growths are booming. Now the only gap is the currency, and that hurts them directly. To us, it doesn't matter so much, but to them it hits their portfolio directly. So I think as soon as there is sanity in the forex market, and that will come only if geopolitical gets settled. So that's my sense is that would be one ask by them for to relook at India seriously.
Absolutely. I think, sir, last time when you spoke to NDTV Profit, you did mention the fact that, you're also looking very actively at the private markets, right? Anything recently that you've come across, anything exciting in terms of sector trends that you're watching in the private sector that excites you?
I think the real thing is that I'm meeting a lot of private companies who are global in character. I mean, they're services companies. I mean, I'm not about computer services, but
say global ticketing, or I came across one tourism company which is taking care of curation of all the sites in the world. There 20,000 tourism sites are there. So I think I'm seeing a lot of very quick build up through the quick commerce, very quick build up of brands of 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores, which used to take 8-10 years. Now it's taking just about 2-3 years, 4 years to reach 1,000 crores kind of scale up. So very exciting time in terms of new startups. And good thing is that now we are seeing actually birth of global companies.
Well, conversation with Ramdev Agarwal always full of very interesting nuggets. And of course, the whole conversation on our social media handles for sure. What we do is take a very quick break again, come back, get you exclusive conversations with market veterans, creme de la creme of India Inc. and the stock of the day, IDFC First Bank. V. Vaidyanathan also joins in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट
All right, now you've already heard some exclusive conversations. Let's get you another one. And I always listen very closely when Ramesh Damani talks. And this time, he's talking about markets, the economy, and why he believes Gen Z and millennials are changing the way India invests. Here's a slice of that conversation.
The one reason where you see the bull run is coming when it comes to Indian market.
See, I think a lot of people have been disappointed because the last few years the indices have remained flat, including the Nifty, the Bank Nifty, so on and so forth. But I think people who complain about that don't understand the nature of markets. Markets are not necessarily linear. If you want linear returns, get to a fixed deposit. I think markets by nature are volatile, and investors need to understand the temperament and be able to buy when the markets are flat, and they can remain flat for another couple of years. But that's fine. Individual companies will keep outperforming and doing better, and I don't think they should be misled only by the indices.
Absolutely. And sir, everybody's talking about or everybody's comparing Gen Zs with millennials. I just wanted to understand that what is that one good thing about Gen Z that you feel and one area of improvement for Gen Zs versus millennials?
Well, I'm so old, I'm not a part of Gen Z or millennials. I'm part of what they call the midnight children. We were born a bit after independence of India. But we were actually while Gen Z and millennials were struggling, we were what I call the lucky generation because we came of age in the late 80s. And look what happened in the late 80s. The Berlin Wall fell. After that, the India liberalization program started. After that, globalization started. So we had enormous tailwinds that propelled the index from 1,000 when it started to over 80,000 today. So I think, we are part of the lucky generation. I think the Gen Z and the millennial struggles are probably best asked to them.
And sir, everybody would be wanting to know which are the next sunrise sectors that you are seeing. Maybe 3 sectors if you could name it.
Well, we continue.
All right. The stock of the day undoubtedly is IDFC First. Let's pull that stock up for you on your screens, and it's about 6.5% now. You had a conversation, and we'll hear you speaking with V. Vaidyanathan in just a second. What was the highlight for you, Alex?
So before we even get into what Mr. Vaidyanathan said, there is the fact that the numbers have crossed for the the PAT number, that bottom line, has crossed 1,000 crore rupees for the first time. So there was a while, maybe about a financial year back, where specifically that MFI segment was a bit of a problem. In fact, he speaks about all of that and more. Listen in. Let me first ask about the two numbers that have stood out, I think, to the street, among others, but specifically on the net interest margin and on the credit cost. You've managed to do better than the consensus had estimated. How did you achieve that?
Basically, the cost of funds came down over the last 1 year. Interest rates have been coming down, and our yield also has come down. But net, there's a positive trade for us in that whole equation. So that's what helped to increase the net interest margin. And then again, as far as the credit cost is concerned, we always said that the microfinance issue was the only issue we had, and that went away, and the credit cost came down. So we had two things that came together to boost the profit like this. It's touched over 1,000 crores.
And so therefore, the ROA picture looks significantly better in FY27 and going forward as well. The street is anticipating that you could hit that 1% number pretty comfortably. Whether is this going to be, first of all, par for the course? Would you even outdo that?
We think so. See, still the bank is still at a build-out stage, as you know, right? It's not a fully built-out bank. Even, the bank has moved from, look at the direction, it's moved from 0 to 1. Now, this is not a terminal year of the bank. This will increase naturally because our cost-income ratio is still 70 point something. We believe in due course it has to come down to the 50s. So when that happens, ROA should increase, definitely.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about the credit growth and the mix of the products that are leading to that growth of over 20%, give us a little bit of color on that, because it seems like you're treading cautiously in this kind of an environment. You spoke about the MFI problem now going away. Is that going to have a bearing on the mix in FY27?
It is already having a bearing in the sense that if you see the incremental growth of credit over the last 1 year, a good portion has come from, let me say, mortgages, has come from corporate loans, has come from vehicle loans, and some secured business loans, so like gold, etc. So that is about 73 to 75% of the book. So it's a conscious mix, as the bank is evolving into a larger bank over the next many years. We want to be in safer and safer customer segments.
Okay, so Vaidya, first of all, in FY27 then, maybe towards the end of the financial year, what is the mix that you envision broadly? And as you're saying, you're moving from 0 to 1 to 2. When you reach 5, which perhaps is by the end of this decade, I'm assuming here, you can correct me, please correct me if I'm wrong. What is the kind of mix that you envision at that point?
No, when you said 0 to 1 to 2 to 5, what did you mean those numbers?
So when you said that the bank is in the build-out stage, as you were pointing out, when you spoke to me, right? So when you move from this point also and you double, right? Towards the end of the decade. That's what I was asking about.
Well, we can't put a number to return on assets, but I tell you that directionally it has to improve, right? When I say 1, that was return on assets.
Yeah, okay.
Now one should go up. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And you will see it. Year after year, you will see the progress. The direction is clear. Whether it is 2 or whether it is 1.5, the direction is, it's headed in that direction. Now, coming back to 2 would be on the higher side, I would say. We're not talking those numbers yet. But coming back to our mix issue, the key thing that we are looking forward to is that, our credit cost as a percentage of the loan book, when we were capital first as a non-bank finance company, used to be like 3% or 3.5%, because that was a different segment we played. Then over the last many years, it has been 2%. Now we wanted to come down to 1.5% or 1.6%. So when you got to come down to safer and safer segments, we want to walk that path.
Okay, so that's interesting. One implication of that, though, Vaidya, just logically, is that the net interest margin would reduce over a period of time, right? Because you're playing in safer segments, the yields that you get would be naturally lower, and that's the natural progression of a bank as it grows larger. what is the kind of trajectory that you see for net interest margin in the current financial year?
So let's talk for the current year. We are looking at 5.8% this year as compared to the current numbers you're seeing. So they should be like, we are currently 5.9, should come down to about 5.8. It's a natural progression when you become a bigger bank.
Okay. In terms of geographical spread and the growth from that perspective, what is the plan that you have for this financial year and for the foreseeable future? And how is the funding taking place? Because I understand that you have the announcement, the approval of raising funds in equity and debt. But I'm guessing that these are provisions. You don't necessarily have to go out and do that. You're very comfortable on capital adequacy as well.
That's right. We are like 15 plus on capital adequacy at this point of time. But you get AGM approval only once a year when you meet shareholders in person and taking approval. So think of it like an enabling resolution. But we do definitely intend to take it, because end of the day it's a growing bank and return on equity is touched 9, growth is 20. That's point of time. We will definitely raise it. It's meant to be enabling, but we really mean to be taking it somewhere during the year.
Okay. And on the question of expansion, Vaidya, to say that the branch network, what is the expansion strategy for the bank, right? Because new age bank, growing bank, a lot of your younger customers will essentially be primarily digital. So you don't necessarily have to have the footprint that some of your larger banks peers will have. So what's the strategy going forward, and what are the implications, in your opinion, on the capital required for that build out?
See, if you notice the growth of the bank over the last 6 or 7 years, we are a highly digital bank.
Yes.
We built the bank like that. The way our tech stack is, the way we reach customers, the way we engage with customers, everything is digital. And digital has, dramatic payback after you've been through the initial stage of the build out. And that's what we have been through. So as a bank, we have about maybe 1,100 branches. It is important because you need to have some presence for people to know that, to get the confidence and to be around. But really, a lot of our transactions are not happening in the branches. We are like, our app is very good and people are transacting on our app in a very massive way.
So, which is what leads me, Vaidya, to our earlier conversation on the efficiencies that will kick in, right? Because ultimately you've built this tech stack, all of that spend has already been done. And as you grow your customer base, ultimately your cost is not going to dramatically increase. So your returns will just multiply quite significantly. When do you see that flywheel really taking off?
No, first of all, I don't use words like, it will multiply, because that probably be exaggerating it.
Sure.
But the way to look at it is that the incremental, like digital has a lot of power in it. To give you an idea how strong it is, I'll share some number to you. Our cost income ratio is 70.3, but our incremental cost income ratio, because we're a new bank, so you have to say incremental, not what the past is. Incremental cost income ratio is only 56%. 56%. So you should now therefore begin to see that this bank overall cost income ratio should begin to improve.
Okay. I do want to ask about FCNRB as well, Vaidya, because everybody and each bank has a different projection for how much they expect to mop up. First, what is the kind of interest that you've seen, and what do you anticipate will be your number by the end of the quarter?
We are seeing very, very strong interest. We'll probably be only limited to the extent of how much lines of credit we can enable through our SBLC or the GIFT City. But all in all put together, we think that we should be able to raise about maybe $1.5 to $2 billion, during this period.
Okay. And what are the implications then for your cost of funds? Because for certain entities, this is actually a shot in the arm when they're struggling to get deposits, but your deposit growth is what, 17-18%. So you're not really pressed to find deposits. But how does it affect your math in the rest of the year?
See, basically, our current cost of funds is around 6%.
Sure.
Money that will come through this, and our fixed deposits is somewhere around 7.3 or so. This will come at about 6.75. and also there is some forex cover we need to take for interest, call it 7. So give or take in the immediate run, when a lot of cash comes, say $1.5 to $2 billion, there could be some impact on cost of funds. But they're playing a long game. I've always said we play a long game. These are small numbers will ease out over the next rest 1 or 2 quarters. But net, there will be some temporary blip here or there for maybe 4-5 basis points. Then it will ease out after that.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा, आप अपना देख लो।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर।
On the sidelines of NDTV Profit's Business Leadership Awards, Varsha also spoke to ace investor Vijay Kedia. Listen into his views.
Now, one reason that you see why India will do well.
नहीं, इंडिया विल डू वेल बिकॉज इंडिया का एक सबसे बड़ा आदत ये है कि जब हम पे आपत्ति आती है तो हम जाग जाते हैं, अदरवाइज हम सोए रहते हैं। तो इसको आप पुराना इतिहास आप देखेंगे, जैसे बोलते हैं ना पुश्ड अगेंस्ट द वॉल। तो जब भी ऐसा मोमेंट आता है तो हमारे में जागृति आ जाती है। तो अभी वैसा ही मोमेंट अभी इंडिया के लिए चल रहा है कि तो इस बोलकर ये सबसे बड़ा रीज़न है कि दूसरा हमारे पास इसके अलावा दूसरा कोई उपाय नहीं है। तो मेरे को ये लग रहा है कि ये जागृति आ रही है इकोनॉमी के अंदर में, तो हम लोगों को अच्छा करना पड़ेगा।
सर, आप स्मॉल कैप के बादशाह हैं और आपको क्या लगता है कि नेक्स्ट मे बी फॉर नेक्स्ट 5 years कौन से ऐसे सनराइज सेक्टर्स हैं जहाँ पे आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहेंगे?
मैंने उसको एक नाम दिया है, उस सेक्टर्स का संजोग से आपने पूछा है, तो उसका नाम मैंने दिया है राइज़। तो राइज़ के अंदर में आर मतलब रिन्यूएबल, और रिन्यूएबल में सब आ जाते हैं, उसमें सोलर भी आता है उसके अंदर में, और विंड भी आता है, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन भी आ जाता है, सब आ जाते हैं। तो रिन्यूएबल और आई फॉर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, और एस फॉर सिक्योरिटी, उसमें डिफेंस भी आ जाता है। और सिक्योरिटी हर तरह की, चाहे वो डिफेंस की सिक्योरिटी हो या साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो। और लास्ट का जो ई है, ई स्टैंड्स फॉर इमर्जिंग थीम, चाहे उसमें डेटा सेंटर भी आ गया, केबल आ गया, वाटर आ गया, हर तरह की चीज़ जो भी इमर्जिंग थीम्स, ये सेक्टर है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि इनमें सब शेयर आपको सस्ते मिल रहे हैं, तो वो चुनाव एक अलग चीज़ होती है कि कौन सा लेना या छोड़ना। ये थीम मेरे को ऐसे लगता है इनका फ्यूचर अगले 10-15 साल के लिए, 10 साल समझिए कि अच्छा है।
Rise and renewables and a few others. Okay, well, I think one space, which is the memory space, has no issues, especially in other countries. So as we end the show, and it's been all about the Business Leadership Awards in India, but there is a very notable business event or a market event that has happened in China. CXMT it's China's memory chip maker. It's skyrocketed 470%
in a blockbuster debut on the bourses. It held about a 7.67% stake of the global DRAM market in 2025. It's a Hefei-based company, raised about, well, $8.6 billion. And on this listing, it has become China's most valuable company by market cap. Well, if you thought there were surprises in China, this is one more. A company that you probably haven't even heard of is currently the most valuable company in China by market cap. Quite something, Alex. 470% on debut.
And that's because your earnings projections for these memory chip companies is just skyrocketing from this point on as well. You're expecting prices to go up for the next several quarters in a row, which is why if you want to replace your phone, Neeraj, do it now. All right, well, on that note, that brings us to the end of this edition of India Market Open. From Neeraj, Tamanna and myself, thank you so much for tuning in. Lots more coming up over the course of the day, starting with Ask Profit. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandebharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Good morning, you're watching Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Shreyanshi Singh. Let's take a look at the top headlines first things first. Bitcoin above 65,000 on regulatory optimism. Clarity Act adds more regulations ahead of August deadline. Tokenized real-world asset market grows to $26.5 billion. Russia's bank to launch crypto trading infra this year. And first things first, let's also talk about a deeper look at some of those headlines. Now, Bitcoin trades above 65,000 on regulatory optimism and positive technical reversal. US spot Bitcoin ETFs took in about $234 million and Ethereum funds around $338 million as well in the month of July. So their first positive month since April. Let's also move on and talk about some of the new provisions that have been added in the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act to protect investors and close important loopholes. And this is, in fact, it's very important that it's coming ahead of August recess deadline as well, and the focus is now going to be on ethics and enforcement for crypto investors. An on-chain tokenized real-world asset market has roughly tripled on a year-on-year basis to somewhere close to $25 to $30 billion in just the last 2 months. Key triggers include upcoming institutional tokenization initiatives, especially depository trust and clearing corporation tokenization service launch later in 2026. And you do have Russia's biggest bank that is planning to build crypto trading infrastructure, including a digital depository, no later than December 1, that too, as the country brings crypto trading, custody and settlement into its regulated financial system. And before we wrap, let's take a very quick check in terms of the changes to crypto prices over the last 24 hours as well, and in terms of some of the trends that you're seeing coming in. So across the board, you're seeing a little bit of downtick coming in, whether you talk about Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP or Solana as well. And when you talk about the support and resistance level for Bitcoin, you're looking at $63,000 and $66,000 on each of those sides. Time now to take a look at the crypto strategy for the day as well. Here's what to keep in mind, investors, for today. Crypto strategy, in terms of the market outlook, you have to be cautiously bullish, and that's what the strategy is coming in as. Accumulation started in terms of Bitcoin and Ethereum, and that's also something that you need to be looking at. Clarity Act, which is something that we've talked about earlier as well, that becomes a very important trigger as well when it comes to even technicals as well. And BlackRock XRP ETF is also going to be possibly triggering inflows as well. So watch out for that. And Bitcoin resistance range is somewhere between $66,000 to $68,000. And as we wrap, remember, you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with our in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation, or the broader industry as a whole. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. And that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandebharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me, as always, is Mahima Vachajani. And over the next hour or so, we'll try and solve all your stock-related queries in this earnings busy, heavy season. But as you look at the markets, you have seen some good buying on Friday in the last, maybe last 2 to 3 hours, and we ended up from the lows today. We've built on to that momentum. So now at 23,900 odd, we've given up some gains from the top, but continue to maintain that bullish momentum for now. Look at the heat map for the Nifty 52 and it will give you that perspective as well. Stocks like Bajaj Finance, which were under pressure on Friday, have now seen some reversal of those. So it's up in the top 5 to 6 top Nifty gainers. Eternal though, yet again continuing its positive momentum of 3.2%. Infosys is up 3%, so is Asian Paints as well. While ONGC is the one which is continuing to be still under pressure, as we've seen crude oil prices recede. The explorers do get, comparatively lower benefit, and hence you're seeing ONGC being under pressure. Also, the sectoral heat map too. If we are seeing, any kind of particular trend being formed in at the start of this week, will be important. Let's pull up the sectoral heat map very quickly if we can, and show you that perspective as well. Nifty IT now up 2.2%, the Nifty Realty up also about 1.7% now. While I'm trying to find auto, that is the other key one that we continue to monitor as we go into a week where you have the big earnings coming at the fag end of those things. So that index will continue to be under focus as well. Talk about the advanced decline ratio as well. That is the other key factor. Importantly, you have seen that over the last week, very, very close moves in the advanced decline ratio as well. And that is the other key factor. Last week, I think it was going on for a 1:1. Today, though, it's almost a 3:1 in favor of the advances and the BSE 500 for these individual movers as well. You have seen that, in terms of the BSE 500, today, Kaplan Point is one such stock that's doing well. So is IDFC First post reporting results on Saturday. Credit Access Grameen, Dr. Lal, Concor, Restaurant Brands Asia, which is of course Burger King, as well as Sapphire Foods are doing well as well. But let's put focus on Kalyan Jewellers now. It's on the back of a large, stake sale that's been brewing, and my colleague Ruchit is now joining in to give us more details. Ruchit, over to you.
So Kalyan Jewellers is in focus, and we learn from our sources that a prominent domestic mutual fund is looking to offload a large stake via a block deal very soon. Now, the domestic mutual fund is looking to offload nearly 5 crore shares of about 9 crore shares that it holds in the company. Sources tell us that the block could happen anytime soon and that it will happen outside of the block window, which means that there could be an 8 to 10% discount for the block from the current market price itself. Now, sources tell us that 2 bankers have been appointed to manage this issue and that it could happen anytime soon in the near future. Now, also, if you see, the Kalyan Jewellers stock has rallied nearly 52% in the last 1 month itself, which is why the domestic mutual fund is looking to offload a partial stake, but it will still continue to hold nearly 4 to 5% even after this block deal. So watch out for Kalyan Jewellers.
Well, thanks so much for that, Ruchit. But let me welcome in our guest, Gaurav Sharma, Vice President and Head of Research at Globe Capital, Saurabh Jain, Equity Head Research at SMC Global Securities, now joining in. Both of you gentlemen, thank you so much. Gaurav, a very quick one on Kalyan Jewellers, as we were talking about the stock as well. We've seen, of course, a big move just before that. Now seeing some sideways momentum being formed. Anything on the charts that's visible?
Hi Puneet, very good morning to you. Saurabh morning. So yes, the stock has skyrocketed in the immediate near term, went up from 350 to 600 plus levels in a very short span of time, and now it is actually some bit of profit taking to sideways move is what we are seeing in this stock. I'm expecting some kind of correction also, anywhere close to 540 to 550 odd levels can be expected, which will be a healthy sign.
Well, we'll just slip into a very short break. Start with your stock-related queries, as well as get Saurabh's view on Kalyan Jewellers as well. Stay tuned.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets.
Welcome back to Ask Profit. Also, viewers who are just tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your queries on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. And I know that all of you are waiting to get all your stock-related queries answered. Let me start digging in. The first one that we've got is from Prashant, who's asking about the IPO of Manipal Hospital. He wants to know if this is a good one to subscribe for or not. Of course, it is coming at a higher PE. Saurabh, if at all you've gone through, the DRHP of this one, if you have any view whether to subscribe or not, please do share.
Hi, good morning, Mahima. Good morning, Puneet, and good morning, Gaurav. See, I haven't gone through the RHP, but overall we are bullish on this space. I can't comment on the valuation of Manipal, but yes, if we look all the hospital chains, for example, Narayana Hrudayalaya or Apollo Hospital, these companies are making significant efforts to add more beds, and their average revenue per bed is also growing. Apart from this, the miscellaneous activity with respect to the pharmacy or the diagnostic arms are also doing good. So overall, if you look at this space is doing considerably well and growing, normally outperforming the broader market. So my sense is it should be a good listing.
Should be a good listing. Got that view, Saurabh. The next one, and it's Raj is writing into us for a couple of stock queries between L&T Finance and Capri Global. What's a better pick, Gaurav, to enter in the near term? What would you recommend?
Okay, so now here is a comparison between these two. I'll stick with the L&T Finance. The stock had corrected reasonably from its highs. It is trading very close to its 50-period exponential moving average, and good amount of buying interest is also being seen around those levels. So LTF would be the choice.
That view. The next one, and this one is on Bharat Dynamics. Murli, who's from Hyderabad, is asking us this question. Wants to know 1-year view of the stock. He's bought it at very attractive levels, though, Saurabh, at 468. So he's almost up 2 to 3 times on his investments. Would you recommend him to continue holding at this point of time?
I think what market is not liking about the Bharat Dynamic is in the last few quarters is that the company has disappointed on the earning front. While the order book is quite good, the order book to bill ratio is looks to be on the negative side. Apart from this, there was some kind of a margin compression was also seen. From the long term perspective, yes, it should be a good hold.
Right, okay. The next one that we have is coming in from Suresh, who's writing us from Kerala. From a long-term perspective, he's asking about KPI Green and also SW Solar. Which one is a better bet between the two to make an entry into right now? Saurabh, I'll stick with you for this one. What's your view?
Well, we like this space, utility space, but none of these stocks is in our coverage. The companies that we like is NLC India and JSW Energy.
Got that view. Also, next question from Arun, who's from Hyderabad. He wants to know about J&K Bank. Bought these shares at 186 rupees per share, and he's holding 90 shares. Saurabh wants to know if it's a good one to hold, and at that price as well, because there has been some run up from the lows of that 120 odd mark. Would you recommend him to continue holding?
See, the idea is not to hold for the long term. He can surely book some profits, but overall, we are positive on the banking space. In fact, J&K Bank also announced good set of numbers, and in fact if you look at the PSU, all the many of the banks have reported above the industry average growth. So overall, from the long term perspective, the space looks good.
Okay, the next one that we have is on HDFC Bank. Vivek from Himachal is holding 50 shares at the levels of 780. He wants to know whether he can go ahead and average it at the current levels. Gaurav, on the charts, what would you recommend him?
Mahima, yes, the stock is trading close to its important supports. Although there are no meaningful signs of reversals, but the kind of correction we have seen and the levels where the stock is trading, the downside seems pretty much limited here. From a medium-term perspective, if the viewer can take a stop somewhere close to 680, this is the time to, yes, average out the position.
Got that view, Gaurav. The next one, this one's on Godavari Power. Kanan wants to enter this particular counter, from a fundamental standpoint. Any view here as well? Saurabh, you spoke about in the last question, within the utility space, something, a few areas that you like, areas that you don't like. Which one does Godavari Power fit in?
I think it is a good company to invest in. The company is a very old company. If you look at the numbers are also good, if I am right. And in my view, I think things will be brighter for this company going future. So it can be bought.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on pharma names. Vignesh from Bengaluru says he's looking to enter either Cipla or Sun Pharma, and whether any of these are looking attractive to make an entry right now. Gaurav, anything on the charts that you're liking between the two, or anything else in the pharma space?
Certainly, Mahima, Sun Pharma looks fairly attractive. A long consolidation breakout is what I can see on the charts, and from a 6 to 8 months perspective, one can consider this stock. We see it heading towards 22, 23, and maybe 2400 odd levels in the next 2 to 3 quarters.
Also, Gaurav, if you can give a view on Gravita as well, because Padma, who's from Bengaluru, wants to enter this counter right now. Is it advisable to do that?
Absolutely. Gravita is just on verge of a breakout here. It was resisting to surpass the higher band of closer to 1900 odd marks. Another 10% uptake from here on will lead to this breakout. So I'll suggest wait for some more time, let the breakout on from here on will lead to this breakout. So I'll suggest wait for some more time, let the breakout happen, and then take a position. 1900 is the level where the viewer should consider taking a position.
The next one that we have is on Canara Bank. Avinash, this is from Arvind Manjeshwar, who says that he's got 2,000 shares at the levels of 161 last year. He's already sitting on a loss and wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one and whether it will touch that 200 mark in the near future. Of course, it's expected to post its earnings today. But Gaurav, your view on the charts for Canara Bank, because he's already lost quite ground, but do you think he can patiently hold it?
Mahima, PSU Bank disappointed in the last quarter. But what we are seeing this time around, they are coming up with very good set of numbers. We are having a constructive approach on the entire PSU pack, especially the larger 4 and 5 PSU banks. And Canara Bank is also among our preferred stocks, one of our preferred stocks. Therefore, if the viewer has some cash left, he can even consider averaging the stock as he has actually purchased it at the peak.
Got that view, and Arvind will have to start sending us some other query apart from Canara Bank too. We've taken it a few times now, but Arvind, we are taking cognizance of you asking the same question on the same stock. But the next query, and this one's coming in from Siva from Amaravati, who likes the tech space. So he's asked us a few questions on this one as well. On Persistent Systems, holding 100 shares at 4950. What would you advise here, Saurabh, as well? Because you've seen some decent earnings come through. The reactions have been good too on a very small clutch of IT names. Players like Infosys have disappointed, but in the mid-cap space, there's a lot of expectations from Persistent. Should he continue to hold, post the result, take a call?
I think difficult to take a call on the IT sector. Overall, from the biggies, there is a disappointment. Some small spaces have come up with a good set of numbers, but you have to keep a close vigil quarter on quarter. You cannot take a only single-sided call that I'll be holding for 1 year, because a lot of variables are moving around, which can jeopardize the in fact the latest good set of numbers also. So I think you can hold persistent, but review quarter after quarter.
Okay, the next one that we have is on NetWeb Technologies. This is from Siva, who's writing us from Amravati. He's holding 100 odd shares, bought at the levels of 4,900, so elevated levels for sure, and wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one or book his losses. Gaurav, what would you recommend on this one?
I'll suggest the viewer to hold on to the position. The stock has corrected from its peak, and now it is trading very close to its 100-period exponential moving average, which is the previous support as well. We have seen some recovery coming in on previous occasions from around these levels, so it is better to hold on to a position. A bounce towards 4,800 and beyond is pretty much likely.
Well, let's now start the rapid fire round in this edition of the show. Gaurav, our viewers, as well as Saurabh, you know the drill. First questions coming in on BSC. Our viewer is holding shares at 3,885. Wants to know if he should still continue to hold. Saurabh, we will of course see the NSE IPO come through. Do you think that's having an impact on BSC largely being in a sideways momentum?
I think on the valuation side it is expensive. Better to take some money off the table.
All right, the next one that we have is on Anant Raj, our viewer from Bengaluru. Has bought at the levels of 550, 110 shares is what he's been holding. Wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one or not. Gaurav?
Absolutely. Hold on to your position. Take a stop at 560.
The next one's from Venkat from Hyderabad. He's holding on to Canara Rupeco AMC. Good results here, Gaurav. And, actually, Saurabh, let me get your fundamental opinion on the results as well, because after 3 consecutive quarters, you've seen a good one come through. What's your view now?
It's a hold.
Okay, Neuron Lab is the other one. Our viewer RK Sharma is holding 60 shares at the levels of 11,500. He wants to know the future outlook for this one. Saurabh, what would you recommend?
Expensive on valuation, but keep on holding.
Jay from Coimbatore wants to take a pick between Tata Power and Vari Energy actually. Would you recommend either of them, Saurabh?
I would rather recommend NLC India and JSW Energy.
All right, the next one is coming in, and this is from Vaishali, who's writing us from Pune. She's asking about BSE, whether she can continue to hold this one and what should be the target price on the charts. Gaurav?
Mahima, I'll suggest to wait for some time. I see little profit taking coming in further. 3,200 is a level that I'm expecting the stock to correct further. So my stance is very clear. Better to exit.
The next one's from Pratiksha from Muscat. Wants to know about Godrej Consumer. We have a slightly more weaker quarter one update, right, Gaurav? Actually, right, Saurabh. Gaurav, I want to come to you, but I'm getting a lot of fundamental queries. But Saurabh, what would you recommend right now?
See, if you want to be in FMCG, then better shift to Dabur or Marico.
All right, the next one that we have is on Hindustan Copper. A 1-year outlook on this one, whether this is the right time to purchase. Bhaskara Madhusudan from Hyderabad wants to know. Gaurav?
Absolutely. We are constructive on this space. Hindustan Copper looks really attractive.
Gaurav on Bharti Airtel at 1880. Would you recommend a good hold for the next 6 to 12 months?
Yes, it is a hold. One should consider adding the position when the stock surpasses 1950 odd levels. A quick run up towards 2100 can be expected thereafter.
Okay, the next one is on LIC. Our viewer Vicky from Ratlam is saying this is one of the laziest stock that he's ever seen. He's entered at the levels of 540 and says he's got around 700 shares. What should he do, Gaurav?
I mean, he has already said it is a lazy stock. I actually second his thought. Better to actually switch over to an AMC company from an insurer specifically.
From one investor to another one who's disappointed with an IPO he's gotten on SBI funds. Saurabh, would you recommend him to still continue holding, wait for those results to come through?
I think better wait for 1 quarterly earnings.
All right, the next one is on central bank. Our viewer wants to know whether he can continue to hold. He's holding 1500 shares bought at the levels of 41. This is Sriram from Chennai. He wants to know that it's been in a downtrend for 2 years, but can it see reversal from here on, Gaurav?
I'll advise him to switch over to something like an Indian bank, Canara Bank, State Bank for that matter.
The next one's from Gaurav Baheti on Apcotex. It's a smaller name, Gaurav. We haven't talked about it too much, but up 60% in this year itself. He's holding at 535. Should he book out now?
I'll advise him to take partial profit. Stock has approached the resistance level. Since the momentum is still ongoing, keep riding it with riding the remaining position with a stop at 540.
Got it. Well, that was the last question of the rapid fire. We'll take a break. A lot more stock related queries on the other side. Do stay tuned.
We are over, Jimmy.
हे लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
We are now in conversation with the management of CG Power post reporting their Q1 earnings. Revenue growth was strong at 14%. But let's talk a little bit more with the management. Amar Kaul, the group CEO and managing director, now joining in. Mr. Kaul, very good morning to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. Just the first question that, in this quarter, you've seen a 14% growth in terms of revenues, but margins have taken a knock. So your gross margins are down by 130 basis points. You've implemented some price hikes in the industrial segments, but are these largely challenges led by raw material? What was some of those key aspects? Because the street had a lot of estimates built in at this point of time, and some of those, comparatively mentioned that there has been some miss in terms of profitability that's led by this, fall in gross margins. Would you hazard a guess as to what, apart from raw material, what could have been the concern?
So thanks Puneet, for having me here, and a fair question. We have to segment the numbers into standalone results and the consolidated results. And I think what the numbers you're talking about are the consolidated results. And there are a couple of factors. I will not go into raw material. That's a standalone issue. So the issue is primarily the semiconductor business that we have. Obviously, it's a long gestation period. So that's going to take some bit of time, and we are invested heavily into the talent because it's a new business for the country. And second is our GG Tronics, which is into trade collision avoidance system. So there, there has been a delay for approval from the railways, which is very close to happening now. Hopefully, this quarter we should be there. And with those two things coming back, I think the consolidated numbers will start moving up. But if you go back to your standalone business, which is our steady state, whether it's motors, transformers, switchgear, consumer products, I think most of the businesses have done fairly well. Other than the one-time issue that we had in the railways, otherwise most of the business, even motors, we have been able to fairly, reduce the impact of inflation that happened because of different raw materials by passing it on to the market in terms of price increase. So I think converted numbers still look, the profitability is still better than it's better than the growth that we had, about 15% on consolidated basis. And I think if you put together, I think a quarter or two, I think we should be in a much better situation.
Mr. Kaul, the other factor, and point taken on those one-offs as well, but the power system business now that has been growing at a very higher click. Your order backlog is also, I think, up 59%, if I'm not wrong, in this business. Now, how are you looking at, the current state of affairs within the segment? Because, we've seen explosive demands for HVDC's products as well as the products that you offer in the power segment. Is the growth that you have currently expected to continue as well? Because execution, according to you, do you feel that there can be a lot better, that the supply right now is more of an issue compared to the demand?
So, a couple of things. To your first question, Puneet, is on the demand side, we don't see anything subsiding or reducing, whether it's the domestic demand or for the exports. As you know, we are balancing the two. So the pipeline for orders continues to increase. We still have to pick and choose which order to take, which one not to take. And coming back to your second question in terms of execution, I think we already speeded up our execution framework. Just a year back, we were about 22,000 MVA, and today we are already at about 75,000 MVA. So in about 4 quarters, that's the kind of speed we are done. So I think as we talk more and more to our customers, I think they're very comfortable in terms of the way we are delivering the thing. So the lead times are getting better, definitely. And in terms of order pipeline, I don't see a concern there.
Mr. Kaul, the other one, and this one's also the fairly larger one, your industrial system business as well. Now, if you can mention that, how should we look at the margins for this segment? Because you already implemented, I think, a price hike of almost 17% last year, another 5% that you've taken this quarter. Is that enough to help that margin growth for this business? Because compared to the power systems, of course, this business has a smaller growth in terms of revenue. I think in the high teens, high single digits, low double digits that you are seeing. But how should we look at the margins from this business going forward?
So I think, honestly, out of industrial, the biggest portion is the motors piece of it. And I'm still very bullish about it. And it's not the pricing game only. Of course, the margins are dependent on a couple of factors. One is your pricing, of course. If there's an inflation, how do you pass it on to the market? That's one piece of it. Second is your productivity improvement. How do you eliminate the waste in the system? And number 3 is your innovation and R&D setup. And that's something we are accelerating our journey on. So we are not still declared, but starting, I think the lead time of each new motor, IE3, IE4, and even going up to IE5 motors, which are high energy efficient motors, from August onwards, we are starting rolling out, models and frames. And over the next 12 months, we should be able to complete the entire frames of the motor portfolio. So I think having higher energy efficiency, better cost of manufactured products, and also making sure that you keep a balance on inflation and making sure that top line margin expansion is taken care of by passing it on to the market.
Well, that was the management of CG Power. But Saurabh, before we go ahead, a very quick view of how you looked at the results. I think the street was slightly more disappointed with how the profits as well as the margins turned out. What's your view?
I think the point is if you look at the valuation, it is quite asking. I mean, trading at 100 times to trailing earnings, and I think on the PB side, it is above 20. So as the management has already said that there has been some kind of a delays, and because of which I think market got disappointed. Actually, what has happened because so much re-rating has been happened in view of the forward earnings which are likely to come. Any disappointment on that front may take stock stock may see some kind of a correction because of this and may see some kind of a consolidation going forward also.
All right, okay. So that's the view coming on CG Power. The next one that we have is on Sterlite Tech. Venkat Ramani from Bengaluru has around 130 odd share that she'd bought at the levels of 190. Of course, she is sitting on profits, quite significant ones to say the least, and wants to know from a 6 months perspective, can she continue to hold or maybe book profits now? Ajit, very good morning to you. I'll come to you on this one. What would you suggest? Because it's seen a very strong up move. Do you think it will continue or it's time to book profits?
So good morning, Mahima. So yes, we have seen almost a vertical rise in Sterlite Tech, and it's still holding the momentum. Means today also we were seeing initially it was trading with an upper circuit, but now overall the tone looks positive. But since the move has been almost like vertical, at least partial profit booking is definitely recommended. And for the remaining position 525, the recent base can be the trailing stop loss area. Around 675, 680 zone, the previous record high, is where we might see the next breather. So if the view is short term, 3 to 6 months, around that area, she may consider booking complete profit and let the stock stabilize to form a new base.
Got it. Welcome to the show to you, Ajit, as well. But Jupiter Life Science, Lifeline Hospital is the other one. Sriram Raghuram, who's a senior citizen, is holding shares at 293 and he's holding 50 odd shares. I think, Saurabh, you mentioned about Manipal and the IPO at the start of the show. Does Jupiter seem like a good pick in the portfolio now?
Can't say about Jupiter Life Sciences, but the hospitals that we like is maybe Narayana Hrudayalaya, Apollo Hospital, and Rainbow Childcare.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is coming in on RK Forging. This is from our viewer Krishna, who is writing us from Varanasi. My bad. He is asking about UTI AMC and not Ramkrishna Forging that he's bought at the levels of 900 and wants to know as to what should be the course of action. His buying price is 900, so pretty much where the stock is trading at right now. Ajit, on the charts, what would you recommend for this one?
So Mahima, we are currently at the lower band of this broader consolidation range the stock has been hovering in. Means broadly, if you see, it's been almost nearly 1.5 years now, more than that, in fact, that 850 to 1400, it's a broad range basically. So again, we are consolidating around this lower band for almost 2-3 months. So with 850 being stop, you can continue to hold. In case of rebound, the recovery is going to be gradual. Means first hurdle could be close to around 950,000 area where we have the major averages placed. Once, let's say, we surpass 1,000, then probably we are set for the strong recovery towards 1100 plus level. So as of now, the risk reward is favorable. He can continue to stay put with 850 as a stop loss.
850, got that view, Ajit. But the next question is on Karnataka Bank. Kumar, who's from Chennai, has asked an interesting question. He says that the price to book multiple is almost 0.8 for this one. He's been holding shares at 205, so sitting on good gains right now, but mentions if it's a good time to buy more and what's a good view for the next 1 year. Would you agree, Saurabh? Because we have a clutch of them, right? Canara Bank, PNB, all of those trading at that 0.7 to 0.8 times. Should he continue to hold Karnataka Bank or switch out and buy something else?
See, you have to look, if you are looking at the price to book value, you have to look at the historical context also. In the past also, the market haven't given any kind of high valuation to the Karnataka Bank with respect to its peers. Normally, what happens in the past few years, if you must have heard, there was always a news that it will be a takeover candidate, but it never materializes. So, in my view, the valuations will trade in this range only. While we are optimistic on the banking banking side, and Karnataka results were also good. So if you wish, you can hold.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is coming in on transformers and rectifiers. Vikram from Bengaluru is holding 1150 odd shares at an average price of 292. He wants to know that the stock has given away its gains in the last 1 week and wants to know if it's good time to add more, wait for further decline to add more, and whether this is a good stock to continue to hold from a long-term perspective. Saurabh, what would you recommend for transformers and rectifiers?
I think in the past few quarters, the stock has disappointed. It was underperformance with respect to the market, and latest quarterly earnings also disappointed because of the contraction in the operating profit margin. I think there is no point in bargain hunting unless and until you see some kind of a confidence given by the management. As of now, it is avoided.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on transformers and rectifiers, but it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be taking more queries on the other side, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे।
आओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. Let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing at this hour. The Nifty 50 is still trading within that same range. As we discussed earlier at 10:30 as well, 23,900 levels. We'll have to see whether it is able to cross the 24,000 levels today or not. But we're still about 70 odd points away from that. But the Bank Nifty is also in line with what the benchmarks are doing, up by about 0.6 odd %. The mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 the broad end of spectrum is also doing well, slightly better than the benchmark indices. The mid cap 150 and small cap 250 both are up by about 1%. And I think that's reflected in the advanced decline ratio as well. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let's start digging into all your stock related queries. We've got the first one coming in from Venkat, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about Cyient. Zakimot Cyient Limited. He says that he's bought around 190 odd shares from a long-term perspective and wants to know if he can go ahead and average this one, continue to hold. His buying price is 1264. Saurabh, what would you recommend?
Won't recommend to add more. In the last 2 years, the stock has underperformed, and in fact, the quarterly earnings recently were not that good. Some companies saw some kind of a bounce from the lows, but that hasn't been the case with this Cyient. My advice would be better get out of if you get any chance on the rallies.
Got it, Saurabh. But the next one's from Manju, who's from Amritsar, wants to know, Ajit, if Crompton, Greaves, MGL or IGL, either of those three counters are good to enter now. Would you recommend either?
So Puneet, I understand because all these stocks are currently witnessing profit taking or consolidation, but in past also we've seen a rebound attempt like in most of these counters, but they couldn't sustain. So again, we are seeing a similar kind of a trend unfolding. Means on every rise, we see some bit of a profit taking emerging. Relatively, Crompton looks comparatively better. Means after retesting or in fact crossing its long-term averages, we are seeing profit taking, but it seems like that around 240-45 levels is where the buying interest reemerges, in past also. So basis that as a rebound candidate, one can consider with 265-270 as a position target, with the 250 as a stop.
Okay, the next one that we have is from Sai Kumar, who's holding Varun Beverages at the levels of 500 is what he's saying. He wants to know if they can go ahead and add more at the current levels, continue to hold, or sell and book losses. Ajit, what would you recommend on the charts for Varun Beverages?
So Mahima, after this sharp move from 375 to 555, it's almost like 50% the retracement that the stock has already experienced. No doubt that we are currently trading below all the major averages, but it seems like that the pressure that where we were seeing stock witnessing fall has subsided considerably in the recent past. So possibility of rebound is there, but I would recommend to add only once the stock reclaims 490 level, not before that, because in that case the momentum will be on your side. In the interim, you can continue to hold your long position because this zone close to around 440-45 is where we see the base area. So we are very close to that level. So with that as a stop loss, you can continue to stay put.
Got that view, Ajit. But the next one's on IDFC First. Now it's seeing a very strong reaction today on the back of earnings that came through on Friday as well. And Sanjay, who's from Bangalore, is currently holding on to these shares at almost 78 odd rupees. It's off from the day's highs, but still continue to do well. Saurabh, after I think a lot of expectations going into Q1, at least on some fronts the company has delivered, would you recommend for him to, of course, ride the wave?
Yes, definitely it's a hold, and after listening to the management commentary that they have adoption because of the digital adoption, their incremental costing is coming down from 70 to 56, 55. That means that the bank is quietly working on this cost to income ratio. So in my opinion, I think on the business side also they have seen growth above the industry average too. My sense, it is a good hold.
Okay. The next one that we have is from Abhijit. He wants to have an outlook on infra stocks. He's got a couple of them in his portfolio.
The industry average too. My sense, it is a good hold.
Okay. The next one that we have is from Abhijit. He wants AFCONs, NCC, IRCON, NTPC Green as well. He wants to know from a long-term perspective, what should he do with these counters, and anything specific, Saurabh, that you're looking at in the infra space, what would you recommend, Abhijit?
Out of the food, Mahima, I like only NTPC Green.
NTPC Green, got it. The next one is coming between HBL Engineering or Jain Resources. Either of those, Ajit, that you like from the near to medium term. Chikkegowda, who's from Bangalore, he can hold it for the next 1 year, but either of those on the charts that's giving a buy signal?
So not a buy signal, but yes, we are very close to the support in both these counters, and possibly a rebound, can be a possibility. But I would rather suggest, not to venture into the underperformers. Basically, when the market is clearly showing that which sector, pharma, auto, largely they are performing well, and then we have healthcare basket also. In case if somebody has to choose, then HBL looks relatively better, but still I would recommend to stick with the quality sector themes which are outperforming in the market at large.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is on Hindustan. The Hindustan Zinc. Seshadri has bought 300 shares at the levels of 593. Wants to know as to what should be the target for this one from the next 6 to 9 months perspective. Ajit, what are you seeing on the charts, and what could be the possible targets?
So Mahima, it seems like that the correction is over, means from 700 to around 530. In the recent past, we have seen this kind of volatile swings twice. It's seemed like a base formation, but for any sustained recovery, we need a decisive close above 560 mark. Then probably around 600, 620, and then around the previous swing high close to around 680 area, something the stock might test. So as of now, it's a hold with 510 as a closing stop loss, and above 560, one can look for fresh addition to this position also.
It's now time for the rapid fire round in this edition of the show. Viewers as well as Ajit and Saurav, you know the drill. The first question, Ajit, on Swan Corporations. This is a stock we not discussed too much on. Our viewer is holding these shares, and he's asking if it's a good time to enter after the underperformance over the last 1 year. What's your view?
No sign of reversal, avoid.
Okay, the other one is on GNG Electronics. Aryan from Hyderabad is holding at the levels of 586. 2,000 shares is what he has. Ajit, anything on the charts for this one?
Mahima is better avoid because not seeing any clear trend here.
Okay.
The next one's from Mana from Mumbai on Bharat Electronics, and he's cognizant of the fact that results come out today. Saurav holding shares at 404.
Trend here.
Okay.
The next one's from Mana from Mumbai on Bharat Electronics, and he's cognizant of the fact that results come out today. Saurav holding shares at 404, asking what he should do with the counter, and should he continue to hold? What's
for the long term, like 2-3 years, it is a hold.
Okay, the next one is on Swiggy. Our viewer wants to know from a short-term perspective, continue to hold or sell. He or she has bought 350 shares at the levels of 350 rupees. So, Ajit, what would you recommend considering there is going to be outflow because of the MSCI and FTSE reject?
And plus, it's underperforming big time to what we are seeing. So, use recovery to reduce. As of now, 240 to 50 is the base area.
Okay.
Saurabh, a view on ITC Hotels as well. Swaminarayan has entered this counter, currently sitting on a 7% loss. But how did you view the recent earnings? Should he continue to hold?
Positive on the hotel stocks and on the earnings side. My sense is hold.
Okay, Apollo Microsystems is the other one. Manmohan has bought at the levels of 143 is what he's saying. Continue to hold, Ajit?
Book at least partial profit and maintain a trading stop at 370.
On Alembic Pharma, is it a good medium to long-term buy is what Subrata is asking. What would you recommend, Saurabh?
It's a good company, but not performing well. But my sense is it is a hold.
Okay, our next viewer wants to know if this is the right time to enter MCX. Ajit, what are the charts indicating for this one?
So consolidation is more likely. Wait for a breakup of 29 to enter fresh.
Okay.
The next one's ICICI Pru Life. Our viewer is holding shares at 502 odd rupees. Can hold for the next 1 year. So should he continue to hold there, Saurabh?
Earnings are good. Keep on holding.
Okay. KC International is the other one. Vivek from Kolkata is holding 1150 odd shares. The price of 580. The target price for this one from a 1 year perspective, Ajit?
So oversold, rebound likely 620, 625 could be the probable targets once we surpass 540 area.
Okay.
This one's from Kishore from Tamil Nadu on Tatva Chintan, holding shares at 1740 year. Ajit wants to know if he should continue to hold his 57 shares of Tatva. What would you recommend?
So we are close to the resistance. Partial profit booking can be considered with 1650 as a trailing stop for the remaining position.
Okay, Stallion India is the other one. Vishwanatha Reddy from Andhra Pradesh is holding at the levels of 152. Continue to hold. Book profit, Saurabh?
Hold.
On 5-star, our viewers holding shares at 481. This is Sabita. Wants to know if he can continue to hold on or book some profits now, Ajit.
Book profit and trail stop loss at 530.
Okay, the next one is on Urban Company. Our viewers B. Soumya from Chennai wants to know the outlook for this one for the next 2 odd years and target price if any. Saurabh?
Outlook looks positive. You can hold.
On Kalyan Jewellers as well, Saurabh, Yogesh from Kunur wants to know, I think it's a query that we wanted to ask you at the start of the show, but is it a good time to enter now?
Lot of volatility is there. Better to avoid. Go for Titan.
Okay, IDFC First Bank, Ramanan wants to know if he can continue to hold 1,500 shares that he bought at the levels of 82. From a slightly long-term perspective on the charts, Ajit?
Looks positive. Continue to hold with 80 as a stop.
Alright, that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Ajit and Saurabh, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those stock related questions. With that, viewers, like I said, if you've left out your queries on this edition, then do tune in at 2 p.m. because we'll be taking more queries in the afternoon edition of Ask Profit. But like I said, completely out of time. Do stay tuned in. KYC comes up next.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Welcome everyone. Very excited about this conversation. Welcome Mr. Agarwal to NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Thank you so much.
We're so happy to have you here. Also because of the leadership that you have displayed in the entire way that you've crafted the journey of AU Small Finance Bank. Some of you may not know it, but Mr. Agarwal was in the Gen Z category when he founded the bank. That is
it the right word to tell now?
Sir, kabhi na kabhi hum sab Gen Z the. Nowadays we're getting in touch with those feelings. But you know, at 25, 26, to start the idea of a financial institution that has grown into a behemoth will soon become a universal bank. And you're a very different kind of banker, I should say, than the typical banker that India is used to seeing and celebrating, and investors are used to seeing and celebrating. And your journey has been celebrated as such. Let's dial back about 20 years ago to where the idea of financial inclusion started all the way back in Jaipur.
No, so thank you, Tamanna. And first of all, my congratulations, my best wishes for your first Business Leadership Award in New Leadership, you know, and I hope this will be a super hit, you know, one of the most sought awards in India. As far as I'm concerned, you know, it's a 30-year story now. You know, I started in 95, I done my chartered accountancy from Jaipur, right? And that time, there was no, as such, a financial institution coming up or a banking institution coming up. Those were the days when there were 10, 12, industrial houses led NBFCs, you know. If you remember, I'm not sure आप थे नहीं थे उस वक्त, but Gujarat Lease, Anagram Finance, Lloyd Finance, you know, all were led by more industrial led houses, or some new banking license were given, like your HDFCs, ICCs of the world. And when I started my journey, you know, I never meant that I will start some big business or were looking for some company or institution. It was more my livelihood mission, that I want to stay in Jaipur, want to do something my own, and let me start something small so that I can have my peaceful life. So there was no mission or vision that time. Idea was to be a well-being guy in Jaipur, you know.
Journey has been exciting. I don't know, has it been peaceful?
No, yeah. But, you know, I would say every 5 years, you know, gave me a lot of hope from India as such, you know. So first 5 years it was...
I don't know, has it been peaceful?
No, yeah. But, you know, I would say every 5 years, you know, gave me a lot of hope from India as such, you know. So first 5 years it was learning from ground itself, how to lend, how to collect, how to build some kind of risk mindset. Then I partnered with HDFC Bank for 7-8 years, you know. And then, so I met him 2008. And I think Ramdevji inspired me a lot to build an institution, honestly. He was the first guy, you know, of course Vishal also from that group. Both inspired me that you have the execution capability, you have the risk mindset, you are good enough in terms of, you know, translating your action or your dreams into action, you know. So why don't you build a company now, right? And I think 2008 onwards, we started building up NBFC, and 2014-15, we saw new guideline for bank, and I figured out that if I want to build a very sustainable institution, that has to be banking, right? Because I genuinely feel that NBFC has some ceiling, but banks can go forever. So 2015 applied, by chance we got the 17 license, and 10 years now, you know, we are the largest SFB in the country. We got in principle license to become universal. So I think it can go and go on, but to be honest, I never planned in that way. You know, I'm not a promoter or a founder of today's kind of where people plan everything, right? I think my idea always remain like a player, like, you know, let's score first 20 runs, then look for another 20, then look for another 30, you know, and then you make 100, you raise the bet. So, you know, I think the idea was not to become a superhero or look for extraordinary things, you know. Let's build it very small, enjoy every, you know, success, you know, whatever way and wherever. But look for 3-4 things very importantly. If you say, because we were talking back room, that what made AU today what we are, is I think three principles that, and I'll say Hindi so that we all can relate, that you have to become very, very samajhdar to hona hi padega. If you want to build some business in India, then you have to be samajhdar, You can't be fluke. You have to think about how you have to display your, samajhdari day in, day out. Then you have to be real jimmedar, accountable. If you're not accountable towards your all stakeholders, then, people won't take it seriously. And then you have to be very honest. Honest not in the sense of only money, everything, whether you carry yourself with a lot of honesty, and it has to be displayed also. Honesty in terms of your customer interactions, customer dealing, your regulators, the government, the tax authorities, your own employees, yourself, If you do all these things, I still believe that India has a lot of opportunity, to build any kind of scalable business.
So, in your own scoring, have you hit that century or not?
No. Okay, so this is my first inning.
Kitne running?
Okay, this is my first inning, right? This is my first inning. I always believe that being a player, you have to have 2 innings in a match. So this is my first inning. I would, the day we become universal, I would say I will make 100 runs. But we make top 3 banks in the country in universal, category, then it will double 100. So I think that's the milestone I have made myself.
और ये कहते हैं कि ये planning नहीं करता है. So
no, it's not a planning. It's a dream. It's some kind of your own goal to achieve.
But any goal has to have a structured timeline with it. So when you're saying top 3 banks in the country, top 3 private banks in the country, by when do you see that happening?
2047.
2047,
yeah.
In time with Viksit Bharat.
Viksit Bharat and Viksit AU.
Viksit Bharat and Viksit AU, all right. There we go. Before I move to a conversation about what's happening right now in the banking sector, the monsoons, etc., you talked about this journey and its various stages, from NBFC to small finance bank. Now you're on the verge of a universal banking license. What has been the biggest hurdle for you on a personal, professional basis where you thought that maybe I'm being too ambitious to grow? And the reason I ask this because we're here to celebrate leadership.
Yeah.
Sometimes leadership is displayed when you push through at the toughest time.
So Tamanna, my sense around your ambition is this, that, you have to decide your ambition, right? If you know your capability, you know the capability of the platform, you know the India ecosystem, and then, because nothing will come easy, right? Because I generally feel that, people overestimate their capabilities, capacity, risk-taking mindset, their behavior pattern, and then they start complaining about the whole challenge around India story, right? Like, when we were NBFC, till 2016-17, it was quite evident from the business model that NBFC will have a ceiling. And there is no NBFC of 200-year-old in the world also. And you want to build a business which can last for 200 years, you have to get on that platform, right? But that platform will have its own cost. Like banking has its own cost. Banking is a public platform. I have my own expertise. So that was quite evident day one when we got the license, that I might not run the institution for 50 years, but I can build this institution for, forever kind of mindset, right? So I think you have to be very selective, or you have to be very smart enough to figure out the platform, the capacity, the capability, and then build your ambition around it. I actually don't believe that whatever we have not thought through, we haven't able to achieve it. But yes, personally, that might not be rewarding.
What was
the biggest challenge I will face now is this, that in next 6 years I'll not be the CEO of the company, and I'll be only 60 years, right? But that is there because you thought that you want to build a bank which can last forever. So I think you can't have both the choices or both the outcome and and enjoy everything, right? So
you've touched upon an important matter because you've had an elevation to deputy CEO, is that the succession path that has been laid out, and I just want to press upon this bit, having to let go of that position of a product that you have built right from the start, from a seed stage you have built it. Is that something that is bothering you?
No. If you ask me, no. Because, business has to be last beyond you. And I like banking platform because it's beyond me. And I genuinely believe that this is the most powerful platform the government of India and RBI has built over the years. I'm so fortunate that I got the license and it's public good. And I believe that a private enterprise is supposed to build with more efficiency. And in that efficiency we can make your money, is fine. But I think this platform is a magic, honestly, Tamanna. Once you run it, you know it. Like I am from Rajasthan, right? And Rajasthan population is close to 8 crore. When I'd done a business there for 20 years, from 96 to 2016 as an NBFC, maybe 10% people would be knowing me, right? But when we got the license in 17, by 20, every Rajasthani knows me. Living in Rajasthan or living in entire world. That Mr. Sanjay Agrawal runs a bank. So I think there's a power of platform is so huge that you can't go away with this that, okay, yaar, main to fas gaya iske andar, right? But that's the way it is, But you have to think beyond you. You have to think beyond your own personal gains. And that might hit you for some, maybe 2 mahina, 3 mahina, 6 mahina. But once you see this platform, running and more years, I think that joy will be immense. Yeah.
Any message for your Rajasthani bhaiyo or behno?
No, I think I'm very
proper language mein.
No, I know, but not for Rajasthan, for every Indian that we need to be mentally stronger. We need to be very realistic to the Indian society, Indian realities, because you can't talk about US or Europe, because you live in India. India has its own way to handle things. India has its own way to flow things, because that comparison is not, in my opinion, is right, because that gives you more frustration. Because I started believing that I can build JP Morgan, in next 30 years. Which is very unlikely.
Does India need a JP Morgan?
India need more HDFCs, and we want to be like that, So I would say, so again, it's so difficult to compare JP Morgan with Indian Bank because two different platforms. Like they are playing football, you are playing cricket. So there is no similar scores, right?
They're playing soccer.
Yeah. So how can you then judge the game, right? So in my opinion, we as an entrepreneur or everybody in India should respect India first, India challenges, India management, India social, right? So it's very different, right?
Tell me a little bit more about the succession plan. We spoke about how you are taking it, and I think that's a sign of leadership that you want to build beyond your lifetime. But tell us a bit about how you see the bank being steered going forward.
Taman, I'm very blessed that people have really supported me over the years. So first data point, our top 50 people of bank are with the institution from last 15 years. So they're beyond bank term, right? So that's one thing, right? Second, as I'm very explicit in my leadership communication that I'm not there for permanent, right? And the best guy has to become CEO. And it's always good that if somebody from internal channel come and take the leadership position, that's my personal take. That is why, I know I have still 6 years or maybe 3 and 3 years with the blessing of the regulators. But we need to build a capability now only, because I have seen some banks missing, which is not a good case. Because
any bank specifically?
No. I think there's no need to tell anybody, any bank, everybody knows it. But I think being a promoter, I should learn from that mistakes and should not think that, it is my kursi, yaar. It's beyond me. So I think we are building it up, and I'm so happy that India has talent. You need to tell them that you have the capability, You have to take that mental strength to handle it, the top position. You have to be, again, a lot of ownership, lot of honesty, accountability, and I think that is the way I'm building my team. So we want to have around 2 EDs, 2 deputy CEOs, group heads, So there will be around 20 people available in next 10 years who can run this business for next 30, 40 years.
So no one identified as of now?
I think it's a group of people because everybody has to show their caliber over the years, right? Somebody has shown, somebody will come, So it's an even base, right? It's not a particular choice or there's a game on, right? We need 20 players. Raise your hand, perform, take the seat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's exciting times at the bank and seeing the next journey coming in.
Yeah.
Just want to get your take as a banker. And we have some data to go on with these quarterly results, etc. The banking sector seems to have done well in India relatively.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about macroeconomic factors like the monsoon, the geopolitical crisis, what's going to happen to small and medium enterprises and the asset quality of banks?
So I'll tell you one story. So I think that story will have the answer. 2017, when we got the license in 15. 16, we have demonetization. 17, 18, we had GST implementation. 18, we have one cooperative bank got bust. 18 NBFC crisis. 19 we got one cooperative big bank bust. 21 private sector got bust. 20 we have mother of all COVID. 21 we have Ukraine. 22 we have high inflation. 24 we have Iraq. So there is no perfect world. So we are running a bank and our balance sheet has grown 20 times in last 10 years. So you keep complaining about everything, but you have to go and execute, right?
That is true.
So I'm just sharing. There would be a West Asia crisis, but you have to see beyond that. There is a challenge around monsoon. Is it
a bigger challenge? Is monsoon a bigger challenge than West Asia crisis in your eyes as a banker?
If you see, yes, because monsoon affects more of your, regional or rural people, which actually hits your sentiment, and then overall there is a kind of mayusi in the country, right? West Asia crisis may hit some sector, and can have the, government is putting so much of, guarantees and support, so that can be overcome. But monsoon has more in terms of sentiment, so that's one thing. But I'll tell you, the Q1 of this year has been one of the fantastic quarter, of last 10 years, because generally we do 16-70% business in first quarter. This time we have done 20%.
And this is a seasonally weak quarter otherwise.
But this time it remains so strong. So I'm saying sometime, I'm not able to understand कि हो कैसे रहा है यार. मतलब हर जगह तो अपन बोल रहे हैं ये मत खरीदो, तेल के भाव बढ़े हुए हैं ये वो, but suddenly the numbers are very different, right? So that's why I'm said that, if you see the business in 10-year horizon, you look very happy and satisfied. And if you want to look business quarter to quarter, which most of the people see, then things are very difficult.
Now, one reason that you see why India will do well.
नहीं, इंडिया विल डू वेल बिकॉज इंडिया का एक सबसे बड़ा आदत ये है कि जब हम पे आपत्ति आती है तो हम जाग जाते हैं, अदरवाइज हम सोए रहते हैं. तो इसको आप पुराना इतिहास आप देखेंगे, जैसे बोलते हैं ना पुश्ड अगेंस्ट द वॉल, तो जब भी ऐसा मोमेंट आता है तो हमारे में जागृति आ जाती है. तो अभी वैसा ही मोमेंट अभी इंडिया के लिए चल रहा है कि तो इस बोलकर ये सबसे बड़ा रीज़न है कि दूसरा हमारे पास इसके अलावा दूसरा कोई उपाय नहीं है. तो मेरे को ये लग रहा है कि ये जागृति आ रही है इकोनॉमी के अंदर में, तो हम लोगों को अच्छा करना पड़ेगा.
सर, आप स्मॉल कैप के बादशाह हैं और आपको क्या लगता है कि नेक्स्ट मे बी फॉर नेक्स्ट 5 years कौन से ऐसे सनराइज सेक्टर्स हैं जहाँ पे आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहेंगे?
मैंने उसको एक नाम दिया है, उस सेक्टर्स का संजोग से आपने पूछा है, तो उसका नाम मैंने दिया है राइज़. तो राइज़ के अंदर में आर मतलब रिन्यूएबल, और रिन्यूएबल में सब आ जाते हैं, उसमें सोलर भी आता है उसके अंदर में, और विंड भी आता है, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन भी आ जाता है, सब आ जाते हैं. तो रिन्यूएबल, और आई फॉर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, और एस फॉर सिक्योरिटी, उसमें डिफेंस भी आ जाता है, और सिक्योरिटी हर तरह की, चाहे वो डिफेंस की सिक्योरिटी हो या साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो। और लास्ट का जो ई है, ई स्टैंड्स फॉर इमर्जिंग थीम, चाहे उसमें डेटा सेंटर भी आ गया, केबल आ गया, वाटर आ गया, हर तरह की चीज़ जो भी इमर्जिंग थीम्स, ये सेक्टर है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि इनमें सब शेयर आपको सस्ते मिल रहे हैं, तो वो चुनाव एक अलग चीज़ होती है कि कौन सा लेना या छोड़ना। ये थीम मेरे को ऐसे लगता है इनका फ्यूचर अगले 10-15 साल के लिए, 10 साल समझिए कि अच्छा है।
सर, एक ऐसी चीज़ जो भारत में बहुत अच्छी हुई है और एक ऐसी चीज़ जो अच्छी हो सकती थी।
एक ऐसी चीज़ जो भारत में अच्छी हुई है, वो अच्छी ये हुई है कि एक हमारे मेरे अंदर में एक ऐसी जागरूकता जरूर जगी है लोगों के अंदर में, इंडस्ट्री में जैसे मैं रूप से अगर बात करें तो, कि यह हम बहुत पीछे रह गए हैं टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर में। ये आप जिससे भी आप बात करो, सब ये बातें करने लग गए हैं कि हम लोगों ने हमेशा सर्विस सेक्टर पे हम लोगों ने जोर दिया और हम लोगों ने प्रोडक्ट वगैरह नहीं डेवलप कर पाए, या हमारे पास में R&D का जो इकोसिस्टम है वो नहीं है। तो ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी रह गई। तो ये, और अच्छी बात ये है कि हमको रियलाइज़ हो गया। तो मैं ऐसा बोलूँगा कि जब आँख खोली तभी सवेरा है। जब तक आपको मालूम ही नहीं पड़ता कि ऐसा हो रहा है, तब तक आप उसका निदान भी नहीं ढूंढोगे। तो ये मेरे को अच्छी बात लग रही है कि ये हमें मालूम पड़ा कि हम अभी बहुत पिछड़े हुए हैं और दूसरी जो कंट्रियां हैं हमसे बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रही है। तो शायद हम इसका उपाय अब ढूंढेंगे।
और सर, आखिरी सवाल, अगर आप एक स्टॉक मार्केट इन्वेस्टर नहीं होते तो आप क्या होते? सिंगर?
तो मैं एक बाथरूम सिंगर होता जो आज हूँ।
नहीं सर, आप बहुत अच्छा गाते हैं और पूरी दुनिया वेट करती है कि आपको ये गाना गाए। बट थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग इन।
सर, आई थिंक सबको ये जानना है कि FIs कब वापस आएंगे, एंड आई थिंक माई क्वेश्चन टू यू विल बी कि व्हाट विल बी दैट वन ट्रिगर दैट यू थिंक दैट FIs विल कम बैक टू इंडिया, दैट विल bring them back to India?
Yeah, I think I mean you need to ask them what will bring them, but my sense is the stable currency. Once the currency stability comes, I think they have sold quite a bit. Now they would definitely like to reverse their situation. So because economy is growing very well, 7.5-8%. There's a nice credit growth. You see the corporate profit growths are booming. Now the only gap is the currency, and that hurts them directly. To us, it doesn't matter so much, but to them it hits their portfolio directly. So I think as soon as there is sanity in the forex market, and that will come only if geopolitical gets settled. So that's my sense is that would be one ask by them for to relook at India seriously.
Absolutely. I think, sir, last time when you spoke to NDTV Profit, you did mention the fact that, you're also looking very actively at the private markets, right? Anything recently that you've come across, anything exciting in terms of sector trends that you're watching in the private sector that excites you?
I think the real thing is that I'm meeting a lot of private companies who are global in character. I mean, they're services companies. I mean, I'm not about computer services, but say global ticketing, or I came across one tourism company which is taking care of curation of all the sites in the world. There 20,000 tourism sites are there. So I think I'm seeing a lot of very quick build up through the quick commerce, very quick build up of brands of 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores, which used to take 8-10 years. Now it's taking just about 2-3 years, 4 years to reach 1,000 crores kind of scale up. So very exciting time in terms of new startups. And good thing is that now we are seeing actually birth of global companies.
Because you mentioned quick commerce, I just wanted to know, because you as a group are doing a lot in terms of quick commerce, and I think that's going to be the next big thing in India. What is your outlook in terms of quick commerce for the next 5 to 10 years? How do you think will it take over the economy in different ways?
Yeah, so I think one is that quick commerce actually breaks the access for the customer, consumer sitting at home. A lot of times you just forgo consumption because you have to go out and bring it. Now you can get it in 10 minutes. Yesterday I wanted mango. I mean, it was just not there. But we went to the quick commerce and in 10 minutes we had, in fact, chausa mango,
Okay.
So at $72 one piece. So, that kind of consumption is going to happen. So consumption is going to take a boost. And my sense is next 5, 10 years, 15 years, there will be only 2 major channels for the consumption. One will be, of course, GT. Whatever your corner stores are there. then there'll be some amount of MTR 5, 7, 10%, and the balance 35-40% will be quick commerce or some kind of e-commerce.
Wow, interesting. That's
Business Leader of the Year, non-PSU, Dr. Anish Shah.
The AI Champion of the Year is Sarva.
New Economy Leader of the Year, Delivery. Wealth Creator of the Year, BSC.
The Financial Powerhouse of the Year, non-PSU, Shriram Finance.
The Trailblazer for the Year, Khalguni Nair, Founder and CEO, Nykaa.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The Hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you.
Philanthropist of the Year, Kiran and Shiv Nagar.
So that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions.
Green Champion of the Year, Godrej Properties. The winner is the Business Leader of the Year, Captain Jagmohan, retired Managing Director, Misgaon Docks Shipbuilders.
The winner of the award for India's Atmanirbharta champion is Tata Electronics. The award for the Financial Powerhouse of the Year goes to Shri C.S. Sethi, Chairman, State Bank of India, who's here to accept the award.
The NDTV Profit India Business Icon Award is presented to Mr. Dilip Shangvi, founder, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries.
It is our privilege to felicitate Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Request Rahul to hand over the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Award.
Benchmarks hover close to the day's high. Today, Nifty gears up to breach the 24,000 level, while the Sensex gained over 600 points. IT-led gains with the real estate as well as auto and pharma and other major sectors in the green. IDFC First Bank delivered a standout quarterly performance, posting its highest ever profit as strong customer business growth and improving operating momentum lifted the investor confidence. Dr. Lal Pathlabs impressed the street with the stronger than expected quarterly performance as robust earnings and steady revenue growth reinforced confidence in its diagnostics business. Oil prices pulled back sharply as a pause in US-Iran strikes eased immediate supply fears, though lingering Middle East tensions continue to keep the energy markets on the edge. Addressing the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards 2026, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the union budget numbers for the current fiscal year might not need to be tweaked as of now. She also added that there are sufficient buffers to deal with challenges arising from the war in West Asia. Falguni Nair joins NDTV Profit after winning the Trailblazer of the Year award to decode India's consumption story, Nykaa's growth strategy, and how AI could shape the future of beauty and retail. Stay tuned for that chat later on the show. Hello and welcome. You tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Poddar and let's take you through the markets. And markets are exuberant today. It has to do with some bit of softness coming in the oil prices as well. And that's where 0.8% high point of the trading session. When we talk about Nifty 50, let's take a look at the internals. Looking at the sectoral play, almost all the sectors are in the green in the trade today. So there is a broad-based buying as well as participation seen in the market, and the biggest lead is being taken by Nifty IT. So the IT sector carrying on with the volatility, and today the top gainer on the charts. When we talk about some of the other sectors, the lesser ones would be the types of PSU banks as well as defense, energy, oil and gas. These are the ones which are slightly subdued in their overall performance. When we talk about Bank Nifty, that is underperforming the key market. key market benchmarks by 0.5% gain, so lower than what Nifty 50 is performing. And that is really visible in the contribution chart for Nifty as well, where Infosys is the top gainer from the IT pack, as IT really leads the gains in adding momentum to the overall market today. And Eternal from the consumption play, from financial services, Bajaj Finance and Mahindra and Mahindra. So there is a broad-based participation in terms of contribution. On the downward side, and important to note, HDFC Bank is the key dragger, though slightly about eroding 12 odd points from Nifty 50. So that's the overall check on the market and how the momentum is really building at the moment. But remember, we are in the thick of earnings season. Bank of India really reported a strong earning performance with healthy profit growth backed by the lower credit costs and also stable asset quality. However, softer margin guidance really remains a key monitor going forward. In fact, let's get chatting with Rajneesh Karnataka, who's the MD and CEO of Bank of India, joining in with more details on the forward-looking statement. Rajneesh, let's begin with the quarter went by. And when we talk about the PAT figure as well as the NII figure, what were the key drivers for this particular quarter?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. First of all, bank has done well as far as the business parameters are concerned. If you see our global business, we have grown by more than 15%. If you see our global advances, we have grown by more than 18%. And global deposits also have grown near to 15%. On the domestic side, if I give you the color over there, we have grown our domestic advances by more than 19%, and domestic deposits have grown on a YOY basis by more than 16%. On the RAM book side, again, we have grown by a very healthy number of around 19%, and our corporate book also has grown at somewhere around 18%. So the growth has been very good. Operating profit, we have grown by nearly 25%. Our net profit has grown by nearly 36%. As you rightly said, our net interest income has also grown at a very healthy number of around 12%. So overall, the top line and the profitability growths have been good for the bank in this quarter.
Right, so good set of numbers, but when we talk about the future projection that has been given, Rajneesh, you've reduced the NIM guidance. What are the factors really putting pressure? And give us a sense going forward as well.
Yeah, let me clarify on the guidance of the NIM. In the May quarter also, after our annual results, we had given a guidance of somewhere around 2.60% on the global NIM. So there are two parts for Bank of India, like bank for us, where we have a significant international book. 15% of our book is international, 85% is domestic. So if you see the global NIM, it is 2.52 in this quarter. However, if you see the domestic NIM, we are at 2.78% and our international NIM is around 1.18%. So we continue with the same guidance that we will be between 2.55% to 2.60% as far as the global NIM is concerned for Bank of India.
Right. So Rajneesh, when we talk about the NII figure as well as the metric of PPOP, they have come below the estimates of the street in this particular quarter. Can you throw more light on the way forward and what are the factors really impacting it?
So as far as the net interest income is concerned for our Bank of India, see, if you see the net interest income, so there we have grown at around 8%. And if you see the net interest expenses, there we have grown by only 6%. So there is a delta of 2%. Overall, our net interest income has grown at a double digit at around 12%, which is a quite healthy considering the constraints which are there on the margins because of the rise in the cost of deposits overall in the banking system. So I feel that 12% growth of the net interest income is quite comfortable. And also, just to give you flavor beyond the net interest income, even our non-interest income has grown by nearly 19%. So overall, our total income has grown by more than 14% on a YOY basis in this quarter.
All right, so that's the picture there. And can you give us more sense on the ECL provisioning as well, Rajneesh?
Yeah, so as far as the ECL is concerned, there we have done some back paper calculation. Lot of work is happening from the risk department side. We have external vendor also in that. So we feel that presently, from the present numbers that we are seeing, we have to still run the models which are being made. So from the back of the envelope calculation, we feel that the impact should be at around 0.50% per annum because it is spread out of the next 4 to 5 years as per the RBI circular effective from 1st April 27. So 0.5% per annum will be the impact on the CET1 and the overall CRAR of the bank. Presently, if you see our CRAR, we are at a very healthy number of 18.69% as on 30th of June, as against the regulatory guidance of 11.5%. CET1 also is above 15% as against the regulatory guidance of 8%. So we are very comfortable as far as the ECL framework is concerned, and with the kind of profit that we are having, 3,000 crore of net profit that we had in this quarter also, we are very confident that the ECL provisioning which happens will not have much impact on either the CET1 or the our CRAR numbers, because we'll be having more than 5-digit profits also in this financial year.
All right, so strong profit momentum is what you're banking on. But Rajneesh, you have a diversified portfolio of loan. What is the pipeline and which segments of the loan portfolio are going to be the key drivers going forward?
Yeah, as far as the loan growth is concerned for our bank, it's a very secular loan growth. If you see, our RAM book is somewhere around 58%, and it constitutes retail, MSME and agriculture, and all of the three are going at a very good pace. Our agriculture is growing at somewhere around 16%, MSME is growing at around 18%, and retail is growing at around 20%, and overall RAM is growing at around 19% on a YOY basis. If I tell you the corporate credit, there also we have a very robust growth of somewhere around 18%. Within the corporate, we have a very good book as far as the infra lending is concerned. And beyond that, within that RAM book, we have co-lending, pool purchase, trades, and also we have supply chain financing, which is there, which makes the book very secular. Apart from that, 15% of our book, loan book, is also international book, which constitutes some of the domestic corporates, some of the local corporates over there in the 15 countries we are present, and some of it is the trade finance which is there. So we have a very secular book, and our global credit book is growing at somewhere around 18% on a YOY basis.
Right. So, Rajneesh, while your asset quality has been healthier on a quarter-on-quarter basis, the growing concern is that are banks getting more risk averse in order to keep and maintain the asset quality? Can you throw more light on the strategy here and in terms of doling out loans to slightly riskier sectors?
No, I don't think so. If you see our book, we have seen very healthy loan growth in all the parameters, across all parameters. As I said, that in retail, agriculture, MSME, even in corporate credit, even in small things like our pool co-lending, whether it is supply chain financing, whether it is trades funding, international book, infrastructure lending, industry lending, whether it's steel, textile, everywhere we have given credit. And if I tell you a color on the pipeline also, nearly 70,000 crore plus is our corporate credit pipeline as I speak. So we are not shy of lending. Bank is into the business of taking risk, and we are very mindful of that. And we are growing, and our credit book is growing at a very healthy pace of global credit is growing at somewhere around 18%.
All right, that was Bank of India's management. Thank you so much, Rajneesh, for putting context and giving guidance. Thanks for joining us on NDTV Profit. That stock is down 2.5% today in trade. All right, let's take it. Putting context and giving guidance. Thanks for joining us on NDTV Profit. That stock is down 2.5% today in trade. All right, let's take it straight. In fact, the stock is up and over 1.5% in trade after its results. Sunil D'Souza, the MD and CEO of Tata Consumer Products, joins in now. Sunil, always a pleasure to speak to you on NDTV Profit. Of course, strong set of quarter. Let's begin with what were the key drivers that the street seems to like?
So what the street seems to like, I'm not very sure, but I can tell you what we delivered for the last quarter. We delivered a top line of 12% growth. EBITDA was up 19, net profit was up 29. It was broad-based volume growth across the portfolio. Most importantly, our growth businesses grew at 47% and now contribute to 36% of our business. And they are the largest segment now, growing more than tea and, contributing more than tea and salt. On the financials also, EBITDA margins expanded 70 bips, working capital came down by 4 days, and ROC was up by 150 bips. So overall, I think a good, broad, volume-based quarter. I think the most important point, as I read it across different publications, was I think people were pleasantly I wouldn't say word surprised because expectation, we have always guided for a 30% growth on our growth businesses, but we delivered at 47. Uh, Across Sampan 58, Ready to Drink 41, Capital Foods 40, Organic India 27, Soulful 45. So all in all, I think multiple pieces of execution coming together.
That's right, Sunil, and of course, strong demand, consumer demand has also led this particular growth. But Sunil, some of the experts do suggest that the margins are a slight miss, even though it on a YOY basis, it's a huge bump up on EBITDA margins and it's strong, but it's a slight miss than what the markets were expecting. Now, tying this in with the war situation now continuing and the price hikes that you have already said can really offset the pressure really coming in from that war impact and the inflation. Give us a sense on how much of the price hikes can be absorbed. Can it be fully offset? And what is the margin picture because of the current situation continuing and the lingering war situation?
So first of all, from a margin perspective, we've always guided the street for a 50 to 70 bips improvement year on year. And I'll stress the year on year and it's not quarter on quarter, right? Because we've got a lot of seasonality in the business. Tea peaks during Q3, Q4, Ready to Drink peaks now. There's a bit of festival bump for some of the product Capital Foods. And we did deliver the 70 bips margin expansion for this quarter. So I wouldn't call this a miss. Could we have done better? Yes, because in that 70 bips, what we have not factored is a hit of 60 bips on account of inflation during the quarter. Now, to your point, I would say I wouldn't try to forecast what's going to happen with the West Asia crisis because just before the ceasefire, I think oil went up to 100. As soon as the ceasefire started, came down to 70. Now it was went to 100, came down to 90. So I wouldn't try to forecast where it's going. All I can say is as a company, we'll be very agile and nimble-footed in how and as a company, we are not strangers to volatility because whether it is tea, whether it is salt, we see stuff going up and down. We have taken calculated price increases. For salt, we took up our price by 2 rupees per bag. We moved from 30 to 32 in June. So that entire flow-through hasn't happened on the P&L because it was only 1 month per se. You should expect that to come in from this quarter. For last quarter, salt volume was 7, value was 7. I would say from this quarter onwards, value will be ahead of volume. For tea, again, our guiding principle is maintaining a margin between 34 and 36. So far, we are seeing tea prices come down and we had given off pricing. So that's why last quarter volume was up 2, but value was down 4. But now as tea inflation, if it continues, it's right now tea is trending between a 7 to 10% increase. We will pass that through in calibrated measures. But overall for this quarter, if there is oil and therefore downstream inflation, we will try and pass it down to consumers. The guiding principle being we operate our categories within certain margins. Tea and salt, for example, 34 to 36. We will try and maintain that while making sure that we are not losing competitive strength and continuing to drive volume and market share.
Right. So very well explained, Sunil. So I have one more question on this particular bit. The way the margins are and of course the lag effect, it shows with the lag effect, both the pressure point from the inflation as well as the price hike you take to offset it. Putting both these aspects together, 2 points here. One, how much of margin impact do you foresee in the present quarter that we are in? And second, how much more, price hikes can the market absorb without impacting the demand as well as your competitive edge in this particular quarter in terms of the overall growth? So I hope you understand both put together. If you can give us a sense of how this particular quarter is really transpiring, because some of the price hikes that you took are going to show impact, but then the cost of product and inflation has also kicked in with the war continuing. So if you can give us a good guidance and sense for this quarter.
So before I give that guidance, just like to emphasize our portfolio is more commodity based and less of highly processed. And therefore, we have packaging inflation, which everyone in the FMCG industry will have. But on a relative term, the hit on inflation overall for us, including freight, fuel, power, etc., will be relatively lower than other companies which have more processed sort of portfolio. That said, for the last quarter, I explained inflation was roughly around 60 bips. And despite that, we delivered a 70 bips increase in EBITDA margins. Inflation was roughly around 60 bips. And despite that, we delivered a 70 bips increase in EBITDA margins. We do expect in the beginning of last quarter, we were carrying inventory of packaging. Tea prices have started to move slightly north, and we have started to take calibrated price increases. Salt, we are done. But salt, if it continues to this whole inflation continues to increase, we will have a relook at it. Broadly, I would say while there will be a little bit of impact, we remain confident of delivering 50 to 70 bips EBITDA margins for the full year. Broadly focused on that piece.
Right.
One more important factor I would highlight. Tata Consumer, we are delivering strong top-line growth. Our CAGR for the last 4-5 years has been 13 to 14% top-line growth. So as we continue to deliver these growth numbers, we will also deliver scale leverage. Last year, we delivered 220 bips. This quarter, it's not visible because there's quite a lot of noise in the numbers, foreign exchange and hedge losses and those kind of stuff. But longer term, we will deliver scale leverage, and that should also seep into EBITDA margins.
Right. So Sunil, very well put, but both these commodities are essential commodities, and the more the household budgets get pinched, we have to see how the market also reacts to this, because it's quite a sensitive market when it comes to the price point as well. But all the best for this particular quarter, and hope to see you next time as well. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV Profit.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short breather on markets at 12, but don't go anywhere. An important corporate interview coming up next. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
याद है ना मैंने क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉल मार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Welcome back, and let's get you an important corporate voice. In fact, after receiving NDTV Profit's Trailblazer. Welcome back, and let's get you an important corporate voice. In fact, after receiving NDTV Profit's Trailblazer story and how her business dynamics are changing. Take a listen. Now, Falguni, how are you seeing the present scenario? Because, in the quick commerce business, the space is overcrowded. And do you see the similar kind of trends also in your space?
Not really. I think vertical commerce players in many categories were kind of unique. There was only one or two players. And it pretty much remains like that. Maybe one or two players try to enter it, but I think the vertical commerce, there are advantages to the ones who are front runners in a particular category. Right. And you can see that. I think last couple of quarters we've been disclosing that some of the best global brands want to come into India. Many of them have been partnering with Nykaa to come into the country. So I think this, according to me, is a long-term phenomenon, the consumption growth in the country. And next 10 years will see a good consumption growth. I know near-term stresses in terms of job creation, what does AI mean, and all that is there on people's mind. But I'm a believer in India, the power of Indian intellect. And I think India will earn its true place in an AI-dominated world. Maybe we're a little bit behind the curve compared to a couple of nations, but we will be ahead of many other nations. And I hope that, and it's my wish, and I do believe that Indians will make it happen, that, India will get its rightful place and will get its rightful, growth in living standards, and along with that, the consumption.
Right, and women workforce also focus on grooming, self-care, and that also is one of the kickers for your industry. But when we talk about your company's fashion business, what is the strategy of bolstering the growth on that particular front?
See, I was always a believer that beauty and fashion is both.
What is the strategy of bolstering the growth on that particular front?
See, I was always a believer that beauty and fashion is both spaces are where Nykaa can play, because it needs, many things are different, but many things are similar, and the consumer is the same. And I think with that belief, we embarked on building a fashion business, and it takes time. It's now about a 6-year journey, 6 to 7 year journey, and now we've been building it up. Last year we announced that our growth has accelerated in fashion. We also launched 1,250 brands in the last year alone. So I think we recently had an annual day where all these numbers have been disclosed. So fashion is growing very rapidly with us. Partners like H&M, Nike are trusting us with more. So we are very excited about how well we build this business, and it stands for something unique in the sense that in a generally crowded market, it stands for premiumization and giving you more on trend and more premium products. And I think that's what consumer wanted. So Nykaa has always been about what does the consumer want. I think on beauty, it was all about quality, trust, believing that these products are genuine. I think Nykaa has always been trusted with that. So I think instead of chasing just any turnover, we've always been that retailer that consumers aspire, in the categories that they aspire for. We bring those aspirations to them.
All right, so that was the management of Nykaa talking about the consumption growth story. With that, completely out of time on this edition of Markets at 12, but do keep it with NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
स्टील प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio with me, Hiral Dadia. Let's quickly take a look at what's happening with the markets as we speak right now. It's an interesting day of trade because crude has receded. That has come to the rescue in terms of markets, but what is interesting is that no one has faith how soon this will sustain or not. We're nearing that 23,900 mark as well, 0.8% higher as we speak. Let's pull up Bank Nifty and then we'll look at the sectoral heat map and the Nifty 50 heat map as well. In terms of Bank Nifty, mild bit of underperformance as compared to what Nifty 50 is doing, but you're still seeing gains of 0.7% coming in there. Let's look at the sectoral heat map and then we look at the Nifty 50 heat map as well as we speak. If you see in terms of individual sectors, what is really buzzing? IT is the top gaining sector today. In fact, there is a note from Jefferies where they've gone ahead and upgraded the IT sector, and Infosys is one of their top picks. That's where it is keeping Nifty IT up in trade. And to that, you have real estate also, which is climbing up. Consumption, pharma, auto, all the sectors buzzing in trade. I think the only one which is on the tender hooks is defense as well as oil and gas. Oil and gas, because some of the beneficiaries which are seeing gains, some of the losers like in ONGC are under pressure. Defense also, more of a sentimental impact coming in there, because whenever you hear of wars which are receding, that's when some of the beneficiaries which are seeing gains, this is the sector that gets affected. Let's look at the Nifty 50 heat map as well as we speak right now. In terms of sectors which are powering the kind of surge of 0.8%, Eternal 5.5% up move coming in there. Infosys, Indigo on the way, crude has been panning out. Asian Paints as well, a beneficiary with lower crude prices. ONGC again reacting to crude prices, down 3%. Adani Ports, SBI Life reacting to numbers. HDFC Bank, HDFC Life are few of the other gainers as well, losers as well. But let's quickly look at what's happening in terms of individual stocks, and we will quickly do the rapid fire as well. Overall, for the rapid fire, our guest is Nilesh Jain from Centrum FinServ, who joins in. Nilesh, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. Let's start off with the rapid fire. You have crude, which has slipped over 11%. Indigo, a beneficiary. Asian Paints, a beneficiary. JK Tyre as well, who's a beneficiary. Strong moves coming in there versus likes of an ONGC, which is trading under pressure. What do you like on the charts?
Good afternoon, Hiral. Well, absolutely crude sensitive. Counters are witnessing good spurt in today's trading session. So Indigo looks good on the chart. After a brief pause in the last couple of trading sessions, the counter has regained the momentum. Looks good for 5300, 5350 levels on the upside with a stop loss below 5100. Indigo is a buy, and apart from that, yes, Asian Paint also has given a good breakout. So this particular counter is also looking positive for 2750 to 2800 kind of levels on the upside with a stop loss below 2660. Buy and decline should be the strategy in Asian Paint.
Okay, so interesting one there. Eternal, there's no major reason that we're looking at, but the volumes are absolutely strong when it comes to an Eternal in trade today. Nilesh, stock up 5.5%.
Well, it is approaching its cluster of resistance zone that is placed at 300. So a breakout above 300 will give a confirmation, and then probably we can expect a move towards 310 to 320. But as of now, it's kind of since it is near resistance, so it's an avoid.
Okay, it's an avoid at this hour. The other one that we're talking about is the Ratnavir Precision Engineering. A solid Q1 number that has been reported. EBITDA profit growth 11% up move coming in there. Time to book profits, or are you seeing further momentum?
Well, after 11% kind of a spurt, if somebody is already holding the long position, can ride this momentum maybe towards 210 to 215 on the upside by keeping a trailing stop loss at 193. But avoid taking any fresh entry at current level because the risk and reward is not attractive.
Okay, so no risk reward, which is favorable. New India Assurance has been slightly under pressure, and that is because of the loss that they've posted. 244 odd crores, 4% downtick. Is this an opportunity to buy?
No, it's an avoid because the counter is already facing multiple resistances at the high level. So just in case if it breaks above 170, then only it's a buy. Otherwise, it's an avoid.
Okay. Between a Prudent Corporate Advisory and Shakti Pumps, I know two different companies. Which one would you prefer? Prudent is up 5% and Shakti Pumps profits have slipped 47%.
Well, Prudent has been trading in a range, and now after today's move, I think could be possibility of another level on the upside, maybe towards 3100 to 3200. So it's a buy, but not at current level. Buy and decline should be the strategy, keeping a stop loss below 2850. This particular counter is looking better compared to Shakti Pump, which is facing resistance since a long time. It has been under pressure, and the structure is still looking weak. We may see further downtick, maybe towards 500 odd levels going forward.
Okay, so that's with regards to Shakti Pumps as well. But thank you, Nilesh, so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you and get all the rapid fire answers as well. But moving on, what's happening right now is the kind of floods that the state of Gujarat, and especially the southern part of Gujarat, that has been facing as well. And heavy floods or heavy rains have led to heavy flooding, and conditions are absolutely severe, waterlogging everywhere as well. And there has been a lot of disruptions that have happened as well in terms of multiple industries that have got impacted. One of the companies that we're looking at right now is Mamta Machinery. Apurva Kane, CEO at Mamta Machinery, joins us to tell us as to what is the status actually. Welcome to the show, Apurva. Always a pleasure to speak to you as well. And, you know, all our wishes so that, you know, good wishes, I would say, so that all of this gets, you know, resolved quickly. But what is the status in terms of the floods that have been caused in Gujarat, especially the southern of Gujarat and regions in Vapi, etc., that have been affected?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me. First of all, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. We are based at village Moraiya, which is Taluka Sanand near Ahmedabad. We are about 20 kilometers out of Ahmedabad on Ahmedabad-Rajkot highway. There was severe flooding in our area on the night of Thursday and Friday as well as Saturday. So we had a standing water level in a factory of about 2 feet. Fortunately, the waters have now receded in our factory since yesterday night, and we are in the process of cleanup and to start our production once again by end of this week. We are fortunate that we have adequate insurance cover to take care of any damages that might have occurred, and we hope to be back in production before end of this week. But as we move further towards Rajkot, there is still severe flooding that is there, and the water is still standing at between 2 and 3 feet. So entire industrial belt has been affected, and so is the transportation. Thank you.
Okay. Apurva, my other question to you is, for how long are you expecting this kind of situation to continue? I know you've given your take in terms of when you're expecting resumption as well. But if you're talking of that entire industrial belt that has been affected, how long do you think this will continue right now?
As we move towards Bavra on left and right hand side, there is still at least 3 feet of standing water in the factories. And that is going to take much longer for cleanup. And first the water has to recede and those factories have to become accessible, which is not possible right now. So only when the water recedes over next 24 to 48 hours, given that there are no further severe rains, we still have an orange warning in our area for rain. And hopefully it doesn't rain that severely. So I think they are looking at between 2 to 3 weeks of cleanup and startup time.
What are the sectors that are located in this industrial belt? If you could just help me understand that.
Our industrial belt is full of pharma.
Okay. So it's pharmaceutical operations which are getting impacted.
Yes, most of them are pharmaceutical units.
Okay. And anything that you're seeing on the consumption side, or you know, which is of utmost priority as well, apart from pharma, which is getting impacted?
On consumption side, there are no food processing companies in this particular area. So that is okay. So it's basically machinery companies like us, engineering companies like Harsha Engineering and AI Engineering and us and AT Group and things like that, and then pharma companies.
Very lastly, what's the kind of financial impact that you're estimating? I know you have insurance cover, but overall, at least from the loss of business perspective.
We are still in the process of assessing the financial impact. We would have a production loss of about 1 week because of this disruption.
Understood. All right, Apurva. Thank you so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you as well. So, you know, you're talking about a belt which is concentrated by pharma, and that is what is getting impacted as well. But we'll quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll connect with the management of DCB Bank to discuss the quarter gone by. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो PPF संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Welcome back. You're watching Trending Stocks on NDTV Profit. Now let's pull up a DCB Bank on the screens and see what the counter has done in trade. A 36% jump in terms of where profitability goes. Overall, if you have to talk about the NI, we've seen a growth of around 18%. Advances have grown 17%. 20% deposit growth, and we've seen an improvement in terms of asset quality as well. Let me get in the management to discuss the quarter gone by. Joining us on the show, we have, let's just pull up the stock first and we'll see what the stock is doing in trade. Praveen Kuti, MD and CEO at DCB Bank, joins in. Mr. Kuti, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. Highest ever quarterly profit in the fourth quarter is what the bank has reported. If you could help us understand, this 35-36% growth in terms of profitability, is this something which is sustainable in FY27 as a year?
Yeah, one good way of looking at what the future will give for us is by looking at the past. Our highest profit earning quarter prior to Q1 was Q4. Before that it was Q3. Before that it was Q2. And so you've seen 4 consecutive quarters of highest ever profit after tax coming through. And that gives us a confidence, this kind of consistency gives us a confidence that it will continue in the future as well. If you were to break down the various moving parts, our NIM has been fairly steady at 3.35%, 15 bips than same quarter last year, largely driven by lower cost of deposits. So we had a 33 bips reduction in the cost of deposits, cost of funds coming through, and that has helped us, keep the NIM stable. On the core fee income, we've grown from 135 crores YOY of quarter one to 175 crores to now. That has offset a 85 crore dip in one-time treasury income that we enjoyed a year back. So which has resulted in the operating profit reaching a new high. Our cost We have been able to keep the discipline going. The cost to average assets is at 2.42%, which is a historic low. And our discipline in terms of portfolio quality has come in good, with gross NPA at 2.43, lowest in many, many years now. NNPA at 0.84, again, lowest ever for the last 7 years. And if you were to look at go forward, the slippage ratios and the bounce ratios are looking good. So it kind of augurs well for the future as well. To sum it up, this 4 continuous quarters of record high profits has also helped us improve our ROE. Our ROE is now 13.6%, which is the highest ever. 13.53 of Q4 has been kind of supplanted by the 13.61 in Q1. And one of the guidance that we're given as a bank is that in this year, we're going to be having an ROE of 13.5% and next year 14.5. First quarter, kind of less, has given a demonstration of what we can do going forward.
So then if you have to, everything said and done, the question then is, what is your expectation if you have to look at FY27 in terms of growth outlook, the deposit growth, advance growth, and how are you seeing the overall balance sheet grow?
I would tend to think that we would grow by 18 to 20% for the year. So 100,000, 1 lakh crore balance sheet by the end of the year looks like a possibility, good possibility. I've told you what the profitability would look like. 13.5% for the year is the guidance that we're given, and we kind of intend to stick by it. There is every chance that going forward also we'll continue to show similar kind of performances we've done in the recent past.
Mr. Kuti, how are you looking at the asset quality as well? Because, there has been a marginal improvement, or I would say pretty much stable on a Q-on-Q basis as well. Now, if you have to look at FY27, and if someone has to watch out for, is there any stress emerging in any of the pockets that one should watch out for?
So when the West Asia crisis happened, we were very concerned. And what we did is we stockpiled liquidity. So if you see that our deposit growth has been significantly higher than our advances growth, 21% in Q1, 20% in Q2. So while the advances were in the 70 to 70.5 range. And so the thought was that you could have inflation-related and supply chain-related shocks coming into the system. But I'm happy to say that we are not seeing any of those really materializing. What is clearly coming across is that the demonstrated GNPA ratios are lower than previous. And from a future perspective, what we can see on early vintage delinquencies, what we can see on bounce ratios, what we can see on slippages, things are holding up pretty much to our expectations and beyond.
Okay. How are you looking at digital initiatives and AI-led solutions? Because a lot of that has been spoken about as to how banks are using AI as well and what that will do to business. Are you seeing any tailwinds there?
So there are multiple areas where we're using AI. From a conversational AI perspective, there's a lot of work which is happening where voice bots have replaced actual call center operatives. You're able to see much better interaction coming through, and you're not really able to make a difference from the perspective of a machine talking to you versus a person speaking to you. We have significantly reduced false positives in multiple areas, in dedupes, in AML. So the woods for trees problems have reduced considerably. Agentic AI is being used in certain specific area, but of course, a human being ultimately takes the call on the agentic AI process. So clearly, from a propensity modeling perspective, from a service level perspective, from a false positive reduction perspective, we have already seen the benefit of it coming through.
Okay. My last question, Mr. Kuti, is how are you looking at FCNRB deposits? How much have you done so far, and what's your target looking like in terms of FY27?
We're expecting about $150 million to come through both the FCNR channel and the OFCB channel. Progress so far has been good. By September 30th, we'll know exactly how much we have achieved and hopefully how much we exceeded the target by.
So I think that's what the hope is as well everywhere. But thank you, Mr. Kuti, so much for joining in, and congratulations for the strong set of numbers. The stock also trading in the positive as we speak. But moving on, this was a very special event, and we're talking about the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. And I had an insightful conversation with S. Ramamurthy, who's the MD and CEO at BSE, on the company's growth outlook and the risks ahead. Let's listen in. You've been the wealth creator of the year, and it's evidence because everything that we've done in terms of coming to a winner is data backed. There was a methodology applied to it, the returns that shareholders have got, the kind of CAGR growth that the company has achieved in terms of say revenue, profitability, and number of criterias. The investor would now want to hear, Mr. Ramamurthy, that from here on, if they have to look at a BSE yet again, there are few things which are somewhere on autopilot because of you, right? That you've set the benchmark. What are the key things they should be watching out for to create that wealth yet again from this stage? Will it be new products? Will it be new launches? How should someone look at a BSE from here on?
See, we have clearly keeping this in mind, devised the following strategies for us. One is making BSE vibrant. By and all, I think we are there to some extent. The next is deepening and broadening of markets. That's what brings sustainability to the exchange and to the country's capital market as well. And the deepening and broadening, some of the points which you talked about, bringing in products, and in the products that we are trading, widening it. For example, if I am trading weekly options, how to make it monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, half-yearly. That is another effort going on. In terms of products, what the market wants, bringing it in. That is one part of deepening and broadening. Second is our mutual fund proposition. It is just not a business. It is about financial penetration. So how do you use it? How do you engage with distributors to ensure people participate in the capital market through mutual funds to start with, instead of through equities directly, and even there in mutual funds in a broad-based scheme which has lesser diversifiable risk, maybe an index fund or maybe a fund which is benchmarked to an index like Sensex 30.
Okay, so that's the view coming in when it comes to what investors should watch out for from a BSE as well. But completely out of time, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending Stocks from the team that put the show together and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT।
याद है ना मैंने क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क। इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance,
Benchmarks hover close to the day's highest points as well. Nifty gears up to breach the 24,000 level while the Sensex gained over 600 points as well. IT led gains with realty, auto and pharma and other major sectors in the green. IDFC First Bank delivers a standout quarterly performance, posting its highest ever profit. A strong customer business growth and improving operating momentum lifts investor confidence. And Dr. Lal PathLabs impresses the street with a stronger than expected quarterly performance as robust earnings and steady revenue growth reinforces confidence coming to its diagnostics business. And oil prices pulled back sharply as a pause in US-Iran strikes eased immediate supply fears, though lingering Middle East tensions continue to keep energy markets on edge. Addressing the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards 2026, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the union budget numbers for the current fiscal year might not need to be tweaked as of now. She's also added that there are sufficient buffers to deal with challenges arising from the war in West Asia. Meanwhile, the government has introduced the anti-paper leak bill in the Lok Sabha to tighten the legal framework against examination fraud. The proposed legislation seeks stricter punishment for those involved in paper leaks, organized cheating, and the use of unfair means in public examinations. Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup in terms of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, let's take a very quick look at the markets first things first, because Nifty and Sensex, both of them doing quite well for themselves right now. And in terms of the kind of picture that you're seeing coming in, also about a 190 point uptick coming in when you talk about the Nifty, and even when you talk about Sensex as well, a close to 650 point uptick really coming through there as well. When you talk about some of the broader indices as well, you do have small cap 250 that's up about 1% so some bit of outperformance that you're seeing coming in there. When you talk about mid cap as well, little bit of outperformance also reflecting there, just a tad bit. But let's also quickly talk about the list of sectors as well that are doing quite well for themselves in trade. So it's IT that makes it to the top of that list with that 2.5% gain coming in. Media, realty, pharma, consumption, auto as well as FMCG, all of those sectors in great shape right now. In fact, among the major sectors, there's not a tinge of red that you see coming in, except for one sector just about that's holding on to a little bit of red right now. But when you talk about some of the other sectors, they're doing quite well for themselves. Let's also, on that note, quickly talk about the list of gainers and losers from within the Nifty 50 as well. So there's actually Eternal that makes it to the top of that list when you talk about Nifty 50, with that 5.5% uptick coming in. Interglobe Aviations, Infosys, Bajaj Finance, Asian Paints. Some of your IT counters actually make it to this list. So something like a TCS with that 2.5% gain coming in, HCL Tech with 2% uptick also, and some of your auto counters as well. So there's Eicher Motors up there with that 2.5% uptick coming in. and even M&M also slight bit of uptick with that 1.9% that you're seeing coming in. But let's also quickly talk about the list of losers as well from within the Nifty 50. There's actually something like an ONGC, HDFC Bank, that's one heavyweight that's not doing some bit of heavy lifting in an otherwise strong market, and Wipro, that's the outlier coming in from the entire IT pack, that overall seems to be rising in today's trading session as well. And some of your banks like Kotak Bank, Axis Bank also a little bit on the back foot against the entire Nifty banks performance as well. So that's the little bit of outlier also coming in. But let's also move on and get you a slice of a very important conversation that my colleague Rishabh had. And in fact, he did have the opportunity to speak with Guruja Subramanian, Chairman and Managing Director of New India Assurance, about the company's performance in the quarter gone by and the outlook ahead as well. Let's go across and listen in to what he had to say.
Right, I'm joined here by Ms. Girija Subramaniam, CMD of the New India Assurance. Thank you so much, ma'am. Firstly, your thoughts on the quarter one that has passed by. What are you making of it?
Well, the quarter one for New India has reflected the industry results. Everybody has not, it has been a bleak quarter for the industry. We also did not do well because the majority of our book is renewing property book. Many of our accounts renew, and this has been a very, in terms of pricing, a 27% dip for the market. So obviously it reflects in our results also. Medical health pricing also has gone down for the group. So I think many, in all respects, the OD premium was anyways, it's a very competitive market, so it has been bad. So I think in all, and TP premium has not gone up since the last 5 years, and awards only are going up. The premium doesn't go up. So these things matter, and I think it's a collective a collection of all these reasons that why New India is not done. I'm very hopeful that in the future quarters we will shore up.
Ma'am, the regulator has also highlighted certain dark patterns that are going on when it comes to selling of insurance. What is the industry reaction to this? What will the industry now be doing in order to take these on board from the regulator?
No, the regulator has been in communication with all the companies on these dark patterns, and they have asked us to go through our data, identify that, and take action. And all the companies are, I think, most of them, at least I can speak for New India, we have been, looking out for these kind of dark patterns and correcting them. So, and taking action to see that it's rectified. So I think it will, we will be compliant with the DPDP Act.
Last question, ma'am. There's a lot of things that are coming in when it comes to the distribution paper, the distribution norms that are coming in, the draft paper expected in August. Talk to us about what the industry is expecting from it.
No, I cannot talk, and I wouldn't want to comment on this.
Alright, then there you go. So that's the word coming in from New India Assurance when it comes to some of their future plans as well, and a rather tough quarter gone by. But speaking of tough, let's also talk about what's happening with oil prices as well, because there's a little bit of a slump that you've seen coming in as the strike pause really emerges here. So oil's really dropped on those de-escalation hopes, as you can see on your screens. $90 a barrel is back for Brent, and when you talk about WTI, much lower than that, $83. And just on Friday, you did see that $92, $93 a barrel mark for WTI being maintained. So right now, a 6.5% downtick coming in on both counts when you talk about Brent as well as WTI. And when you talk about some of the key factors as well, it seems like the war premium seems to be easing here. So energy prices really cooling on some of those diplomatic hopes as well. And going forward, when you talk about some of the factors as well, there's actually the ceasefire durability that remains the key market risks right now, and the Hormuz shipping flows that remain constrained. And that's also something to watch out for. Seems to be capping losses still. So that's really the outlook coming in terms of oil prices. But let's also get you the word going for oil as well as gold, because both of those are very much in focus. Gold, of course, climbing as oil prices retreating. And Kunal Shah, Head Commodities Research, Nirmal Bang, joining us on the show right now. Mr. Shah, a very good afternoon to you. It isn't a good afternoon, though, when you talk about oil prices. And we do have that $90 a barrel mark also coming back in focus yet again, just when we saw prices crossing $102, $101 as well. So what are you thinking in terms of this de-escalation and the war premium that it seems to have taken away from the prices as well?
Okay, so the fact is that every time oil prices goes above 100, there is a tremendous pressure on US president to act on it, because what is happening is already the product market is very tight. So you talk about diesel, you talk about gas oil. So all these product market are in a major short supply because of the lot of refineries are not operating. In Russia, 45% of refining capacity has been damaged by Ukraine. So in this kind of scenario, if oil or diesel shoots up, it's a nightmare for the US government because it will lead to a abrupt rise in interest rate. And if that happens, the state of the bond market is unthinkable. So from last 6 months, we are already seeing US is printing money in order to come out of the crisis. And in this time, higher inflation will not be tolerated. So I think every time oil goes to 100, 101, the taco trade will start and oil will go down. So this is what has happened. And I expect this to go down, oil to go down, WTI 85, Brent 88 looks very likely. And the trend is definitely sell on rise.
No, absolutely. And, when you talk about an escalation that perhaps might come as well, because that's the way that things have been unfolding as well. What are the kind of levels that you're eyeing on the upside then when you talk about that escalation?
Yeah, so every time you see escalation taking place, on geopolitics, and at that time, I think logically, the paper market of oil and the physical market, there is a difference. In physical market, the shortage are far worse than what the paper market are projecting right now. So I believe that going forward, if this escalates, oil can again shoot up to $100, $105. But let us hope and pray that they do not escalate from here. But apart from that, the escalation will definitely add to $10 to $12 of premium to oil prices.
No, absolutely. And speaking of premium, let's also talk about gold prices as well. Quite the rebound that you're seeing coming in there. And of course, one factor in count is oil prices that seem to be pulling back as well. But other than that, what are the kind of levels that you're keeping in mind when it comes to gold prices and even the factors then?
I think gold is looking very strong. Gold prices can go up from here. And there is one event on Wednesday, Wednesday, I think, Fed meeting. So we don't know what Mr. Kevin Walsh is going to do. But we believe that even 25 basis point is fully discounted. I think $15, $20 of fall in gold is a good buy from here. And it has a potential to test 4,200 to 4,250 during this week itself. So buy at dips is my strategy for gold.
Really, buy on dips is the strategy that seems to be emerging here as well. And, when you talk about the entire safe haven demand picture as well, just quickly wanted to try and get a sense of how that entire regime has really changed very sharply for gold as well. What is your outlook there as well? Do you think that it's going to be becoming a safe haven asset anytime soon? Because right now, we've not been very much seeing it operate like one.
I think gold is a safe haven and it will continue to remain safe haven in this kind of uncertain times. The present fall in gold prices in last 3.5 months has nothing to do with its fundamental. It is a healthy correction in a structural bull market. The central banks are continue to remain long in gold. And I believe that this correction represents great opportunity for somebody who has missed the bus. So go long in gold. The outlook seems to be definitely very bullish.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go, the outlook is quite positive when you talk about gold prices, and right now is the time to also go long and look at those buys on dips when you talk about gold prices. But on that note, let's slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's big.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned in. Well, it's time now to listen into a very important conversation. And after SBI's victory at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, you do have the chairman of the company telling Tamanna Inamdar why India's largest lender is also betting on digital growth, AI-driven productivity for that matter, and a stronger banking sector while keeping a close watch on rural demand as well as monsoon risks. Let's just listen to a slice of this exclusive conversation.
We are honored that the jury considered SBI recognized as the financial powerhouse. What is remarkable about this recognition is a recognition for the work which we do every day across the country, across the diversified geographies, across the customer segments, fulfill the aspirations of individual entrepreneur, as I mentioned, to the largest corporate house in the country.
Yeah. We should also take this opportunity to tell our viewers and underscore that the categories and the nominees shortlist was based on core data. So this is performance of revenue, profitability, of course stock market performance, among other things. So it is not any kind of subjectivity which lands someone in the nominee list, and then of course the jury takes its pick. Just want to understand, sir, from you. First, I'll speak to you as member of the jury, and then, of course, on the honor. When, as a member of the jury, you were looking at some of the other categories, and we've shortlisted them as per data, what were some of the criteria that you thought about?
So I think most of the companies were evaluated. For instance, if you take the most value accretive company, value creating company, it's a pretty competitive category, right? Because the valuations are very dynamic. But what we applied the filter is the sustainability of the economic value which is created for the stakeholder. I think it was evident in every category that it's not that you are judging. Obviously, of course, when you are considering that the awards are for a particular period, you need to consider the period. But it's also, I think, a due weightage is given how sustainable this performance has been. It's not a flash in the pan kind of performance, but they truly created enduring value to the stakeholders.
Were there any heated deliberations between the jury members that you'd like to reveal? Any differences of opinion at the end of the day?
What was interesting, I think most of the jury members have put in decades of experience in their industry. But none of us really felt that, we are trying to bring our own choices or assumptions into that. It purely went by the matrix which was given to us. Obviously, when you are bringing your experience, you would have your own insights into what needs to be further evaluated. That was respected by all the jury members. I remember I was attending the jury meeting from New York at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure, I think a couple of other jury members were also in different parts of the world. But we felt that this is something what we need to give some time and spend some time to choose the right winner out of the categories.
And we're most honored for this. Now, once again, to being the financial powerhouse, the journey of SBI is obviously long. It's a very storied institution, but it's standing as financial powerhouse on its own merit today. How do you think State Bank of India is competing in the banking system also against private sector banks, which were for the longest time thought as sharper, more tech front facing and a better option in terms of customer facing? That perception is changing now, isn't it?
Yeah. One observation I've definitely had given to NDTV Profit is that if you are calling financial powerhouse, having a PSU, non-PSU tag doesn't really matter. And that I think repeatedly SBI was able to prove that irrespective of the ownership, it has invested in its people, it has invested in technology. Today our approach is digital first, customer first and nation always. I think none of these objectives are mutually exclusive. We believe that they all go hand in hand to ensure that every aspiration in the country is fulfilled through we command the largest market share. We almost manage with SBI and also the subsidiaries put together across financial system. As we speak today, we manage 140 lakh crore assets under management, which means that we have a greater responsibility to the nation and to the fulfillment of the aspirations of people. So I call it as an institution which is moving towards purpose with profitability. I don't think any other organization has pursued these objectives as closely as SBI always has been.
And of course, that is the mandate. Since I have you here with me, I must ask you, sir, about the response to the FCNR scheme that the government has announced recently. It was important to shore up the rupee as well. And the initial reports that we're hearing is that it's been quite a hit. Can you just explain the kind of response that is coming in and what you have seen at State Bank of India?
There's a good response. I won't be able to give the number right away, but I think we'll be giving the numbers as part of our quarterly numbers. But there's a good response across the geographies, and we have the largest NRI customer base, and we also have the largest physical presence outside the country. So it is helping us to mobilize. I'm sure that the numbers which were put out by RBI indicates the trajectory of the FCNRB scheme.
It's fair to say quite a big share is with State Bank of India of that number.
We would definitely be not less than our market share, I can assure you on that. But it's not about the market share or the numbers. We believe that at this moment, we all are working together to make this scheme very successful one.
Does it make sense from the bank's point of view to scoop up all of these FCNR deposits at these rates?
I didn't get you.
Does it make sense business-wise for the bank to scoop up these
FCNR
FCNR
I think
deposits?
every bank
because obviously we're doing it from national interest.
But even otherwise also,
yeah.
I think everyone is benchmarking to the domestic cost of funding.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone will do and go beyond a level in terms of...
Some competition is coming in.
That's fine. I think they are also evaluating, what could be their cost of resources if they access the bulk market. I think everybody is benchmarking meaningfully in my view.
As you have such an insight into industry and how industry performs, and which is why also I think you made a great jury member. How have you seen industry's resilience through these last few months between the West Asia crisis, fuel shortages, in some patches, high raw material costs, El Nino now coming in? Are you seeing that kind of stress now?
So I think more than stress, we should talk about the resilience. For the last 6 years, I think the economy, the components of economy, the companies, MSMEs, individuals, everyone had gone through a series of disruptions, right? We had COVID, we had tariffs, we had the West Asian crisis. All of them had proven that the country is more resilient in terms of living up to its expectations of the country, economic imperatives. But what do I read from this is that there is a greater resilience in the corporate world today. I think that's really helping, because every time we talk about stress in the banking system, the major impact had come from the corporate book. I think we are seeing extreme resilience in the corporate book. There could be some
at all sizes and scale?
everywhere, mid corporate, large corporate. There could be some challenge in terms of the micro enterprises, and we were very glad that the government has been extremely proactive in bringing that emergency line. That has definitely helped people to overcome some of the supply chain issues and also disruption in the cash flow.
Are you seeing any worry, or do you worry about what El Nino will bring in store? The finance minister also spoke about the impact of El Nino, and we have to wait and watch what happens. But what is the kind of impact typically that one would expect?
So El Nino generally, as ma'am rightly pointed out, it's not only about inadequacy of rainfall in certain areas, even excess rainfall in certain areas will create problem. So the distribution of rainfall has been patchy in this monsoon. And what is the immediate worry would be that so far in the last 2-3 years, rural consumption has been very robust. So how it is going to impact rural consumption is something what is probably the concern. It's not about asset quality in itself, because as far as availability of fertilizers, irrespective of the cost what FM has mentioned, the government has ensured that the farmers continue to get the fertilizers. But when rainfall is inadequate, I think it will definitely impact the rural consumption, because the inflationary pressure both on the rural and urban areas will have some impact going forward. Let's hope that the impact would be as less as possible.
My very last question to you, as a top Indian banker right now, how are you looking at possible threats like mythos, artificial intelligence? Because the mandate suddenly also has this in it, apart from, of course, being a financially profitable bank and serving the unbanked, etc. Now this is something else you have to worry about as well.
It's not worry. I think, how do you prepare for these changing dynamics in technology? For instance, artificial intelligence, our focus of adopting AI at the enterprise level is that how do you increase the productivity of your employees, and how do you make customer interactions as seamless as possible? For instance, at the customer level, our first deployment of AI, agentic AI, obviously, when we are talking about AI now, would be on the YONO app. So similarly, on the employee side, we would like to use for knowledge base. We have the largest knowledge base. How do you make a seamless understanding of processes by using agentic AI for employees? I think the whole gamut of AI adoption is on the fraud risk management, employee productivity, and customer interactions. As far as AI in the cybersecurity, of course, mythos is one area. Under the IBA, where I also chair the IBA, we brought many of the OEM service providers to the banking industry, almost 25 of them, had worked with them in terms of the basic preparations. I think you need to have getting the fundamentals right in terms of cybersecurity stance. We have given a very detailed framework for all the member banks to adopt, and also engage with those providers of AI tools for cybersecurity. I'm sure that I think banking industry is well prepared for that.
शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. My name is Varsha. Well, MV Electrosystems is in focus on the back of their IPO of around 290 crore. Well, this company is a manufacturer of electric power and electronics equipment for railway rolling stock. The fixed issue price, so the band is at between 400 to 425. Issue opens on July 30th. But to speak more about the IPO, how will be the utilization of funds and what's the outlook for the next few years, we are here joined by Mr. Mohit Vora, who's non-executive director, and Ajay Kumar, who's CFO at the company. Well, gentlemen, welcome at NDTV Profit. Pleasure to have you. Mr. Vora, coming to you first on business model, if you could help our viewers, what is the business model of your company in a quick and easy way?
Yeah, thank you very much, Varsha. To give you a brief introduction of the company, MV Electrosystems is one among the India's emerging railway technology company, and we focus on development of advanced rail propulsion systems, traction electrics, auxiliary power systems, and as a layman, in a layman language, you can say a wide range of electrical products for railway rolling stock. Rolling stock means locomotives, train sets, EMUs and metros, and also rail overhead electrification systems. Last year, 2025 September, we received our first approval for 6,000 horsepower locomotive propulsion system. So this approval registered our name among the very few global companies that possess this expertise for development and manufacture of these complex systems. And everything is done completely in-house. This is an indigenously developed technology and done in our dedicated R&D center, and which is recently recognized by Department of Scientific and Industrial Research.
Right. Mr. Vora, just wanted to understand what is the current executable order book and what is the revenue visibility that you see for FY27 and 28. Just wanted to understand that the order book, current order book, the execution timelines.
So as you know that Indian Railways generally is a tender-based business, and we keep often seeing the tenders that gets published time and again. So after we received our approval during September 2025, there are already 3 to 4 tenders that have already published, and we won those. And with a combined order book of over 100,000 crores in hand, excluding GST and excluding annual maintenance contract that I'm not counting into it. So this where we stand in propulsion systems only.
Okay, and this 1,000 crores, what are the execution timelines of this 1,000 crore order?
Generally, this is an annual requirement, so this has to be executed in the upcoming financial year.
Okay, And Mr. Ajay Kumar, coming to you on the financial, just wanted to understand, you saw there was a decline in revenue in FY26 and there was also a loss of around 12 crore. Just wanted to understand any reasons, and will FY27 be profitable?
Yeah, we have declined the turnover in the last financial year. We got the final approval of the prototype in the September 2025. Afterward, we have transferred ourselves to execute the order book of the propulsion. That is the reason we have sacrificed our top line in the last current financial year.
Well, moving on from a company that is about to get listed on the stock exchanges to a company that has been listed for a very long time. SBI Life reported a strong set of numbers. All the brokerages maintain their overweight rating or the buy rating with the target price. In fact, if you look at the VNB numbers, they were much ahead compared to what the street was anticipating. Now, my colleague Sharad met up with the MD and CEO of SBI Life Insurance to discuss the growth plan going forward. Let's listen to that conversation.
Good set of numbers coming in, especially the VNB numbers I'm talking about. So how was the quarter gone by? If you could just explain us that, sir.
Good morning. It is good that the company's first quarter results have been largely in line with the guidance that we had provided at the start of the financial year. Our APE growth guidance was around 14 to 15%, and at the end of the first quarter we were approximately 15%. VONB margin, as far as is concerned, we had guided for 26 to 28%, and we were well within the guided range at 26.2%. The growth has been good in the group business also during the quarter, and that has resulted in good VONB growth of the company also.
Right. And sir, how does the product mix change right now? Now, current what the numbers are, and in the future, how do you think things will change?
As far as individual rated premium is concerned, the company's strategy is to move towards a higher share of non-ULIP products, and our strategy during the first quarter has paid off. The ULIP share, while it is growing strongly with 7% growth, has slightly come down in the overall IRP share at 63%. As far as the total product mix is concerned, there was some lumpy group business that came in the first quarter, but overall APE growth during the remaining 3 quarters will normalize to the same range of around 15%.
And you have actually reaffirmed, or you could say reiterated your guidance for FY27. Just wanted to get the headline numbers, what it is, because it was still a volatile quarter, and because even without that you have done well. So I wanted to understand the FY27 guidance numbers.
We continue to stick to our guidance that was provided at the start of the financial year. Individual rated premium growth of approximately 15% and VONB margin in the range of 26 to 28%.
Fair enough. And talking about how the distribution is playing out, your bank assurance channel and the agency segment, there was a good growth in both of these segments. How do you see these segments panning out going ahead?
Banca channel continues to be a strength of the company. Our banca channel provides approximately more than 60%, 63% at the end of the last financial year, and with a very strong base at the banca channel, it managed to grow at a rate of 10% during the first quarter. Going forward, we believe that this 10% growth will further improve, and agency channel, as far as is concerned, that has been our focus area for last 2 to 3 years. We have been strengthening our agency channel, and this channel has grown at a rate of approximately 20% in the first quarter.
And so the street has been quite bullish on the margin growth triggers for your company. I was checking with analysts. I know they are quite bullish on it. So I just wanted to understand what are the key growth levers, for the increase in the margins going ahead for your company.
Company has a very consistent kind of cost structure as far as operational costs are concerned, or the commission costs are concerned, and our margin, which is a result of course, the OPEX structure of the company, is been very stable in the past also. We have been providing, giving the industry best kind of figures in the past, and whatever range we provide for. Whatever range that we guide for, we have been in that range in this quarter also.
All right. So we are sticking with the guidance all across on most of the parameters as well, and this is just the first quarter of FY27. But the industry specific question also, there was a time where there was an input tax credit issue, but the volumes have picked up. The story is mitigated now. Those fears, abatement fears, is over. Now going ahead, how does the industry go forward? What are the key growth triggers looking like? Because the story is pretty long-term story here. So I just wanted to get your view on that.
We have seen that post GST exemption, the overall industry has been posting very strong numbers. Looking at the opportunities, the kind of insurance penetration that we have, and the kind of focus that the regulator as well as the government is placing on their vision of insurance for all by 2047, the kind of steps that insurance industry itself is taking by way of insurance awareness campaign, etc., we foresee that the potential to grow at a better rate is definitely there, and I am sure that the company as well as the industry will take all the steps to further the penetration in the country.
Sir, and the last question, a very interesting question, a good data also coming in from what I hear from the analysts in the street, is the women, the segment, and that is doing well each quarter. It's largely not highlighted generally, but I would like to point that out. That's a very big segment as financialization comes in. How do you see this?
What we are seeing is that the percentage of working women is also increasing in the overall workforce. So obviously this becomes an even more interesting and potential segment for the insurance companies to grow. The growth in the women new lives being covered has seen a growth, and I am sure that in coming times the numbers will further improve.
Right, and just for the youth also, the young folks, first time people coming in the job, what are those numbers also suggesting, if you would like to give that?
Protection segment has been a very strong focus area for SBI Life Insurance, and we have strengthened our protection portfolio in last couple of years. As far as youth is concerned and protection is concerned, you are very well know that the younger you buy a term insurance, the cheaper it will be for rest of your life. So my message to the youth, my message to the people entering the workforce is to look at the term insurance as their first option as soon as they start earning, and that will be a saving which will accrue to them over their entire work life and provide a very good safety net for their family also.
SBI Life, talking about its Q1 FY27 numbers, but moving on, let's also invite guests for our show, Narendra Solanki, Senior VP and Head Fundamental Research Investment Services at Anand Rathi. Narendra, just wanted to have your view on SBI Life. How are you reading its Q1 numbers, and what's your outlook on the particular sector and of course on the stock?
Yeah, good afternoon. First of all, SBI Life is not into our active recommendation list. Having said that, I think recent results were very good. If you remember, the Q4 results were slightly below expectations in terms of growth, and also the margins were lower than expectations. But Q1 results have been so far very good. The recovery has been seen, even renewal premium showed good growth, and the value of new business has also improved. Even from the profitability perspective, if you see the VNB margins, although they have declined to 26.2, but I think broadly they are expected to remain at these levels, which is definitely good. And on the operational and risk ratio, the solvency ratio has also shown improvement to 1.96. So I think overall the results are decent and better than the previous quarter's results.
All right. Well, viewers, time for a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
याद है ना मैंने क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit. Well, if you look at the market, after the 5 days of decline that we saw last week, we are seeing some kind of a relief rally coming in, hovering around at 20,950 to 24,000 level. That's the Nifty. Nifty Bank Index, not that great of a performance, just up 300 points, struggling to cross the 57,000 mark here. If you look at the sectoral indices, on the red side is just one counter, that's as well largely flat. That's the Nifty Energy Index. But on the gaining side, we have Nifty IT, which is up nearly 2.5%, and this is after Jefferies changed its stance on the nearly 2.5%, and this is after Jefferies changed its stance on the sector overall. Nifty Pharma up 1.5%, Nifty Real Estate, Nifty Auto up anywhere close to 1.4%. In fact, a good day for the Nifty Small Cap Index as well. That's also up around 1.2% in trade. But let's go across to Jasmeet to understand what's been buzzing on in Ramco Systems. The stock, I believe, was down as much as 10% at one point of time. Jasmeet, what's happening with Ramco Systems?
Well, thank you for that. Now, if you look at this particular counter, the reason why the stock is hanging in trade is on the back of the overall performance in the Q1. What we have seen is the Q1 performance has been weak for this particular counter, though the overall visibility of the order seems great for the company. If we look at the top 5 key takeaways, we do note that the overall progress towards the AI is becoming strong for the company. Further, we also know that the company has had a healthy pipeline and the growth basically remains despite the overall slowdown for this particular counter, though it's not showing up in the bottom line. Now, if you look at the other key highlights, the management expects improvement coming quarter as well, in the coming quarters as well. It's seen for large cap IT companies as well that they're expecting a lot of momentum in Q2 onwards, given they have already reached the bottom of it, and they expect the H2 of this particular year to be better. In terms of the key numbers, the revenue is down by 7%. You look at the EBIT side of the business, the EBIT has seen a sharp downtick of 90%. In terms of the key margins, if you look at the margins have turned from earlier 11 to 1% on the back of that heavy investment and cost that we have seen with this particular counter. Now we look at the key business highlight, the company is winning good deals, they are seeing a good momentum, but the conversion of the deals into the top line and the growth is something that has been a key focus for majority of the IT companies. If we look at the other key highlights, the company also implemented Ramco Pace across Asian countries where they're seeing good traction. Further, they have also become an AI integral product engineering and delivery into their everyday system. So all in all, we do know the stock has been tanking down about 90% since the Q1 result on the back of that week, but the overall visibility looks strong for this particular counter.
Right. Narendra, any view on this counter? Ramco Systems down around 10% in trade today?
Right now, we do not have any active coverage on Ramco systems, but looking at the result, the performance was really subdued, and hence the reaction on the negative side.
All right. Well, moving on, Orient Tech, let's pull up that chart also because the stock is in focus on the back of order win. And we do, there you go, the stock is up almost 8% and we do have Parth to give us more details on that.
So Orient Technologies is, if we talk about the company a little bit in first, so they are basically an IT infrastructure and digital transformation services provider. They offer end-to-end enterprise IT services and they operate in 3 countries, that is number 1 India, UAE and Singapore as well. Now the reason why they are in focus today is because they have won a huge order from the National Payments Corporation of India, that is NPCI, and the order is valued at 76 crores and this is basically a domestic purchase order for the supply of enterprise services within an execution timeline of 18 weeks. It also includes end of sales support and 7 years of warranty services. So if we look at the business model of the company, then they have 2 segments. The first one is IT Infra Solutions, that is basically their hardware segment where they deploy and maintain those core data center solutions. Now the revenue growth in this segment, if we talk about that, that has been quite lumpy. In FY23, around 350 crores of revenue came in from this segment, which only has grown barely 20% in the next 3 years to just 420 crores in FY26. On the other hand, their second segment, which is IT application segment, where they provide services like cloud, DevOps, and also data as a service model, that has seen a strong growth from 185 crores in FY23 to almost 450 crores in FY26. So that second segment is going to be in the spotlight for the company in the coming years. And going forward, the key things to watch will be that first of all, the execution pace of this NPCI order, because that 18 weeks timeline is quite tight for these kind of orders, and also if they are able to sustain this growth as the services segment overtakes that growth in the hardware segment.
All right, got that view. Well, thank you so much, Parth, for all the details. Narendra, any view on Orient Tech? The stock is up almost 8%. What should investors do at such point of time?
Yeah, right now we do not have any active recommendation, but yeah, the latest order the company has received is a sentimental boost to the company, and also if you see the overall revenue growth for last 3 to 4 years, it has been on a very good growth path. So I think the execution remains the key, and the kind of orders booking sustains, then I think the growth may continue forward for next 2 to 3 years.
Just one more stock that I wanted to discuss with you. Apart from this, if you look at the small cap index today, MRPL is trading down around 4%. Any view on MRPL? Do you track, does Anand track this counter?
No, we do not have any coverage on MRPL.
Anything on RK Forgings? That stock is up 8% on the back of strong numbers. Would you recommend anyone to go ahead and buy at this valuation now?
See, we are very positive on the overall capital goods space, and specifically RK Forgings. Right now, we do not have any active recommendation, but overall, we like this space, and there has a lot. If you see overall capital goods, there has been a lot of activity, manufacturing activities picking up, and a lot of. If you see the auto sector, we are very positive. So a lot of ancillary companies operating into this segment, we are very positive.
All right, next stock which is in focus is Sesha Sai Paper and Boards. Well, that stock is up almost 5% in trade, and we have Shivam to give us more details on that.
Yes, Sesha Sai Papers and Boards is seeing a good uptake in today's session, and the business is currently involved in manufacturing and sale of printing and writing papers. Now the stock is buzzing on the back of good set of Q1 numbers, and if we talk about the top 5 key takeaways, the revenue of the company has jumped up around 28%. In fact, the profit has also doubled on YY basis. In terms of total sales volume, we have also seen an increase of around 20%, and exports have surged over 138%. The domestic demand was mainly supported by the notebooks, printers and government tenders, and in terms of capex, the company has earlier stated of a capex of around 270 crores, and that is progressing as per planned. In terms of operational highlights, the production is up around 9%. The export sales, as I said, has jumped around 140%. In terms of domestic sales, so that was up around 10%. Looking forward to the management commentary. In terms of demand, the management has stated that they are seeing good demand from notebook manufacturers and large printers. Also, going forward, the realizations are expected to increase, and export order inflows has also remained strong for Q1. In terms of few points that should investors look for future period, the West Asia crisis that can likely raise the chemical prices, which will result in higher input cost. And in terms of domestic order inflow, that is expected to remain challenging in Q2.
Well, thank you so much, Shivam, for all the details. Narendra, do you track this counter, Sesha Sai?
No, we do not track paper space.
All right. Also, Narendra, just wanted to understand, which sector you are bullish on. So, if you could, tell us 3 or 4 sectors that you might see some kind of, good growth over there.
See, we continue to remain bullish on auto sector, especially two-wheelers and commercial vehicles, and auto ancillary companies. We are bullish. Apart from auto sector, we are bullish on hospitals, healthcare sector. Hospitals are the space where we are very bullish. And in financials, we are bullish. We are positive on banks, specifically public sector banks in comparison with the private sector banks. And NBFCs, more B2C kind of NBFC companies like Bajaj Finance, we are positive on. So these are the sectors we are positive on right now. And defense is one of the sectors where we continue to remain positive, but because the valuations are a bit stretched, so right now investors should have a horizon of 3 to 5 years in order to generate return from that. So in defense also, we are continuing to remain positive.
All right. Got that view. Well, thank you so much, Narendra, for joining in and having a conversation with us. Pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Thank you so much. Well, viewers, this is all the time that we have on this edition of Small Cap Buzzer. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
माँ भी हमेशा पी-मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah.
Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. My name is Puneet Zaveri, and over the next 30 minutes, we'll try and solve all those stock-related queries that you might have at this point of time. So do start sending those in on the numbers flashing on the top of your screen right now. But first, a very quick check of what the markets are doing, because you have a lot to cover in the next half an hour. This point of time, we are moving, inching up very closer to that 24,000 mark. So that's a key positive right now. But in terms of the heat map, that is the other factor. You're not seeing a structural trend being formed at this point of time within the heat map for the Nifty 50 as well. So let's pull up the stocks specific action first. You've seen that on Eternal, a very strong move, up almost 5.5% now. Indigo and Infosys are the other key gainers, while you've seen some good moves on Bajaj Finance as well as Shriram Finance now. Shriram Finance came out with earnings on Friday. Market reaction was largely positive. M&M comes out with earnings this week, up 2.2% up right now. The Nifty IT was up almost 2.2% in the morning. Let's pull up the sectoral heat map up now. And, if that is one factor that we are watching out for in terms of sectors, that is still continuing its up move. But media, now the top gainer for the Nifty 50, while we're seeing a largely green screen across sectors. Also, the advanced decline ratio, we've been highlighting that last week was one where there was multiple times a convergence of the advanced decline ratio. Today, though, straight from almost 3 times in terms of the favor towards the advances, just a tad below that right now, but almost 1,900 or 2,000 stocks up in the green. That's visible for the BSE 500 as well. Let's pull up the individual top movers for the BSE 500 today. Those includes Latent View, which is up almost 7.8%. Loris, 2,000 stocks up in the green. That's visible for the BSE 500 as well. Let's pull up the individual top movers for the BSE 500 today. Those includes Latent View, which is up almost 7.8%. Loris, after results, has seen some stellar reaction. We spoke to the management today in the morning. Capital Point as well as Atul are some of the other key gainers. So is Concor, up almost 7% right now. But we are expecting some big numbers coming in for today, and that's led by Bharat Electronics. So generally comes during market hours, but those are important numbers that we'll watch out for. Let's welcome in our guest who will solve your stock-related queries, Vishnukant Upadhyay, AVP Research at Master Capital Services, and on the fundamental side of things, Rajesh Agarwal, Head of Research at Home Capital. Gentlemen, both of you, thank you so much for joining me today on this Monday afternoon. The first question coming in from Ekam Barai, it's on KPIT Tech. he's bought these shares at slightly more elevated levels at 1,035. So at a 45% loss. Wants to know, Rajesh, if he should still continue to hold or invest either in Coforge or Infosys. Would you recommend either of those trades? Rajesh, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Puneet. Good afternoon, Ishman. I think first let me come to KPIT. KPIT as a stock has done very well in the past, and from almost 50% correction we have witnessed. I think all the negatives have been discounted. They are basically into auto software, and that division is not has not done that great in the recent past. We have seen the likes of KPIT Tech or Tata Tech, even Tata Elxsi somewhat witnessing a cut. But at these levels, I don't think it would be a prudent idea to cut your losses. Maybe it can bounce back to levels of 700 odd levels into next 6 months. So if you have new money to put, then I would recommend going for Infosys. Based on the numbers, that has been great. The only thing that were negative was the estimates they were cut and the changes in the top management. Mr. Salil Parekh moved out and Mr. Ashish Kumar Das came in. That was some of the structural changes which were there. Otherwise, the numbers were okay-ish type. So if you have new money, you can put in Infosys.
Good, but Rajesh, what would be the holding period then for this Infosys bet? Because you mentioned that Salil is going to be gone in the next 3 quarters. So wouldn't it be a wait and watch rather than buying right now? Or do you think that all of the negatives right now is reflected in the price?
See, if you look at IT index as a whole, it has corrected almost 25% year to date. Valuations for the top run companies, maybe Infosys, TCS, HCL Tech, they have become very attractive. In the mid cap also, Persistent and all have become very attractive. The only thing is just a matter of time when things start moving. And there were concerns about Gen AI and AI investments and all those things. But in the recent past, in the last 1 month or so, many of those companies have come out and said they are investing in AI too now. So I think all the negatives have already been taken care of. And with the kind of AI-led correction we are witnessing in the overseas market, I think the money is going to come in. The balance sheets are very strong. They give out good dividend. The dividend yield in some of the stocks is between 3 to 6%. So if you have to hold even for a year or so, at least there are dividends which will take care of your interest part. So at least take a horizon of 12 to 18 months. You can go in the large cap, maybe an Infosys or a HCL Tech or a TCS in this picking order. In the mid cap, it would be a Persistent or an Intellect Design.
Got it. Fair point and got that view, Rajesh. Thanks for the detailed explanation. The next question coming in, this one's from Ram Iyer on Mumbai. Wants to enter ICICI Bank or Reliance Industries. Would you recommend that? Vishnukant, good afternoon to you. Either of those stocks that you like right now?
Hi, Puneet. Very good afternoon, and good afternoon to you, Rajesh sir, as well. In fact, ICICI Bank is looking quite promising compared to Reliance. First, let's have a check on ICICI Bank. The stock is, has formed an inverse head and shoulder pattern and decisively trading above the neckline resistance. And apart from that, all moving averages are currently aligning well below the current market rate, which further, inciting the bullish sentiment in the stock. On the higher side, I am expecting prices to extend this winning journey towards 1480 and 1490. While on the lower side, prices should not fall below 1400 to maintain its a bullish journey or bullish momentum. While talking about Reliance, recently we have seen, in fact, on a Friday, we have seen a very sharp rebound from the low range value. The stock has been stuck in a very thin horizontal band of 1335 on the higher side, while 1250 on the lower side. So I believe for over coming 1 to 2 month, prices are likely to oscillate within this trading band. So one can trade this range. Prices are currently rebounding from the lower range value, and there is a growing possibilities to reach towards higher range value, which is 1330. So for that target, one can definitely buy Reliance as well.
Got that view. Let's go across to Mysuru now because Mohan is dialing in for a stock query. Mohan, welcome back to Ask Profit. What's your query?
So I just bought 5 shares of Neogen Chemicals at the rate of 1105. I just want to know whether can I add these shares.
Let's go across to Mysuru now because Mohan is dialing in for a stock query. Mohan, Welcome back to Ask Profit. What's your query?
So I just bought 5 shares of Neogen Chemicals at the rate of 1105. Just want to know whether can I add these shares for long-term perspective.
Okay, and when did you buy these, Mohan? Because of course you're almost in 80 or 90% gain. So when did you enter this counter?
This is almost around 6 months back.
Or are you looking for an exit and asking the price?
I can continue to hold for at least for a year now.
Okay, at least for a year. Would you recommend that, Rajesh, Neogen Chemicals, should you continue to hold?
Yes, at this point of time, one can continue to hold. We have a upper side target of around 2,400, 2,500 in the next 6 months. So at those levels, one can decide to book profit. As far as buying new, I would say wait for some amount of correction. Maybe 1,800, 1,850 odd levels would be a good levels to enter.
Got that view, Rajesh. But the next question is on Federal Bank. Our viewer Somik has bought these shares at 199. So again, very, very attractive levels for Federal Bank. Wants to know if he should still continue to hold right now. If he should even add more shares at this price. Rajesh, would you recommend that for the long term?
Of course, it's a very good stock, no doubt on that. The numbers have been good. It has been improving quarter on quarter. Asset quality has improved. They have some exposure in gold loan too. And the best part is a lot of Middle East customers. So all in all, it's a sound bank, I would say, for a long-term holding in the mid-cap space. Any dips should be taken as an opportunity to add. So one can continue to hold.
Correct. The next one is from Rajesh, who's from Hyderabad. He wants to know about a chemical stock. So between Acuitas and Navin Fluorine, wants to take a 2-year view on either of those. Rajesh, let me come back to you. Either of those that you like, we've seen a 3 to 4 year kind of a sideways momentum from the peak of 2022 in all these chemical names. Very selective moves starting to happen, but either of those that you like right now?
I don't think any of those qualify for a long-term investment at this point of time, considering the fact that nothing is happening, neither on the market cap price side, neither on the numbers side. So it's a avoid at this point of time, I think, both of them.
Right, so and avoid coming in on the chemical names. You also seen a very sharp move on Acuitas over the last couple of years specifically, but that continues to be Rajesh Agarwal's view on those counters. Next one, it's on MobiKwik. Our viewer Satish from Chennai is holding on to these shares at 229, so at a slight loss. Vishnu is his question being if he should still continue to hold his 4,000 odd shares. So currently sitting on a loss. What's your view? Is it expected to come back to his buying price?
Well, in fact, Puneet, the stock is currently forming a ascending triangle kind of pattern. But yes, from the EMS point of the view, it is trading below the cluster of all key moving averages. Currently, it is very close to its ascending trend line support, which comes somewhere around 194. So with a stop loss of 194, one can hold the position, or even one can, average the position, because risk reward is in favor. On the higher side, I'm expecting 232, which if broken decisively, 248 and 254 sort of levels can't be ruled out.
Got that view, Vishnu. But viewers, you can call us for your stock-related queries. Our experts will listen to your query and answer them as well. The next one is on Avanti Feeds. It's a counter that came back into focus based on the FTAs. But Rajesh, what's your view on this counter? Our viewer Abhijit is holding these shares at 1,035. Wants to know a 3-year view. There's been a sharp run-up in a very small time, but should he continue to hold for the next 3 years?
See, 3 years is a long horizon to take a call on a stock like Avanti Feeds, because a lot of depends on many kind of corporate news flows. So it's better to keep a watch on numbers. At this point of time, one can continue to hold with a target of 1050.
1050, got it. Next one, and a smaller name here, Vishnu, on Axicades Technology. Raja, who's from Chennai, wants to enter this counter now. Would you recommend that? We haven't spoken about it since a while, but any view here, Vishnu?
I mean, there is no, technically I'm not expecting any firework in this stock until unless the price is, moves above 1670, in fact. So one can keep this stock on radar. If prices, moves above 1670, then one can add a fresh long positions for the target of 1900. And in that case, one should maintain stop loss below 1500. If prices moves above 1670, then one can add a fresh long positions for the target of 1900, and in that case one should maintain stop loss below 1530.
Got it. Well, let's now start the rapid question on PI Industries. Dilip is holding shares at 2653. Rajesh, would you recommend him to continue holding? Is the bad news already in the price?
Hold and add.
The next question, this one's on Moltech Packaging. A viewer, Vicky Jain, is actually holding shares at 705. We actually, I think, just started the show and the earnings were flashing on the bottom of your screen. But Rajesh, despite the earnings, what's your view on the counter now?
I'm sorry, I don't track this.
Any view on the charts that you might have, Vishnu, at this point on for Moltech? Of course, today we are seeing a very big reaction. I think that's on numbers and a miss there. But just the longer term trajectory?
Yeah, basically closing on the basis of EODs are very important. Yes, we have seen a very good move. As of now, one can hold the counter but maintain stop loss below 131.
Got it. Sorry, what was the target that you were watching out for? Sorry, Vishnu?
Yeah, if 131 levels remains intact on the higher side.
I think Vishnu, we're talking about Moltech Packaging. Stocks trading at 695. I think that's the one that we're talking about.
Okay. There is a two Moltech, I think.
Yes, there is, yes. And I think we're continuing to see that move as Vishnu goes through. Vishnu, I'll actually come back to you with the next one until you look that up. Next one
found this stock.
Sorry, do you have it, Vishnu, on your chart?
Yes. So basically, stock is currently trading above the very crucial horizontal support that aligns somewhere around 660. If prices maintains this level on a closing basis, yes, one can hold the position. On the higher side, I believe 770 and then 820 sort of levels can't be ruled out.
Got it. Next one also, Vishnu, on KFin Tech. Uma is holding shares at 927. So currently, just seeing a good move today. Should she book out or continue to hold?
Yeah, continue to hold.
IRFC is the other one. Our viewer Sujan is holding shares at 120. Sitting on losses right now. Rajesh, what would you recommend? Should he continue to hold?
Hold.
Astra Microwave bought at 1675 by Rohini. Wants to know if it's a good counter to hold or should she sell out? Or what's the target here on the charts, Vishnu?
Yes, definitely one can hold the position. Stop loss 1690.
Got it. Next one's from Jay Krishnan on BSC, and I think we've asked this question to you before as well, Vishnu. He's holding shares at 3998, so in a loss right now. Should he average down or just continue to have his holdings held?
In short term, I'm expecting more pain towards 3400. So if he's capable to hold the stock for that level, he can otherwise get exit for short term.
Between Varun Beverages, Marico and Nestle, Rajesh, what's a better pick for the next 3 to 5 years? And what would you recommend?
Tough choice, I would say. All three are good. But in the pecking order, if I have to give, first is Varun Beverages, then Nestle, and then the third one, Marico.
Got it. Well, that was the last question of the rapid fire. But Vishnu as well as Rajesh, thanks so much for joining in. We have an important conversation, but before that, let's take a quick break. Come back with the CEO of Delivery, Sahil Barua, who tells her colleague Nisha Podar on why India's logistic opportunity remains massive, as well as how the company is navigating to this higher fuel prices. Do stay tuned. Back after a jiffy.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपी अब संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets.
Now, Sahil, when we look at your particular sector, there has been intense competition and a lot of e-commerce players have gone into their in-house delivery. With this particular base, and of course you expanded your focus just from e-commerce to the larger play of being a logistics company across the board. But how much of a pressure point is this with the concentration of clients and they going in-house in their logistics?
Yes, I've spoken about this before. Indian logistics is about $140 billion, in terms of market size, of which e-commerce parcel logistics is less than 10%. So first of all, delivery's aim really is not just to be the largest and most efficient e-commerce logistics company, but really to be India's largest logistics company. And so from our perspective, we remain focused on building not just our parcel business, but our freight businesses, our warehousing business, and our technology businesses. When it comes to e-commerce specifically, we've said this before, the great competitive advantage that delivery has and that we've always focused on is that we are the lowest cost service provider in the market, and obviously we reach everywhere in India. And I think our costs cannot be matched by in-house logistics. This sort of has been proven time and again. I think companies operate in-house arms for reasons of their own choosing, of course. And maybe the reality is that half the market will continue to be served by in-house logistics. But our aim, of course, is that in the rest of the half, delivery will be the single largest and most efficient player. There will be thousands and thousands of companies selling online. And as more consumers come online, they're going to need reliable logistics services. And that's delivery's job to provide.
Right, because the last mergers and acquisitions that was really done by the company of Ecom Express was basically because of one of these pain points where a large concentration client had really gone in-house. That's why, is this posing a competition in your sector and any impact going forward?
Not really, because in-house logistics arms are sort of uniquely suited to serve the needs of the companies they spring out of. And so at the end of the day, they're not really well suited to servicing, if you're servicing a very, very large marketplace or a very, very large retail arm, it's very difficult to then go and be able to serve an SME business who's selling online on a Shopify store. It's very difficult to design processes and systems to actually be able to serve their very unique and small needs. And that's why not just delivery, but third-party logistics exists for that reason. So in that sense, while it may appear that competitive intensity is going up, the reality is it's only going up in the accounts, from which captive logistics are coming out. And there are really only 3 large captive logistics arms in India. The rest of the market continues to be served by third-party players.
All right. Now, when we talk about this particular sector and the incidence of crude oil price, how are you really navigating the challenges of crude oil prices being at elevated levels? And earlier we thought that was short-term in nature, but now probably we have to deal with it for a longer period of time.
Yeah, fuel obviously is a fairly major input cost in logistics. I think our approach has been pretty simple, which is how do we minimize our exposure to fuel cost inflation. The way we do it, one is by investing in significantly more fuel efficient trucks. And so since we run significantly larger line haul vehicles across the country, fuel has a sort of lower relative impact on deliveries economics compared to people who are running smaller trucks. The second obviously is across our in-city logistics, we are increasingly trying to move to electric vehicles. So our fleets actually, I think we've grown maybe 5 or 6 times in the last 6 months alone since the fuel shocks began. And then obviously we have arrangements with our customers where at the end of the day, some amount of the impact of the shock has to be passed on in terms of inflationary pricing. But I think the long-term solution is electric vehicles, larger truck formats, shorter distances of travel, helping customers inventorize better, which is a part of another business that we run. And that's how we'll have to deal with it.
Right. So you spoke about the long-term, measures to be taken. But Sahil, I want to focus on a quarter-to-quarter basis. Are your margins going to be eaten up because of the higher crude oil prices, or how much of that would you be able to offset by some of the remedial measures?
The reality is, in the freight industry, I would be surprised if anything less than probably 100% of all of our contracts are covered for fuel price inflation. It's been around for the longest time. So in that sense, we are covered. There'll be a timing impact which will come because these sort of, basis the index price at which our freight contracts are negotiated. Our pricing with customers will shift over Q1 and Q2. Long term, the reality is there will not be a significant impact of the fuel inflation on our margins because we will either pass through, and to some extent, like I said, the relative cost for delivery is lower.
Yes.
And so, if anything, it actually, an inflationary environment strengthens our competitive position over the medium and long term.
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome to India Market Close on NDTV Profit at the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio with me, Hiral Dadia, and we have Mahima Vachojani as always, who's with you. Interesting day of trade because the expectation was that once we open gap up today, there could be high amount of volatility, but that does not seem to be the case, Mahima, today because we're just on the way up, almost 1% higher. we've almost actually hit that 24,000 mark as well in intraday trade. So there is good strength coming in terms of Nifty 50 as well. In fact, midday when I was seeing, it was all the sectors that were firing: IT, real estate, auto. There was nowhere that you saw weakness except oil and gas. That's where there was a little bit of dilly-dally, but a very interesting day of trade.
Yeah, absolutely. A 230 points of an uptick is what we're seeing on the benchmark itself right now, and the broader markets are also mirroring this kind of performance. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to what are the counters. There you go. The mid cap 150 is up by about 1%, and so is the small cap 250, both at the day's high point. Important to note that. But let's also try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to what are the counters that are contributing to that. And you have eternal topping that chart. You know,
I want to ask you the reason. What is happening with the eternal? Volumes are very strong on this counter, everyone. I mean, but there is no news per se that's really working, right?
So technically, it's looking very strong. One thing, volumes are very high, as you mentioned. The other factor is that we are seeing outflows from Swiggy, right, in terms of the MSCI and FTSE rejig. Probably, it is happening that there is the outflows going out from Swiggy are inflowing into eternal. That's causing the spike in the counter. Indigo, of course, on the back of lowering crude prices. Infosys doing fairly well, but
there is a Jefferies upgrade which is coming in with regards to IT as a sector, and Infosys is their topic, and that's the reason why you're seeing those kind of moves coming on that one. But HCL Tech also mirroring gains. TCS, you have which are the Tech Mahindra, all of the IT majors are up and above. Bajaj Finance, Bajaj Finserv, both the twins trading with smart gains. Asian Paints as well, reacting to where the crude prices are panning out. So all your crude beneficiaries are doing really well in trade. What's losing out again? A crude, because of your crude impact, ONGC is down. Cipla slightly under pressure. You have, there you go, crude below $90 per barrel. 7.5% downtick, WTI 6.5%. So you talk about your paint companies, you talk about your tire companies, some bit of uptick coming in terms of consumption names as well.
Correct, absolutely. And it's also reflected in the broad end of spectrum. Of course, very earnings specific as well in the mid cap and the small cap space. Let's try to pull up the advanced decline ratio once to see as to what that ratio is indicating. We talked about the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250. Clearly in the favor of the bulls is what we're seeing. Almost pretty much more than 1900. Pretty much stable, but much more in the favor of the bulls versus what we've seen last week in terms of where the advanced decline ratio goes, right? The BSE 500.
Yeah, exactly. We look at the NSE 500 components, and then we should also look at the individual sectoral heat map. I mean, there you go. Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank reacting to numbers, Laurus Labs, Latent View, Concord, all of them are reacting to numbers. But apart from that, New India, BOI, all of them again reacting to numbers very quickly. If you can just have the sectoral heat map as well to understand what's happened on that front. It's just oil and gas which is down 0.1%, but apart from that, majority of your sectors are over 1% kind of gains, which is an absolute positive side in terms of where markets are concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it will be important to see as to how today's day ends. If we end above the 24,000 levels, then the next week is going to be crucial to watch out for sure.
Okay. So that's with regards to where markets are concerned. But I think one important aspect that we need to consider, Mahima, is a Canara Bank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the stock is seeing spike post its earnings. It's up almost 2.2% now. In fact, I spoke to the management and talked about what the guidance is looking like going forward, because they've already beaten the guidance. So going forward, if there's a guidance uptick or not, listen to what he had to say. My first question to you is with regards to your loan book, because you've already grown at that 19% rate, well ahead of the FY27 guidance that you've given between that 11 to 12%. Do you think that you'll still maintain this guidance of 11 to 12%? I mean, or do you expect upping this guidance? Are you just taking a conservative approach? Because in my opinion, I think the credit demand is going to grow forward. So do you think that you would want to up your guidance?
Yes. Thank you, Mahima, for having me on your channel. Yes, we have given guidance of 10 to 11%, but against that, 11 to 12%, but against that, we have grown at 17.97%. There was good demand also, credit demand also, and then it was backed by government's dispensation on emergency line of credit 5.0. That has also helped us, and you would have seen that we have changed our RAM mix in the total advances also. So going further, we'll keep the guidance at 10 to 12%, but surely we'll better it. And
if you can give us a range of what better means for you beyond that 12% mark, is there a range in place?
That I should not give. So guidance over guidance will be not that favor, but it will be certainly better. Because you have seen our first quarter performance also, and going further, we see the good demand also.
All
there
right.
in the market.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Makes sense. The other aspect is with regards to your net interest income, because that has crossed that 10,000 crore mark, which is a growth of 13% year-on-year basis. Just want to get a sense, and overall, your NIMs have also broadly remained, steady. It's at that 2.5% mark. Just want to get a sense in terms of this growth. What was it largely driven by? Was it volumes? Was it asset yields, low funding, etc.?
Thank you for picking up that 10,000 mark. I mean, yes, we have first time we have crossed NII at more than 10,000 crore. And then again, I mean, you know that NIM is pressured for everybody, not only for us, but we have maintained our guidance there also. And we are working both sides on cost of deposit also. We are trying slowly, steady. You would have seen that our CASA percentage is little on the lesser side. And then our dependency on bulk is little more. So what we are trying, we are trying to shift our bulk deposits, and it is not possible to shift everything from CASA, but from retail term deposit and CASA altogether, we are trying to shift it also. And then whatever the new bulk deposit we are taking, so whatever we are replacing, we are replacing with some synergy therein. So 20-30 basis points outflow or inflow, we are getting synergy. So going further, we are working on our cost of funds.
Okay.
And then our yield on advances also, some sub-7 loans we are not very enthusiastic to go for, and then we are selectively considering the good credit underwriting standards. We are gainfully we are deploying our funds also. So going further, our NIM, I see we will be able to protect and even make it further better. NIM and NII, since our advances are also growing, so there will be further absolute term, it will be growing. For sure.
Got it. So the other aspect is that despite of this healthy net interest income growth that we've seen, PAT has not grown to that extent. Just want to get a sense as to what has led to that, and do you think that going forward in further quarters there would be more translation from that top line number to your bottom line? And if yes, what would be the levers that will improve your overall ROE as well as ROA?
So you would have seen our provisioning also at the same time.
Correct.
So last March, we have provided around 2,000 crore as provision. This time our provisioning has gone past 3,000 crores. So, and that has gone to PCR. You would have seen our PCR. The PCR has increased to close to 95%. So good sum of amount has gone there. And at the same time, we have provided for PLI also, the performance-linked incentive for staff in the first quarter itself, around 300 crore rupees. So you would have seen that we have strengthened on those counts. And at the same time, we have grown on net profit also. The growth is there for 2.18% in one quarter only, if you see. And then total profit, if you see, it is in the excess of 4,800. I think it is ever highest. Last financial year, full year, we have grown by 19,000. Our total profit was 19,000 crore rupees. So we will be bettering it again. Suppose in the first quarter only we have earned 4,800 plus crores, 4,856 to be very precise. So you just annualize it again. We will be keeping that 19,000 to 20,000 crores of profit. That is a good profit, I guess.
Okay, got it. Very clear on that.
Again, one thing I would like to mention, last financial year repo rate was cut by 1%. You have seen 100 basis points.
Yes.
And then we are having 53% of our portfolio under repo linked rate. So that gets repriced overnight. And the similar way that deposit is not repriced. Even one thing is it is not fully repriced. At the same time, there is a lag between also. So that also affects. But we have negated all those things and still we have grown, you see.
Got it. Point very clear, Mr. Singh. The other aspect is with regards to your asset quality, because gross NPA is already declined by around 1.57%, close to your FY27 target of 1.5%, while slippages have reduced sharply as well. Just want to get a sense, do you think that there's further room for improvement here, or do you think that it's nearing its credit cycle, bottom of credit cycle?
There is always a scope for improving, you see. 1.57, we have given guidance 1.50 gross NPA for the full year. So in first quarter only, we have reduced it by 27 basis points at 1.57%. Net LP also is 0.36% considering the good provision coverage ratio. Credit cost is also very controlled at 0.51%. So going further, I think the next quarter we'll be achieving that 1.50%. We will be doing it further better. But net NPA is 0.36%. It will further improve. It will further improve. Net NPA will further improve. So there is still a scope of improving on gross NPA and on net NPA also.
Okay, so that's the word coming in from the management of Canara Bank. In fact, a lot of headline numbers coming in terms of guidance. The stock trying to find its way upwards, seeing gains of nearly 2% as we speak. But let's get in Hemant Kapadia of DR Choksi FinServ and Ashish Mohta, Managing Director and Fund Manager at Apex PMS, JM Financial, joining in. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. Always a pleasure to speak to both of you. Before I actually go across to Hemant to take his view in terms of technicals, a quick view in terms of Canara Bank as well as the other banks that have reported numbers. If you took a look at a AU Small Finance Bank, or for that matter, even if you look at the smaller names, Ashish, there is some bit of, juice remaining there. What do you make of the numbers that have come in so far?
Hi, very good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me on this show. So as far as, first of all, Canara Bank is concerned, very strong set of numbers, very reasonable valuation at this point of time, and very encouraging, I would say, guidance clearly indicates that, NIMs, are going to expand. Credit growth is very, very strong. Net NPA numbers below last few quarters, and clearly the valuation is in a very comfortable zone of 1.1 time forward price to book is giving a lot of comfort. Same is the case with something like IDFC First Bank, which has also posted very strong set of numbers, and even in the large cap space, ICICI Bank somehow has outperformed its peers like HDFC and Axis Bank in terms of the credit growth. So all put together, I think the overall financial sector is looking quite promising. Not just the banks, but even the some of the NBFCs. So for example, Shriram Finance has posted its numbers where the NIMs have gone to almost 10 percentage, and clearly I think with MUFG deal happening, we are seeing the cost of borrowing coming down, and almost 18% kind of growth expected for next 3 years on a CAGR basis in terms of loan growth clearly indicates that Shriram Finance also is going to see a lot of re-rating. So overall we are quite positive on the entire financials. In the large cap private bank, ICICI Bank, IDFC First Bank, RBL, these are the names which looks very, very promising. In the PSU banking basket, SBI, Canara Bank, they both look quite promising. And in the NBFC space, Shriram Finance, Aditya Birla Capital, these are the names which we have been liking in the entire space.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on all of these banking names. But quickly, Hemant, your take on the benchmarks as well as the picks that you have for us today.
Very good afternoon, Mahima. Thank you for having me on the show. It was a pleasure. Well, we gave a breakdown after 27 trading sessions to bounce back the very next day. We were in a range between 23,800 and 24,558 for 27 trading sessions now, Mahima. Friday, we give a downward breakout by closing just below 23,800. Now we bounce back to recover and sustain above that. So this was a one-day reversal of flip-flop. The VIX, which was going closer to 15, is now sub 13. So crude is off, rupee is stronger. So everything seems hunky-dory from a shorter-term point of view. Close about 24,150 should mean some more upside. But we have a monthly expiry tomorrow. The rollovers have started. If you see the OI on Friday, the Nifty and Bank Nifty OI was down by 13 and 10%, obviously for rollovers. So if you have a monthly expiry, I don't think we should take anything very seriously until the new settlement is on, because half of this is rollovers and things are not very clear. But yeah, 23,800 has held, looking like holding from a closing point of view. So that is a positive. As far as picks are concerned, firstly, I have a buy call on Hero MotoCorp. It's made a base after a long time. A medium-term base is in place. We are looking at an intermediate uptrend. One can buy Hero MotoCorp at 5,110, stop loss 5,040, target of 5,250. Second one is a buy call on APL Apollo Tubes. Almost similar logic, has made a sound base is overcoming the 55-day exponential moving average today. The oscillators are in a crossover buy. So everything seems to suggest a higher top, higher bottom. We're looking at an upside from here. So one can buy APL Apollo tubes at 1850, stop loss 1800, target of 1950. Mahima.
Okay, so interesting picks coming in there, but it's that time where we get you all the chatter from the dealing room. Somit Sarkar joins in. Somit, a very interesting day of trade where you're seeing the markets nearly at the day's highest levels, and I'm sure lots brewing there.
There's a lot of action on the market given the fact that the crude has now come down below $90 per barrel and we are now trading around the 24,000. But we need to close decisively above the 24,000 level to see a technical bounce further going forward. But few stock specific actions that dealers have highlighted. Firstly, it's PN Gargill. Now what dealers are saying here is that there are buy flows on the PMS desk. They are expecting a QIP announcement very soon here, and they're also expecting strong Q1 numbers from this counter. Apart from that, there is Gulshan Poly, HUL and Pidilite. There are buy flows on the large HN and the PMS desk. Dealers are expecting strong set of numbers to come in from all the three names, and for specifically when it comes to HUL, they're expecting strong volume growth much above the street expectations in the first quarter of FY27. On the flip side, there is ABB. There are sell flows on the HNI desk, and dealers are saying that the Q1 numbers could be on the weaker side. Now earlier the parent company had reported a strong order inflow growth, but margins seems to be a concern when it comes to ABB. And lastly, Max Financial. At the lower levels, dealing rooms are indicating that there are some buy flows on the institutional desk at this counter. Now the selling pressure from a large DI is expected to get over soon, and the stock could bounce from the current level is what dealing rooms have indicated.
All right, okay, Somit, thank you so much for getting us those details. I think HL and Pidilite is something that stood out for me. Ashish, I'll come to you. Overall, we've seen good set of numbers coming in from Nestle. Tata Consumer was also a very steady quarter. What have you made of the consumption earnings that have come in so far? Because despite of inflationary pressure, there has been margin uptick and there has been volume growth as well. So what do you make of these earnings and what can you expect going forward?
So definitely, if you look at some of the players, like particularly like Tata Consumer, which has posted a very, very strong set of numbers, almost 12% kind of revenue growth, margins stable to around 13 to 14% kind of EBITDA margin, and we have seen the India high growth segment doing extremely well for Tata Consumer. So I think the brand, the tea business and the non-branded coffee business, which was a low margin business, has anyways not done so well. But if you look at something like Tata Sampoon or Salt, they have done really well. And keeping this in mind, I think Tata Consumer is one stock within the entire FMCG space which looks quite promising. Overall, on the consumption side, we are more constructive on the new age stories. So for example, Eternal is looking quite promising because the way the Blinkit has been growing, and this is the only company which has become profitable. So I think and there's an intense competitive intensity which is playing out. So it is going to put a lot of pressure on players like Zepto or something who are not profitable or are not able to increase the average order value and the overall top line growth. So there we believe the leaders like Eternal are going to take significant market share, and that's where our belief is stocks like Eternal could do very well. And to play the proxy, I think companies like Delivery and Shadowfax could be big beneficiary of the jump we are witnessing in e-commerce and the quick commerce segment. So that's where our belief is both these players, Delivery and Shadowfax, which are proxy to this entire consumption story, can do really well.
Hemant, quick one. Swiggy, Eternal. Your Swiggy is seeing gains of nearly 3%. Eternal, 5.5% in trade. So there is this uptrend coming in there. Would you play the momentum?
Hiral, frankly speaking, Swiggy, despite multiple attempts at either side, has gone nowhere. Right now, if I were to buy, I'd be playing for a bounce. I'd be more comfortable buying on a close about 285. That's where the swing high comes in, and overcoming that would mean technical green shoots. Having said that, comparatively, Eternal looks stronger. I think it's going to close about 300. A close about 300 should trigger off a 5-7% upside. We are in an intermediate uptrend, so to pick and choose, a clear pick would be Eternal.
Okay, so that's the take coming in for both Eternal as well as Swiggy with regards to where the technicals are concerned. And there you go, that's the comparative chart of the both of them as to how one has just seen an upward move, but the other one has seen a decline comparatively. So that's, of course, with regards to Eternal and Swiggy. But you know what, Jefferies is turning tactically constructive on Indian IT, citing a shift in market sentiment away from the AI trade and towards India. Jasmeet joins us with the key takeaways from this brokerage note. Jasmeet?
Well, Mahima, thank you for that. And it's not just Jefferies. We recently saw Kotak change its stance on TCS and also added TCS into the model portfolio. Soon after Kotak, we also have Jefferies. Now, they have released an interesting note over on Indian market. And what's interesting is the IT aspect. While they are turning neutral on this particular counter from a long-standing underway. Now, what they state is they're making note of few positive key points. Those are few examples of the earnings, corporate announcements, and the other key up moves which are turning key positive for this particular counter. They also state that the global AI reversal trade is something that's triggering the stance to turn neutral on this particular counter. They also state that the Korean memory chip market has seen a downtick of nearly 30% over last couple of months, while Nifty IT altogether has suffered nearly 25% in this particular year due to that AI-led deflation which we are seeing across IT names as well. And from the lifetime high, IT has seen a downtick of roughly 35 to 40%. That's the reason why they're changing the stance given the AI reversal. Also, they state that they will be closing out the overall stance by adding Infosys in the model portfolio, and they also increase the weightage on the Coforge company. Further, they also state that the overall reversal of AI trade in the global market would lead to FPIs flowing back to India and also would lead to supporting the overall IT pack as a sector.
Okay, all right. Jasmeet, thank you so much for getting us those details. In fact, you know, Infosys is the one in focus after this, and we've seen that uptick coming in on the counter. Plus, we have a lot of names in the Nifty which are also doing very well from the IT space. Ashish, I'll come to you on this space. Anything in particular that you like, and do you agree with this view that tides are going to turn for IT?
So there are both, pros and cons, and we believe that what is turning positive for IT, one, the valuations have become very, very comfortable at current levels. Second, the way the AI, reversal is taking place, and obviously if that happens, we have seen the AI, Bloomberg value index down almost 22-25%, which constitutes a lot of these, global giants. And firstly, market is also trying to look into the big tech companies and announcements which is going to take place. So market is trying to keep itself. A lot of short covering is also taking place because nobody want to be on the wrong at a very low valuation. So we are seeing some short covering as well. This quarter, the results expectation were better than the soft expectations which were there after Accenture's number, and that's where markets are trying to position itself neutrally to this space. Our belief is we are still neutral on this space, but companies like Coforge and Persistent, which are going to be in the high growth side, they are going to do much better than the larger cap peers. So Coforge would be our top pick in this space, but overall we still have a neutral kind of view on the entire IT space.
You have Coforge that will be posting numbers today as well. In fact, the revenue expectation is around 5,320 odd crores, which is an uptick of around 20%. Your EBIT margin is expected to fall by 95 basis points at 15.61, and your net profit is expected to decline by around 11% and come in at 544 odd crores. The constant currency growth between 20 to 23% is what the street is eyeing, and there would be flattish organic growth on the back of the exit from the DC business. The margin contraction is only on the back of the Ancora integration, and including Ancora, they're guiding for a 15.5% guidance. The outlook with regards to the AI revenue, the travel segment, and the discretionary spends, that is something that the street will be eyeing as well. So watch out for a Coforge in trade as we speak. But moving on, let's talk about the financial space. You have IDFC First Bank. That stock has gained, and this is on the back of the beat in terms of profitability. The margins have improved. The guidance is looking pretty okay, and the lower credit cost outlook is something that the street is watching out for. The management commentary also has been very strong, and there are multiple brokerage upgrades that have come in, which has strengthened the case for an investment. That stock, though, has actually gone down from the day's highest levels, 5.5% up move coming in there. But Shivam, is here with us to tell us why we are taking this one as the stock of the day. Shivam, interesting brokerage notes also that have come in with regards to where IDFC First Bank goes. What are the key highlights and why do you think this could be the stock of the day?
So starting with the first key reason, which is the profitability, the profit growth has almost doubled, and that was due to the higher net interest income, stronger other income and lower provisions. Also the profit growth was above the street estimates. In terms of credit cost guidance, that has been lowered to 150 to 160 basis point, which was earlier 170 to 180 basis point. That has also fueled the positive sentiment. In terms of CASA ratio, that has seen a significant improvement of around 102 basis point on quarter, which will improve the funding profile of the bank. In terms of brokerage ratings too, we have seen upgradation, and the target price have also been raised. And in terms of management commentary too, we have seen a positive outlook. Going ahead with the con call takeaways, now the FY27 margin guidance have been revised upwards slightly to around 5.8% from 5.7%. However, the management has said that the margins to remain around the current levels in few upcoming quarters. In terms of cost to income ratio, that has also been expected to improve to below 70% during the FY27, and that will be led by the lower operational cost. In terms of the ROA, the management is expecting the lower credit cost, better margins and operating leverage to drive the ROA going forward, and the improvement in ROA is expected in FY27 to FY29 period. In terms of MFI portfolio too, the bank has seen a significant growth in disbursements in this quarter, and going forward the MFI portfolio will return to around 15% of growth in by the end of FY27. The ECL transition impact has also been expected to be somewhat broadly neutral, and the management expect the credit growth momentum to continue going forward too. In terms of brokerage upgrades, as I was saying, ICICI Securities have upgraded to buy and has raised the target price from 77 to 100 rupees. CLSI has also upgraded to accumulate with target price of 95, and Access Capital has also upgraded the stance to add with the target price of 80. In terms of valuations, the current price to book ratio of the bank stands at 1.5x, which is in line with the 5-year average price to book ratio. However, the 1-year forward price to book ratio is at 1.4 times, which remains fairly reasonable, and also these were the reasons the stock is up in today's session.
Okay, so you know that's a very strong quarter that has been reported, Mahima, by IDFC First. But along with that, just look at the AU Small Finance Bank as well. If you just pull up that one on the screens, in fact, on the sidelines of Business Leadership Awards as well, that stock is up 4.5%. Their conversation with Tamanna with regards to the succession plan, etc., is very positive, right? Let's quickly first just listen into what they had to say in terms of the first quarter and the succession plan.
I'm very blessed that people have really supported me over the years. So first data point, our top 50 people of bank are with the institution from last 15 years. So they're beyond bank term, right? So that's one thing, right? Second, as I'm very explicit in my leadership communication that I'm not there for permanent, right? And the best guy has to become CEO. And it's always good that if somebody from internal channel come and take the leadership position. We want to have around 2 EDs, 2 deputy CEOs, group heads, So there will be around 20 people available in next 10 years who can run this business for next 30, 40 years.
So no one identified as of now?
I think it's a group of people because everybody has to show their caliber over the years.
Right, so that was, of course, the management of AU Small Finance Bank. But Ashish, you know what? Small finance banks have done very well this quarter. I mean, you look at Suryodaya, you look at ESAF, all of them have done pretty well. If you were to pick one from the entire space, considering how Q1 has fared, which one would that be?
As already mentioned, I think IDFC First Bank would be our top pick in the space because the kind of valuation it is trading on a forward one year, it's trading at almost 1.4 time price to book. Lending growth was very strong, and if you look at the credit cost, it has come down. ROAs are going to improve, which will lead to strong re-rating in the return on equity. And we believe that considering the kind of growth this bank is indicating, it is a very strong possibility at some point of time we'll see 1.7, 1.8 time price to book in IDFC First Bank, and that will lead to a re-rating. So eventually a potential to move towards 110, 115 levels is very strong. So my preferred bet in the entire smaller cap private bank would be IDFC First Bank.
The small finance bank space specifically. All right, Ashish, got your view. But with that, time to slip into a very short break. But we'll be taking a lot more, we'll be talking about a lot more stocks on the other side, and of course, get you top buy today, sell tomorrow calls, and vice versa as well. So do stay tuned in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means.
Welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching India Market Close from NDTV Profit Suzlon Studio. Welcome back to NDTV Profit. As we speak, but very quickly, you have Nifty 50 that has actually reclaimed the 24,000 mark. The risk of sentiment, it seems, is somewhere reducing. That's the question. One, you have Brent crude, which has fallen below the $90 per barrel mark. In fact, now below $89 per barrel as we speak. Secondly, you have Iran-US attacks that have paused for a second consecutive day. So there is some bit of positivity that we are picking up as well in terms of markets. I think people are just buying that opportunity to buy and make profits till the time the pause button continues. A strong recovery when you talk about the Indian rupee as well. We are below that $96 per dollar mark. So there is strength coming in with regards to the Indian rupee as well. Your yields continue to cool off. So that is another positive. And ahead of the Nifty 50 monthly expiry, there is some bit of short covering that's also happening in terms of the markets. And taking global cues into consideration, you have European markets also which have opened in the green. So all in all, the cues are seeming absolutely positive, Mahima.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, like I said at the start of the show, that, and Somit also mentioned that I think crossing 24,000 is going to be a crucial one to watch out for and see as to how things fare from here on, because we're looking at supports at 23,800 levels and an upside of around 24,500 plus levels. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens next. So that's, of course, with regards to where the benchmarks go. But I think we still have Hemain with us. Hemain, we've talked about the small finance bank space, before we went into the break, and a lot of them have done very well, this quarter. they've also run quite a bit. Anything in particular where you still, that momentum still sustains, and an entry right now makes sense from here on to see a further upside?
Mahima, I think, like you mentioned, everything has moved quite a bit. So I'm not sure we have a positive risk-reward ratio buying something fresh. Whether you look at Suryodaya, you look at Ujjivan, Utkarsh hasn't done much. But the way I look at it, Ujjivan, despite the move, seems to be having some steam left. So I wouldn't say buy at a current level is very interesting. We're at around 71, 71. Closer to 66 would make the risk reward ratio tilt a little bit in the buyer's favor. So it would be a buy on declines for a target of around 91. We are in a short, medium, and longer term uptrend. We are in a time frame. We are in an uptrend on all time frames. With whatever data we have around 5 years of data, 6 years of data. Mahima.
All right, okay, Ashish and Hemen, thank you so much for taking out the time and taking us through all the stocks that we discussed today. With that, some more conversations from our Business Leadership Awards. We caught up with Nadir Godrej, who is the son, of course, of who's from the Godrej Industries, listening to exactly what he had to say from the conversation that we had with him.
I'd love to have you just tell the youth what it takes to stay relevant in leadership today, and what should the next generation build on in terms of qualities and characteristics that they can maybe take from the past and carry on into the future.
Right. For us, it has always been very important to be customer-centric as well as employee-centric, because that is how you can live your purpose. And there are more and more challenges coming in the world. There is inequality, there is climate change, there is AI growing very fast and with a lot of potential as well as a lot of danger. So one has to be alert, one has to see where the world is going, and one has to be resilient. And if we can do all of that and collaborate with civil society, government and business, we can tackle these problems and make for a better world.
What is the one quality that young leaders can learn and cultivate that you've maybe seen in yourselves or other successful leaders as well, that they can learn from you and move forward, moving forward, can build a successful career because of that one quality?
Yes. One important quality is for a leader to have a purpose. And what the leader should do is listen to everybody. Leaders don't have the answers. It is teams that have the answers. Leaders have to coordinate the team to find the answers, and when the team finds the answers, they have the will to achieve it.
क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से
Welcome back to India Market Close on NDTV Profit at the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio as we speak. But moving on, markets are doing really well. Osho Krishnan at Angel One and Siddharth Khemka from Motilal Oswal Financial Services joins in. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. Osho, let me take the levels from you, because if we get a closure about the levels of 24,000, do you think it's a trajectory upwards?
Very good afternoon, Hiran. And firstly, thank you for having me at the show. Well, yes, today the market sentiments have turned quite bullish, but again, on the technical front, this can be seen as a technical pullback because in the last week there has been significant corrections. The whole 5 day have seen a kind of a selling spree for Nifty. So this can be seen as a technical pullback, but again, on the higher end, 24,000 contributes maximum call writing. So that will be a very strong resistance, and also there will be expiry tomorrow. So if there will be any kind of breakthrough above 24,000, then we might see some kind of a strong short covering specifically for tomorrow. So I'm expecting that if Nifty breaches the zone of 24,050 on the spot levels, then from there onwards till 180, 24,180 can be seen as intraday gains only for tomorrow. Overall, the technical structure is still sideways to negative bias. So I will expect that any kind of correction, any kind of dip should be even more positive for the intraday trader. So I'm expecting 23,850 to 800 as a strong support, and one may look for long positions, adding long positions around those levels. But if there will be a continuation on the higher end, then one should definitely try to gauge on the higher end above 24,050 only for intraday trades for the targets of nearly 24,180 to 24,200 for intraday purpose.
So, Osho, what would your top picks be then?
I have two recommendations. One is Hiromoto. Hiromoto has given a very strong breakout in the last trading week. Today, we are witnessing a kind of a strong, sustainable movement in the counter. So I am expecting the momentum can be continued in the counter. But again, on the higher end, the immediate target comes around the zone of 5,300, which is the 200-day simple moving average. While on the lower end, one should be maintaining a strict stop loss around the zone of 49.50. The other counter, which is looking quite bullish on the technical front, is Kolpal. Today, the counter has surged approximately 2.5%. That has been backed by decent volumes. There have been multiple positive crossovers, and also the counter have seen strong emergence above the 200-day simple moving average. So I am expecting that momentum can be seen in the counter to get continued. On the higher end, the first target comes around the zone of 2200, followed by 2245, while on the lower end, it will be advised to keep a strict stop loss of 2090.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on both Hero MotoCorp as well as Colgate. But while we are talking about the auto space, Maruti Suzuki is the other one that's launched a cheaper Brezza with a new 1-liter turbojet engine, benefiting from lower GST rates. And Puneet joins us with more details on this launch and what it is actually aiming at to regaining market share. Puneet?
Well, thank you for that. Well, it's a very timely launch for Maruti Suzuki at this time, because they've introduced a new turbojet engine which is almost of 1 liter or about 1,000 cc. Why this is important is because of the GST rate changes. If a vehicle is sub 4 meters and a less than 1200 cc or 1.2 liter engine, that attracts a lower GST rate, and hence this vehicle has now gotten cheaper compared to its predecessor, which was just has been in the fray of the last few years. Earlier also, Brezza also had a 1.5 liter petrol as well as CNG engine. That still continues, while they have given the additional benefit of an underbody CNG, so you get a lot more space in the trunk of your car. But there's a significant reduction essentially in the price of this Brezza ownership in your hand, which is the total cost of ownership that you see. Earlier on, with the 1.5 liter engine, you would be attracting a 40% GST rate. Now that falls to 18% because of the below the engine below 1200 cc, as well as a car that's sub 4 meters. There are two big features also that are apart from this, making this vehicle very attractive. Before we get to the numbers, that the underbody CNG has been essentially borrowed as a concept from the Victoris. For Victoris specifically, they've sold 50,000 units since the launch in September 2025, and every 1 in 2 Victoris models sold is a CNG variant. So you could see more adoption of the CNG despite being at that 40% tax bracket. But the turbojet engine definitely is easier on your pockets. What they've also introduced is rear body radars. That's a first in the segment. So challenges in terms of features also versus the other car makers. It's a big volume model for Maruti Suzuki. Of course, they sell 24 lakhs units in a year, but Brezza alone contributed to 1.8 lakh units in the last year. Since inception in 2016, they've sold almost 14 lakh units of the Brezza. So it's a high volume, higher market share product. But over the last few years, there has been competition that's been increasing. When you compare the new Brezza, of course, the prices is important at 7.4 lakh units. But the competition is very neck and neck as well. So let's show that price chart as well. Only the Venue, which offers a lot more premium features, is priced higher. Look at the competition with Tata Nexon. That's a big one. So is the Kia Sonet. But the market share in the last 5 years has been dwindling for the Brezza because there's been a lot more competition, newer players entering, especially in the unlisted side too. So when you compare the market share from the FY21 levels for Brezza, that is the other important factor. So let's show the market share table now if we can. Okay, we don't have that table, but let me put out the numbers then in perspective. Brezza was 17.8% in FY21. That has now fallen to 12.3%, and hence there's still a lot more ground that the company has to cover. The Sonet has fallen too, so competition has increased from the likes of Skoda, Volkswagen amongst others, but definitely this is going to be a very important launch. A lot more commentary expected from the management when they release earnings later this week.
So much for that. That's very interesting in terms of comparison as well, Puneet. Siddharth, let me come to you with regards to where the auto pack goes. Look at a Maruti launching a Brezza. If you have to look at competition as well, what do you make of this entire OEM space right now, and anything that you have in terms of the auto ancillary space?
Yeah, hi Hiral, good afternoon. I think if you look at interesting moves by Maruti Suzuki launching a new turbo booster jet Brezza in the competitive range. So what we see is that Maruti is definitely looking to scale up its SUV sales from about 5.5 lakh units to roughly 7 lakh units. Why it helps is because this will be a strong shift towards high margin SUV models, and where also the safety credentials will be much higher with a 5-star Bharat NCAP rating, and also targeting the overall company's ambition of about 25-30% growth in the annual SUV segment. So I think overall Maruti with its healthy launch pipeline as well as revival in the small car demand, small car segment demand, is well positioned to regain market share, and we are expecting or forecasting almost around 20% earnings CAGR over the next 2 years, led by market share gains, exports growth, as well as improving profitability. So also these are important steps in that direction. We have a positive view on Maruti, and a target is about 17,000. But what we do believe is that within the overall automotive OEM segment, the two-wheeler space looks pretty interesting given the higher focus towards the EV segment, where TVS Motors figures among the preferred picks. And if you look at within the broader auto ancillary segment, I think Samvardhana Motherson, which is also has a large preferred picks. And if you look at within the broader auto ancillary segment, I think Samvardhana Motherson, which is also has a large business presence in the EV segment because of its as Samvardhana Motherson would be our top preferred ideas within the automotive space.
Interesting picks coming in there from the auto and the auto ank space as we speak. In fact, Maruti Suzuki at the day's highest levels at this hour, seeing some smart moves, 2.5% up move coming in there. But we'll quickly slip out to a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
We're here with one of the business leaders of the year in that PSU sector, Captain Jagmohan. Congratulations and thank you for taking the time. We'd like for our audience to understand what it takes to be a leader in a sector that's both strategically important and has financial goals as well. How do you balance the two, and what does leadership look like then?
See, in a public sector, leadership is a little more than managing a company. We are actually stewarding a national institution. We need to create capability. Every decision needs to be balanced with commercial performance and long-term national interest. If both are achieved, then the country and the company prospers. My own belief in leadership is that we have to create an environment where ordinary people can do extraordinary things. If you do that, and if you are able to build a team which can solve problems much better than any individual, that is what leadership means. So we need to create an environment. We need to get all the voices heard, and we need to propel the company forward.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profit from the Suzlon studio, of course. And the markets, let's take a look at how the Nifty 50 is doing and then go to Siddharth on Realty. There you go. Nifty 50 still trading around that 23,999 odd levels. It'll be interesting to watch how today ends for sure. But Siddharth, I want to come to you on the Realty space because it's been a topsy-turvy ride for the sector as a whole. It's seen quite an uptick from the low point, of course, but it's also seen cooling off in the last couple of days because of course, the geopolitical developments. What do you make of this, and do you believe that from here on there's going to be an upward move in the space? And if yes, what are the picks that you have in the entire real estate space?
Mahima, definitely, I think the real estate pack, we have turned positive after, I think, almost 1.5 years of consolidation. And we believe that the large nationalized developers are gaining market share amid consolidation, as well as the inventory rationalization that has happened in the recent past. What we also believe is that there is been a disciplined supply which has helped absorb the inventory. There was an inventory overhang which has come down. Balance sheets have become much stronger in the last 2 years with the reduction of net debt. Companies have utilized the excess cash flows post-COVID when we saw a sharp up move in the cycle with the low interest rates. Most of the large real estate developers have used that inflows and reduced debt on the balance sheet. So balance sheets are much stronger, supply is much disciplined, and nationalized players are definitely gaining market share. As you know, real estate is much more a micro market than a nationalized player game, but for sure, what we see is that some of the players which are regional are now going national. For example, Lodha, Oberoi, both are launching, going beyond the MMR region and now launching projects in the other regions. Similarly, some of the Bangalore-based realty players have come in the Mumbai region and launching their projects. So what we see is that the nationalization is happening, and some of these large players with the consolidation now of last 18 months, valuations also seem to be attracting, as some of these large developers are trading at around 10 to 25% discount to their NAVs. Hence, we believe it's a good sector to accumulate on any dips the market opportunities could provide. Our top picks, preferred picks is Lodha, DLF and Godrej Properties in the large cap space, and within the mid cap realty, we like Aditya Birla Real Estate.
Okay, so Aditya Birla Real Estate is the one that you're watching out for. In fact, the stocks are nearly at the day's highest levels when you talk about the real estate pack, especially a Godrej Properties, AB Real Estate seeing 2% up move. Zentech, let's pull up that one on the screens and see what's happening there, because defense is one of the sectors which is a little dilly-dally in today. 4.5% downtick coming in there. You know what's happening with defense companies is people want to invest. There are a lot of bull cases, but this is a downer right now. and hence the reason why we've picked this one as a bull versus bear candidate on India Market Close today. Parth joins us with all the details as to what should one watch out for. Parth, good afternoon. What is the bull versus bear case telling you in terms of Zen Technologies?
Good afternoon, Hiral. Yes, Zen Technologies is a very curious case, and let's begin with that bull versus bear analysis. Starting with the bull case, that their order book stands at 1240 crores. That's almost 2.5 times their FY26 revenue. So it provides a good enough visibility for the company going forward. But these revenues depend on timely execution and deliveries as well, because a lot of those contracts are milestone based, and that is something that the company needs to do well enough with their execution to keep winning more and more of these orders. Moving on to the second case, in July, the company had won a huge order of 177.5 crores. That is a simulator order from the Defense Ministry. Now, the thing is that these kind of single big orders are quite rare. In some quarters, the company the company is able to win these orders, but in some of the other quarters, they might not win. So these make the revenues of the company volatile, and it makes very hard to do valuations in such scenarios. Also, the company has been investing a lot in R&D. They have launched AI-powered anti-drone systems. They've also launched high-altitude anti-drone systems. That has given them a good enough platform, but the orders for such systems are yet to be commercialized. So that is something that they need to do in the future. Also, in FY26, exports were around 100 crores. That gives them a very good opportunity going forward. But overall, if we talk about from the overall share of revenues, they still remain a small part. So they need to keep scaling that up in order to win those high quality export orders and push up their margins a bit more. Now, moving on to analyst recommendations, around 6 analysts have a buy rating on the company with a return potential of around 11.2%. And on the valuation side as well, the company currently trades at a PE of 70.4 times. That's broadly in line with other of the defense peers, but at a 1 year forward PE ratio, it trades at around 39 times. So that's the entire bull versus bear case scenario for Zen Technologies.
Okay, so thank you so much, Parth, for that. In fact, Osho, coming to you in terms of defense players, there is some bit of profit booking coming in today's session. Do you see any opportunity to buy at lower levels?
See, overall, there are few counters which are still looking very positive. So HL is the only preferred pick at current levels, which is looking very positive on the technical front. It has given a kind of a consolidation breakout previous week, and this week we are witnessing a kind of a strong momentum in the counter. So HL can be seen as a strong technical candidate, and one may look for buying or accumulation in the counter. 4760 will be the first target from a very short-term point of view, while the breakout zone of nearly 4500 and 4480 can be seen as a stop loss for the counter from a short-term point of view.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on the defense pack. But let's go to Varsha now to give us a list of companies that are in focus on the back of the Q1 FY27 earnings. Why are they buzzing, and what are the key highlights from these earnings? Varsha?
A lot of companies I'm going to cover. Let me start with Shakti Pumps, wherein not a good set of numbers. Overall margin remains impacted in Q1 due to lower realization.
Why are they buzzing, and what are the key highlights from these earnings? Varsha?
A lot of companies I'm going to cover. Let me start with Shakti Pumps, wherein not a good set of numbers. Overall margin remains impacted in Q1 due to lower realization, higher input and logistics cost. You have Tanfac Industries also, wherein not a good set of numbers. Overall, there over inventory gain, but in fact margin, there was an impact in margin which was led by rise in raw material cost and because of the higher sulfur prices, and EBITDA was also impacted by elevated fuel costs. You have credit Axis Grameen, wherein a good set of numbers. The company has seen an improved asset quality, net profit improves, PAT rises over 8x. You have Neogen Chemicals, overall a good set of numbers, beat estimates. Revenue growth was led by higher volumes, and margin uptake was led by cost pass-through and a better product mix. You have AU Small Finance Bank, wherein NII, if you see, is up almost 32%, net NPA at almost 0.76%. Lodha Developers, overall PAT was up 2x, pre-sales growth, if you see, was up at 4% year on year. Even they had given a pre-sales guidance of around 24,000 crore. You have K Fintech, wherein steady performance was led by international growth, and they also saw robust deal momentum. Lastly, you have NTPC, wherein overall number beat estimates. Growth was led by higher generation, better plant utilization, and they also saw good contribution from their subsidiaries and JVs.
Varsha, thank you so much for getting us those details. Siddharth, I'll pick the chemical space, Neogen specifically, because chemicals have seen a strong recovery this quarter, be it Finotex, be it Neogen. You also saw Himadri Specchem doing well. If you were to play the theme while it's still on the way of its up move, how would you do that?
At the chemical space, I think there are 2-3 things which has definitely helped in favor. Finally, the cost pressures have come down, realizations have improved, and what is also helping is that some of these are largely exports-focused sector, and hence the depreciation in rupee has also helped this sector. I think while Neogen is not under our coverage, but we have seen across companies, be it initially SRF, then so the fluoro chemical based companies, Atul Limited announced very strong numbers. I would definitely look at this sector as a turnaround or as a recovery play, with selectively looking at Navin Fluorine or an SRF as a preferred pick there, given that the fluorine based chemicals are seeing significant uptick both in terms of demand as well as in prices. Plus, I think as the macros remain supportive, plus the companies are undertaking the capacity expansions. I think these two companies are something that we like within this space. One, you can say small cap company is PV Specialty Chemicals. I think that is something that we like a lot within the small cap space. Again, earnings have been driven by better realizations, volume growth, as well as favorable product mix. And the company is targeting to improve both its operating margins as well as expanding capacity. So we are looking at somewhere around 25 to 30% earnings CAGR in PV Specialty Chemicals, and we currently have a buy rating.
Sure. Thanks, Siddharth, for that. Very quickly, I just want to take Osho Krishnan's view on a KFin Tech. Osho, 10% up move coming in on a KFin Tech. Further momentum or book profits?
Overall, I'm expecting that the counter might see some kind of a strong follow-up buying traction. It is currently hovering around the resistance zone, but 980, 990 can be seen as the next potential target. So one should stay invested in the counter with a strict stop loss of 935, because any breakdown below 935 can again start the selling pressure in the counter. But on the higher end, 980, 990 should be the target as BTST candidate.
All right. Okay. So thank you for that BTST candidate as well. Osho as well as Siddharth, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer, all the stocks that we discussed today. But let's take a quick look as to how the markets are ending today. Whether
happy Monday.
Happy Monday for sure. But 24,000 is something that we wanted. And yes, we are around those levels. Let's see whether we end at 24,000. I think it's going to be exactly 24,000 the way it is panning out right now, with the Bank Nifty also around the 57,100 levels. The mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 will also be an interesting one to watch out for, because both at the day's high point and seeing gains of about 1%.
So there is that mild outperformance coming in from the small cap 250 as well, but it's absolutely earnings specific, because all the smaller names that have reported numbers are giving you these kind of gains. Let's quickly look at the sector, the heat map in terms of Nifty 50, or the contributors in terms of Nifty 50, a better one to watch out for. If you can just head that one. This is the heat map. But Eternal Indigo stays absolutely where we started off as well. And in terms of losers, the breadth has widened there slightly, because you have a Coal India which has entered the pack, Power Grid, Adani Ports, HDFC Bank, HDFC Life, and ONGC, and Dr. Reddy's pretty much on the borderline as we speak. But the gainers are pretty interesting. Eternal, Swiggy, both up in trade. Infosys, that entire pack is buzzing on the back of the Jeffries upgrade that has come into a neutral. The financial space is pretty good in trade, and your crude beneficiaries over here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the contributors will be interesting one to watch out for, like Hiral said, because we'll have to see as to what's exactly pulled the Nifty up today. And there you go. There's Infosys in Eternal, and Bajaj Finance doing fairly well, and ICICI Bank as well. But ONGC, HDFC Bank are on the flip side. But there we go. We've exactly closed that 24,002. So it'll be an interesting one to watch out for tomorrow as well.
Tomorrow's opening is going to be interesting. Overnight developments will be interesting, and your European markets which have opened in the positive. US markets are going to be critical from here on.
Yes.
But so far, a happy Monday for all the investors as well, and it is expiry as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how long does the short covering continue, if you have to look at the monthly expiry numbers later on. But completely out of time, ladies and gentlemen, on India Market Closed on NDTV Profit from the Profit Suzlon studio. Up next, you'll have lots of updates coming in from the crypto world with Sharad Dubey. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by CoinSwitch.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned into Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin above the $65,000 mark on regulatory optimism. Clarity Act adds more regulations ahead of the August deadline. Interestingly, tokenized real-world asset has grown to almost $26.5 billion. Russia's Sberbank has launched its crypto trading infra this year. Now let's talk about a very interesting proposition. It's called a rug pull. Now it's a type of an investment scam where the people behind a project collect the money from the investors and then suddenly disappear. Now this leaves the investors with assets that have little or no value. But remember, it's important to see that this isn't unique to just crypto. There are similar scams which have happened for years in other asset classes too, from fake stock schemes and Ponzi schemes to fraudulent real estate and chit fund scams. Now the medium may be different, but the fraud is the same. In crypto, a rug pull typically happens when the creators of a new token generate excitement through social media, influential promotions, and even unrealistic promises of high returns. As more people buy the token, its price rises. Then the creators sell all their holdings or drain the project's funds, and then they disappear. The token's value collapses, leaving the investors with significant losses. And that's why it's called a rug pull. It's like the rug being pulled out from under your feet. So how you can protect yourself? First, don't invest just because a token is trending or creating buzz online. Secondly, check who's behind the project. Are the founders publicly known? Is there a clear use case, website, and even transparent documentation? Third, be wary of the promises like guaranteed returns or 100x profits in investing. Whether it's about crypto, stocks, or any other assets, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Finally, use trusted and regulated platforms where applicable, and always do your own research before investing. The key takeaway is simple: a rug pull is nothing but a fraud, but remember, it's not a feature of crypto itself. Investing. The key takeaway is simple: a rug pull as nothing but a fraud, but remember, it's not a feature of crypto itself. Like any invest protection. Well, as we wrap, remember, you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
Behind every result is a leadership decision, and behind every successful enterprise, the courage to choose conviction over comfort and invest in tomorrow.
In our tradition, celebration is not complacency. We celebrate the way a climber pauses at a ridge. We take in how far we have come, and we fix our eyes on the ascent that remains.
Madam Finance Minister, you and the government would be very relieved with the fact that the student protest for the moment is over.
I think it's made us feel that we had to respond, and we responded to the voice of our youth, which is
the fact that the student protest for the moment is over.
I think it's made us feel that we had to respond, and we responded to the voice of our youth, which is, I think, due. It's just right that we responded.
What did you make of the time when these young Gen Z protesters were out on the streets in Delhi, in Mumbai, across the country, and all manner of things were being said about the government which hadn't been said for the last 12 years? Did it catch you completely off guard?
I'm not undermining what happened in the last couple of weeks. Young get very touched by things which are not ideal. They want good response, correct measures, timely measures, and that's only right. We have to keep our ears closer to the ground so that we hear what's going on, understand what's going on in time. Business Leader of the Year, non-PSU, Dr. Anish Shah.
Any leader is only as good as their team. And it is really the team at the Mahindra Group that has brought us a lot of success over many, many years.
We need to be a place where, we are controlling our own AI destiny. And it's not a question of, can we do it? We must do it.
Sahil was in London, I think. He's come down specifically for this, making a special effort. So thank you and welcome.
110,000 people work at delivery. About 60,000 of them are at work as I speak here. So I have the easy job and so the pleasurable job of being here. So on behalf of them, thank you very much.
Wealth creation is actually value creation. As a responsible MII, our value creation lies in how we help capital formation for the country. Madam, we assure you we will continue to strive hard in our journey for that.
We are a near 50-year-old company focused on rural and semi-urban India. We have more than 80,000 employees, largely in semi-urban and rural India, and most of our customers goes to 10 million customers in rural India. Continue to focus there and grow. We have more than 80,000 employees, largely in semi-urban and rural India, and most of our customers, close to 10 million customers in rural India.
I'm supported by a fantastic team, and most important is, of course, the entire consumer and their love that we enjoy. And they actually, their energy and their aspirations inspire us every day to do more and more.
When women succeed, like the way you have done, I think you stand out, and therefore it'll be such an inspiration for so many different women who are still hesitating to come forward. Not that they don't have talent, not that they can't contribute, but they hesitate. Women should come over that hesitation.
When she started, index was I think 25,000 or something. It's 80,000 today. That itself is a tribute to what a great job she's done in stewarding this country. Thank you, ma'am.
I think there's a long way to go and a long road ahead for the country. And I think everybody is in an optimistic mood for the future.
Philanthropist of the Year, Kiran and Shiv Nadar.
Philanthropy is a great enabler of trying to put some equality between what we have and what we should be able to do for society as a whole.
Sustainability is very important, and I would like to thank Nirmala Sitharamanji and NDTV for this award.
We have continuously evolved over the years, and today we make some of the world's most complex warships and submarines. MDL is always committed to the nation to improve and strengthen our maritime capabilities.
I always say, one team, one dream, because electronics is a team sport. So on behalf of 90,000 employees of Tata Electronics, it's a privilege to receive this award.
NDTV Profit for recognizing the truly remarkable institution. I would like to quote, with her permission, FM once famously said, "This is the largest bank for the smallest person in the country."
The NDTV Profit India Business Icon Award is presented to Mr. Dilip Shangvi, founder, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries.
Changes which government is talking about are real and are benefiting, because I think if I look at in our case, almost 2/3 of our business is outside of India, and with this new acquisition, we will be at least having 1/6 of our turnover in spite of being the largest Indian pharma company from India, because the world is the market for us.
क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Madam Finance Minister, you and the government would be very relieved with the fact that the student protest for the moment is over and you've been able to find some relief? Is it a massive moment of relief for you, ma'am?
More than relief, I think it's made us feel that we had to respond, and we responded to the voice of our youth, which is, I think, due for a responsible government. So it's just right that we responded.
You come from Jawaharlal Nehru University. You've seen student agitation growing up. You've seen, you've cooked for people who've been in Tihar jail when you were growing up. What did you make of the time when these young Gen Z protesters were out on the streets in Delhi, in Mumbai, across the country, and all manner of things were being said about the government which hadn't been said for the last 12 years? Did it catch you completely off guard?
Well, I'm not undermining the energy you're putting into this. But every generation, when young, joins protests. I'm not undermining what happened in the last couple of weeks. You rightly recalled that when I was in JNU, and I'm sure generations before me and generations after us will still do it. Young get very touched by things which are not ideal. They want good response, correct measures, timely measures, and that's only right. And therefore they tend to protest because they think they should make the difference, and I'm happy for it because that's the spirit of the young. I have no second opinion on that. But yet, the difference lies when you're ready to understand where they come from and respond accordingly. And therefore, I'm happy to say this is a legacy of every generation when it is young, and it happens in every country. I'm not undermining what has happened here. We have to keep our ears closer to the ground so that we hear what's going on, understand what's going on in time.
As is the case with every generation that has protested in the past, oftentimes those in power have been found to be slow in responding. Do you accept, Madam Finance Minister, the criticism that the government took way too long in acknowledging the enormity of the protest, the severity of the message that was being sent, and it took too long for this protest to be given the respect that it deserved and for the demands of the protesters to be heard?
1 minute, Rahul. Give the respect to the protest. We have not stopped them from protesting. The permission was given when they came. The person who came, DK, who had come, was given the permission even as he landed. We didn't try at any point in time to stop the protest at all. And therefore, I think equally, when things didn't go right at the first time when the exams were held and leak became public and it had to be acted upon, soon the government arrested those who had bought and sold the papers and so on. It was the responsibility of the government, one, to arrest them, put them to a judicial process, but equally it was the responsibility of the government to make sure the re-examination happens in time. Students get their result in time so that their one whole year's calendar does not get affected. And I think that bit was, together with everybody, the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, handled that. And after having completed that re-examination process, announcing the results so that students don't lose a year, it's when then he took a wise call that he will put in his papers. If he hadn't done that, meaning if the re-examination hadn't happened in time, it would have been irresponsible of everybody in the system. We had to do that for the students, and that was done.
Before I move on to other questions, how do you see the government and yourself respond to this Instagram reel, the meme, the Gen Z, the vocabulary of protest? How does communication and governance, in your view, change on the back of what we've seen in the past one? What's the message that's been registered with you and with those in government?
Now, how does it change is the question. But how are we going to change is the answer that I have to work. All of us will have to work. Because the communication in their language, meaning it's a language which I would think is easy for them to understand, not too much of a verbose language, not too much bureaucratic language. And therefore, it is important for government to see how far it can go in communicating in that language. Because when government speaks or government language is always subject to everything which is legal scrutiny. You can't say something which sounds ambiguous or light-hearted that you go, to the courts interpreting it. Government by itself has a limitation. Your language will have to be the language which will be tested in the courts. You really cannot, therefore, become so easy with your language and put yourself to question.
Ma'am, when we met after your union budget for this year, India was being described as being in the middle of a Goldilocks period, low inflation, high growth. After that, the West Asia war started. And a few days ago, we were thinking, okay, maybe the worst is behind us. A resolution has been agreed upon and that things will get better from here. But with the kind of shelling that we're seeing, the kind of attacks that we're seeing, we're now again in a deep period of uncertainty. How is that impacting your budget numbers? How is that impacting India's growth for this year and your calculations and your estimates when you delivered the budget earlier?
First of all, normally I would have said inflation is getting imported because of the uncertainties in the Middle East, Hormuz, supply chain disruptions, particularly for those items which we import in huge bulk, fertilizers and so on. Now fertilizers, when you talk, you're talking of urea, you're talking of DAP, you're talking of muriate of potash, you're also talking of things which go in the making of fertilizers, sulfur, there is suddenly a shortage of sulfur and so on. I would have said because of external factors, inflation. But also this year, there is an El Nino factor. The rains are happening excessively in some parts, scarcely in some others, not at all in somewhere else. The catchment areas are not receiving adequate rain, so water for irrigation and drinking, crops, all of them are also going to pose a bit of a challenge. And inflation, therefore, cannot be just imported. It's also our own want of rain and the monsoon being less than normal can also add to the inflation. Budget numbers, I don't think I need to reconsider as of now because there's been enough such funds created to meet with all these challenges which are happening, whether risk insurance premium going up and we have to support our oil containers or shipping lines which come in these war zone. We've made a provision, there's some resource kept aside for it. Similarly for oil, support for import at a higher price, for fertilizer for higher price, import but yet give it to the farmers at the same price since COVID. So all this, I have kept buffers which can take care of it, and therefore at this stage, I don't think I'll look at my budget number for readjusting.
And finally, you made some reform on the debt side in terms of allowing foreign investors to come and buy bonds more easily than they would. What's your message to Mumbai at this moment? Because you've also been trying to get India Inc. to invest more in the India story, and it looked around the time of your budget that we're reaching this healthy sweet spot where investments would start kicking in, capex would happen more than in the past. Again, this creates turbulence, and naturally for any business, turbulence is detrimental to immediate investment. They'll want to see this through before committing money. What's your message to Mumbai tonight?
Well, I think industry has started in investing. The numbers are improving. In fact, it's very encouraging to
It's detrimental to immediate investment. They'll want to see this through before committing money. What's your message to Mumbai tonight?
Well, I think industry has started in investing. The numbers are improving. In fact, it's very encouraging to know that they are investing in sectors which are very critical to engage with the government and see if there are any points of concern or any further facilitation that would be needed. And I would only invite for greater engagement with the government.
You know, I want to wrap up by telling you all something, that when the finance minister came and I met her this afternoon, I was slightly concerned that she may have concerns about what is asked, what is not asked. But I must tell you that she said, ask what you want. Have I ever stopped you? And she lived up to that. Not once was she even slightly concerned about what was coming her way, and many curveballs came your way and you answered them as you always do, with aplomb. Thank you very much, Finance Minister Sitharaman, for joining us here.
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for.
Nifty gains nearly 1% in trade as crude prices soften. Eternal and Interglobe Aviation topped the charts today. Broader markets outperform the benchmarks while rupee strengthens 0.7% to 95 rupees 90 paise against the dollar. Oil prices pulled back sharply as a pause in US-Iran strikes eased immediate supply fears. Though lingering Middle East tensions really continue to keep energy markets on the edge, meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu departs for Washington, D.C. for talks with Trump. Addressing the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards 2026, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the union budget numbers for the current fiscal year might not need to be tweaked as of now. She also added that there are sufficient buffers to deal with challenges arising from the war in West Asia. IDFC First Bank shares jumped nearly 6% after delivering a standout quarterly performance, posting its highest ever profit as strong customer business growth and improving operating momentum lifted the investor confidence. In an exclusive interview, Nykaa's founder Falguni Nair says that company has launched Nykaa Now for express delivery and can afford the cost of quick commerce disruption. Centre tables anti-paper leaks bill and huge opposition sloganeering in Lok Sabha. Opposition presses for debate on violence with students during the protests. Civil Aviation Ministry rules out any delay in Ahmedabad plane crash investigation report. In response to a question in Rajya Sabha, Ministry says that the report timeline can't be predicted. All probable causes leading to the accident are being investigated. A golden moment for India at the Commonwealth Games. Mirabai Chanu has clinched yet another gold, creating history with her third straight Commonwealth title in weightlifting. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Profit 360. I'm Nisha Podar and let's take you through the top and the most important business headlines of the day today. Well, it was a strong finish for the Indian equity markets with the Nifty gaining nearly 1% in trade as buying really returned across the board. Some of the stocks which really outshone today in the trade, well, Eternal as well as Interglobe Aviation led the benchmarks higher, while the mid-cap as well as the small-cap indices outperformed, each ending with gains of over 1%. Let's take it straight across to my colleague Parth, who's standing by with the entire roundup of the market action today. Tell us, Parth.
So Nifty has closed in green, up almost 1% today. This was led by Eternal and Interglobe Aviations. Eternal seeing an uptick of 6%, while Indigo also gained over 5% today. This gain in Indigo was mainly because of the crude oil decline that we saw yesterday. On the broader market side, they have outperformed the benchmark with Nifty Midcap 150 gaining almost 1%. This was mainly due to Container Corporation, which saw an uptick of almost 7% after the management increased their guidance. And also IDFC First Bank that was up almost 5%, which was due to the strong set of Q1 numbers the bank had posted on Saturday. About Nifty Small Cap 250, it also managed to close in green, up almost 1.2%, led by KFintech, which saw an uptick of almost 11%, and Ramkrishna Forgings, which also gained by almost 7.5%. On the sectoral side, Nifty IT was the top gaining sector, gaining almost 2.5%, led by Oracle Financial Services and LTM. Oracle Financial Services gaining over 4%, while LTM also saw an uptick of almost 2.5%. On the sectoral trend side, Nifty Oil and Gas has closed in flat with ONGC and Aegis Logistics being the top losers in the index. ONGC seeing a downtick of 4%, while Aegis Logistics also saw a downtick of 4.5%. On the trend side, Nifty IT, Nifty FMCG, Nifty Bank and Nifty PSU Bank have closed in green for the second consecutive day, while Nifty Realty, Nifty Pharma and Nifty Metal have snapped their 3-day losing streak. Also, Nifty Financial Services has snapped its 5-day losing streak, while Nifty Oil and Gas has also snapped its 4-day losing streak.
All right, thank you so much, Parth, for all the details. There's a lot of green on the screen today. Now, a quick check on the Indian currency and the crude prices as well. Well, the rupee finally closed at 95 rupees 90 paise against the US dollar. Remember, below 96 rupees per dollar is good news for the Indian currency, and the rupee strengthened 0.7% in trade today, supported by a sharp correction in closed at 95 rupees 90 paise against the US dollar. Remember, below 96 rupees per dollar is good news in the crude oil prices, and also improving global risk sentiment after the US and Iran agreed to suspend the attacks. In fact, Brent crude slipped below the $90 a barrel mark, easing the concerns over India's import bill and also lending support to the domestic currency. And that was the big reason for the Indian equities also to go up. Now, speaking at the NDTV Profits Business Leadership Awards, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman cautioned that geopolitical tensions and the threat of El Nino could really fuel inflationary pressures. Now, she also said that the government has made adequate provisions to deal with uncertainties and sees no need to revisit the budget allocations. Listen in.
This year, there is an El Nino factor. The rains are happening excessively in some parts, scarcely in some others, not at all in somewhere else. The catchment areas are not receiving adequate rain, so water for irrigation and drinking, crops, all of them are also going to pose a bit of a challenge. And inflation, therefore, cannot be just imported. It's also our own want of rain and the monsoon being less than normal can also add to the inflation. Budget numbers, I don't think I need to reconsider as of now, because there's been enough such funds created to meet with all these challenges which are happening, whether risk insurance premium going up, and we have to support our oil containers or shipping lines which come in these war zone. We've made a provision, there's some resource kept aside for it. Similarly, for oil, support for import at a higher price, for fertilizer for higher price, import but yet give it to the farmers at the same price since COVID. So all this, I have kept buffers which can take care of it, and therefore at this stage